Okay, we're now on episode 13, and we're still in Haggai. We're going to be there for a while. I'm sorry, I should say Haggai. I don't know why I say Haggai. I don't know. Anyway, what you see on screen is going to be our next big clue in Luke about the introduction to Hanukkah, which is the 25th of Kislev, in a passage that twice specifies Haggai going to Zerubbabel and the son of the high priest on the 24th of Kislev, which at sundown becomes the 25th. It's very witty. And in order to introduce this next clue, which is in this phrase right here, because that's how the angel Gabriel greets Mary, and that's how Luke is leading it off, we have to look at how that phrase is used in the Bible. And so what I've just done here on the left-hand side, I've got a bunch of verses on the right-hand side where the phrase is used. And not all of them really are that phrase. But on the left-hand side here, what I'm comparing is the Greek. This is what the angel is saying. It is translated, I am with you. Or the Lord is with you, literally, because it's the angel speaking. Whereas above it, the blue above it, is in Haggai 1:13. And that's we had left off at verse 12, and now we're going to verse 13 to pick up the trail of fingerprinting whether or not what Mary says, as we're going to see, and what Zechariah says are targeting Haggai to. That's what I'm leading up to here. We got our cast of characters that are the fingerprint match, but we're going to have to get more matches than that to be absolutely sure. So in order to, trace this out, this is like, CSI, forensic searching. On the right-hand side of the screen, you've got a bunch of verses that use that phrase, all of which are not really using that phrase in the Greek. But here it is, see? But it's differently phrased, and this is really important because the Bible is really, one of the things I've learned in the last 10 years is that God makes extensive use of wordplay, and He He expects you to know the grammar rules to get the joke, to get the meaning, to get the inference. And what's really pathetic is that we Christians are so disinterested in the Word of God, we don't want to know these original words. And you're missing out on a banquet, I'm sorry. I have absolutely no doubt whatsoever that this is the Word of God. Because I'm looking at it daily now. At least for the last 10 years daily, last 11 years, in the Greek. And I was taught to do that by my own pastor, who exegeted the Bible for his congregation for a period of 50 years. But like most Christians, I was pretty disinterested at first. So I didn't get into it right away. But I got into it slowly, and then by the time, I lit on fire 11 years ago, I was able to buy Bible Works, and this stuff was just old hat to me. And if you look at this, and the window blanks, when I do this highlighting, if you look at this, you'll notice that the phrasing, ego ime met humon, this is the plural of you. If you look at this, you'll notice, even if you can't read Greek, that the letters are not the same as a phrase translated the same here. First of all, this word "ime" means to be, and it literally means I am, is not in here. So this is more dramatic. In Greek, when you omit the verb, it's more dramatic. This literally says, the Lord with you. So in English, you would translate that, the Lord, comma, with you, exclamation point. But of course they tame it down because they think that God, in order to be majestic, has to be boring. The NIV captures some of the flavor better. Because at least they give you the exclamation point right here. Alright? And of course this is so snoozy, it's one reason I don't use the KJV much, although it is good to use for literal tracking of the Greek. Okay? So, the Lord is with you. The Lord with you is how that ought to be translated. That's a very different construction, even though the meaning is the same. That's a very different flavor of construction from this. Alright? First of all, and this is really important to say, because Christ uses this in John 8. Elohim, that's John 8:58. That's the way they translate the sacred tetragrammaton in the Greek. I am. He doesn't always, when he says this phrase, I am with you, he doesn't always phrase it like this, as we're going to see. Here, he's stressing the fact that he's God when he says it, because he's putting Elohim first. Elohim. Ime. Ime is the modern Greek. It's Ime in ancient. Sorry. Okay? Been watching too much Greek TV. Ime. Ime. Met. Humon. Okay? To phrase it this way, and you're going to see there are different ways he phrases it, to phrase it this way is stressing the fact that he's God. And the reason why he's stressing the fact that he's God is, as you've seen before in the context, he's trying to encourage them to start rebuilding the temple. And we're going to cover this more later. We just want to go through the phraseology of this, I am with you. Alright, here it's differently phrased. Here the angel is talking, and he's just saying, the Lord, comma, with you, exclamation point. It's got the same idea. Okay, as we're going to see, when this phrase is used in the Bible, it's used about maybe 12, 15 times. When it's used in the Bible, there's always implicit beneath it that something's going to happen that's going to make you either afraid or want to turn away. And so the encouragement is anticipatory in advance. Okay? And that's why you have in Luke 1:29. See, she was very perplexed by this, wondering what kind of salutation it is. In other words, this phrase is used in the Bible as a result of you're going to get some bad news. There's going to be something that's a problem. There's going to be something that's going to worry you or be a threat. And so, Elohim metumon is to encourage you. Buck up. So she's expecting bad news because he starts out his greeting that way. She's expecting bad news. Greetings, favored one, the Lord is with you. This is to encourage her because what he's going to tell her is bad news, and it is. Hi, you're unmarried and you're going to be pregnant and therefore be a pariah the rest of your life. That's the news. I mean, how would you feel? Okay? When something's really coming from God, it's always two-sided. And the good part is always afterwards. The bad part is always up front. So that's why you got this kind of start. Okay? So let's find out how this works. Okay? So here we are, and there's your backdrop in Haggai, but I'm going to cover that up for a minute. We're going to go through these verses because not all of them apply. Okay, let's see if I can get rid of that. Okay, that one does not apply. That's not God talking, and it's not really saying, I am with you in the sense that the passage means. This one, however, is. Okay? See, don't fear because I'm with you. See, this is an appearance, to Isaac. To buck him up. Alright? And so, here's where it is. Look at that. Here, he's saying, with you, because the word gar means because. Okay, literally it's going with you because I am. There's no ego. If the word ego meaning I were there, he'd be stressing himself. In other languages, unlike English, you don't really need the pronoun most of the time because the verbs have endings that tell you who the person is that's speaking. And I means I am already by itself. So you got meta, su, with you, because I am. See, the word order is different from what we're used to. All right, but this word always comes after the object. Okay, it's called postpositive. And here he's not stressing the fact that he's God. He's stressing the fact that he himself personally is with Isaac. See the difference in the stress, the difference in the phraseology? Versus, up on top, in Haggai, is egoime. I am. I, the tetragrammaton, am with you. He's stressing his godness in Haggai. Whereas in Genesis, he's stressing his personalness. In other words, Isaac already knows that he's God. The encouragement to Isaac is that God is personally with him. Personally. So he's stressing his personalness by the phrasing that he's using at the bottom in blue. But in Haggai, the issue is the godness of the God who defends Israel, because they're not building the temple. And they're not building the temple because of all the opposition they're getting from the Gentiles. And so he's stressing his godness role as the judge, the protector, all that good stuff. Okay, as you're going to see when we go back through Haggai. Okay, so now we have another construction. I am with you. See, that's the word for behold, idu. Now he's using his personal pronoun, but no verb. Ego medasu, I with you. That's the same construction as the angel uses in Luke 1. Only it's first person, because the angel's not talking, God himself is talking here. I with you. He's stressing the witness. By leaving out the verb, he's stressing the result. The relationship between subject and result or object. Depends on, but this is the potasis. This is the protasis, as it were, and this is an apodosis. First part of the sentence, last part of the sentence. I'm using protasis and apodosis in a very loose sense of the term, first and last. So he's stressing the witness. I with you. He's not stressing his office, and he's not even so much stressing personalness as the togetherness. Alright? And that's to Jacob. See, and that's why this next phrase is real important. In other words, I'm always going to be here. Because this is the situation again. When God says words like this phrase is used, there's always some fearful situation, some problematic situation. In this particular case, it's Jacob's dream, okay, at Bethel. And, is he really on the right road? Because, Jacob had Jacob means chiseler, and he had chiseled Esau out of his inheritance. So, Jacob's aware of his own guilt there, even though he did it at the instigation of his mother. He's aware of his own guilt. Alright? Next instance. This is what your pastor does. This is why being under a pastor is so important. A good pastor is doing the kind of stuff that you're seeing done here. That's how I learned to do it. Because my pastor did it. He told us about how he got what he got. And so that's how come I know the mechanics. This is what a good pastor does. And that's why you need to get under a pastor. Everything I'm showing you, I learned either the mechanics, or I learned the words, or something from my pastor. This is what he did, and then he told us what he did. A lot of people, they sit under pastors, and they actually don't know where the pastor gets it from. They just trust him because he sounds good. Okay, well then you're not really learning the Bible on your own. A good teacher will teach you how to learn, too. You learn something, but how do you learn? How did your teacher learn it? Where is he getting his interpretation from? And what are other interpretations that might go against it? Because you know what? Once you leave that pew, you got to go out in the world, and everybody's brother's going to have a different idea than you do. How do you know that the idea you got is right, and what might be wrong with it, where it might be vulnerable, or where it might need refinement or improvement? Because every idea needs improvement. It doesn't matter how right you are. And most every idea's got something wrong in it. You better know where that is. Okay. Well, here's how I know. And now I'm showing it to you, so now you can repeat it. So you can give a man a fish, or you can teach him how to fish. And a good teacher will teach you how to fish, and that's what I've learned. All right. So look, here's our next expression. This is to Joshua. They've just entered the land. Okay, they're coming into the land, and he's affirming that he's with Joshua. Joshua needs bucking up because they got to go beat up the Gentiles, namely the Greeks, the original Palestinians, the only Palestinians. The word Palestinian means Peleset, and that means Greek, and it was coined by the Romans. There's no such thing as an Arab Palestinian. They never existed. Okay? This is him bucking up Joshua. Okay, so look. Katoti. Okay, this is the way he was with Moses. Okay, he's equating. Katoti is to equate something. Alright? So, here he is. See? That's Jesus. That's where we get Jesus. It's Joshua, Jesus is a transliteration. Jesus, that's the actual Greek word for Jesus in the Bible, in the New Testament. Alright? Alright, but here, alright, here's the Lord talking to Jesus, aka Joshua, when they first entered, on the day that they first entered the land. Okay? He's going to be with him, but there's no phraseology. Okay? He's saying he's going to begin to exalt. This here, exalt is this. I'm exalting you before the eyes of everybody in Israel in order so that you may know, they may know really, that with you, as I was with Moses, and here's the part where it's with you. Just with you. There's no I me. Just with you. This is a little more dramatic. And that's Greek economy of language. He doesn't have to say, ego I me metasu. He just needs to say metasu. And we saw that same construction, that short construction in Luke when the angel's talking to Mary. Alright? Next verse. Samuel 14:7. Again, this is not one of those that are relevant. Okay? That's the armor bearer. These are the two people talking to each other. That's not God talking, so we leave that out. Because I searched on the English in order to find all the variations in the phrasing. Because you can't search on that in the Greek, because I don't know all the variations in the phrasing. Alright? So then this also is not relevant. Okay, this is two people talking. Okay, but this one is relevant. This is Isaiah, God talking. Okay, see again, same phraseology as the angel used. Okay, metasu. It's shorthand, because the whole phrase is this, which you've seen before. With you, stressing the witness, because I am. Literally, these are the literal Greek words. Alright? This thing is coming out of place because it's a grammar rule about where this has to be placed in Greek. So, because I am with you is how you would translate it in English. The phrase, the placement here is just a grammar rule about where you're supposed to put that word, even though that's not its meaning. Okay? But it is clever, and that's something God takes advantage of. This is what I mean by wordplay and how you know this is truly the Word of God. Look, with you, because I am. That's not the meaning of the Greek. Alright? The meaning of the Greek is, you read it the other way around. It's just considered inelegant if you put this word first. It's just a rule about the way sounds are supposed to fit together. Because with you, I am, is the way the Greek person would read it. This is just, we don't want the word gar at the beginning of a sentence. They think that that's gauche to do it that way. So they always put it, in the middle. So it's metasugar, I me, rather. Okay? But the meaning is as if this were first in the phrase. But God is playing with that grammar rule. See, with you, because I'm God. In other words, I'm with you because I'm God. He's playing, he's tweaking, he does this all the time. It's no end of fascination to me how he does this. He's tweaking the grammar rule by turning it into a reason to be with Israel. With you, because I'm God. Okay? That's not the way the Greek sentence reads. The Greek sentence is actually, it's for I am with you. Just like that. Just like we say it in English. That's the meaning in the Greek. But he's taking advantage of the fact that there's this petty grammar rule about the sound of words. And so he strengthens what he's saying by putting I, me afterwards. And like I said, look, he doesn't always do that. See, here we are, Haggai up at the top. Ego met him on. That's what he could have said. But he doesn't. Not here. So he's stressing. He's stressing his own fealty. And he's tying it to his own nature. It's kind of an oath. Alright? I wish I never had to do anything but study Bible. This is more exciting than anything you can name. Alright. Here we are again. Metasuime. That's the simplified. Okay? There's no gar. It's hoti. Hoti means because. Okay, and it comes first in a sentence. It's used also to denote quotation marks. It leads off. It's allowed to lead off a phrase. In fact, it's supposed to. Metasuime. Notice he's putting the metasu in front. Whereas above here, in Haggai, he's putting egoime in front. I am God with you. I mean, you don't need the word God there, because egoime is the translation of the Tetragrammaton. That's the wit of it. But here he's stressing, with you, I am, which is the more normal construction. Because with you, I am. Alright? With no ego. You don't need the word ego there. You don't need the word I. It's just, he's stressing that he's there. He's not stressing the fact that he's God. Okay? And here we go again. Okay? Metasu. Now see, this time he's using ego. With you, I am. You're supposed to, especially in Greek and Hebrew, when you see the pronouns used, they're stressing. Not always used. Sometimes it's used for clarification. But, see, hoti is used again. Metasu egoime. I am with you. Okay? And this time he's reassuring Jeremiah. You'll notice in each case that we're going through, there's bad news. That's why this I am with you is being said. Okay? And again, same construction, again stressing I, and of course he's still talking to Jeremiah. They will fight against you, they will not overcome you, for I am with you to deliver you. The ego is what gives that stress. Okay? And you'll notice, egoime, he's putting the with first. It's in the opposite order of Haggai passage above. He's putting the egoime second. In Greek, you often do that to stress. You often put something at the end of a phrase or a sentence to stress the thing that's at the end. With you, I am. Okay? Jeremiah 15:20. He said a lot to Jeremiah. And that's our next big clue that this thing in Haggai is related to Hanukkah, because Jeremiah and Haggai were I don't know if Jeremiah was still alive at the time. But both of them were prophets about the temple going down. Jeremiah beforehand and Haggai afterwards. But Jeremiah maybe was dead by then. Should have been dead by then. So that's 520. Unless Jeremiah lived to be very, very old. I'd have to go look that up. Okay, so our next thing is metastu ego, ime. Ime, rather. Ime, not ime. Ime is modern Greek. That's standard. There's no, the ego is omitted. Okay? Because he's you know, he's stressing this part. The saving. Save you, deliver you from danger. You know, see, somebody who doesn't know about the word save says, oh, I didn't know Jeremiah wasn't saved. No, hello. When you see the word save, you have to ask what kind it is every time you see it in the Bible. Because there are like 7 or 8 different kinds. Manasuime. I mean. Okay. And we got another occasion. Again, bucking him up. Except that the Greek here is not right. Here we gotta go to the Hebrew. And it literally means because. The word's highlighted in blue is key, means because. Ata, you, I. That's how you say it in Hebrew. Ani means I. The last Hebrew word there. Let's do that again. Ki, because. Ata, you. Ani, I. Now see, it's the order and the syntax in Hebrew that sometimes you don't need to have any kind of clarification or prepositions or anything because the phrase is used the same way so many times. And that means because, with you, me. Okay? And that's also reordered in different ways also in Hebrew. Okay, so he's stressing the fact that he is here. Again, bucking up Jeremiah. And in this case, he's using Jeremiah to talk to Israel and Judah. This is after the temple's down. Okay? Or when it's about to go down, sorry. Jeremiah 30. He's announcing that it's going down, Jeremiah 25-29, and it's going to go down for 7 years. And that's where Daniel was reading in Daniel 9. In the first year of Cyrus, which was the first year of his uncle, Darius the Mede, and that's Daniel 9:1. Okay. And here's Jeremiah 42. Okay. And here we go. Same phrase, and here it's plural, just like it is above left, top left of the screen in Haggai. See? So when Haggai is saying this greeting, it's a known thing, and it's especially known, as you'll notice, we've been doing a lot of verses with that phrase in Jeremiah. When what? When the temple goes down. So they associate this phrase with some kind of disaster. That God, when God says, "I'm with you," it means that there's a disaster that's about to happen. And as you'll see, if you look on the right-hand side of the screen, we've gone through 1, 2, 3, 4. We're now in the 5th Jeremiah verse. It wasn't used so frequently in the other books. Alright? So this is a well-known phrase associated with the temple being down. Jeremiah 46 next. Same thing. Only this time he's got ego in there, so he's stressing the fact that he is God. See, ego we made, just like in Haggai above us. You know, in the above left-hand corner. He's stressing the tetragrams in there. Okay. And next. Okay, here, he's putting himself first, just like he does in Haggai. So, in fact, that is Haggai, sorry. I wasn't looking at the location before I looked at the Greek. Okay, so let's go next to Haggai. Okay, and this is where we see a second time. This is really important. Here's second time in our book. Okay, and the second time, it's phrased, he reverses the order. This is something that I see a lot in the Bible. When they're using the same phrase, they'll change the order, and that change of order changes the meaning. It's a nuanced change in the meaning. Okay, so what's the change in the meaning between Haggai 1:13 above left and Haggai 2:4 above below left? Well, pretty much, as in most languages, anything that's in a proleptic position, meaning it's in advance, it's anticipatory of an objection or of an issue, is stressed. Okay, see, now he's putting the with you in front of ego y me. Okay, so he's stressing that the God with you. He's stressing the with you first. In other words, he's behind you, defending you. He's stressing the fact that you're being defended by him. Here. And there's other meanings to it, but that's the first thing that'll come to mind, because he's the rock, the foundation, and this is the tetragrammaton translated in Greek. Okay? Here he's stressing his godness and his sovereign decision to be with them. Okay? And you can argue that it's other kinds of stress and meaning also. I'm just picking out the stuff that comes to mind as I look at it. Okay? Because you could talk about this all day long, every day. Wish that I didn't have anything else to do. Okay, so now, this is the Lord's parting command to the disciples, is at the end of the book of Matthew. Alright? And now he's just saying, I with you. He doesn't have to tell them he's God. He doesn't have to use the I me. Just I, comma, with you. Well, wait a minute, he puts I me there, sorry. So I with you, I am. Okay? And that really is interesting because, see, look, see, this is what I mean by God's smart. His wit is just unending. Here's ego, and here's the me, I me. Sacred tetragrammaton, right? And who's inside him? When did we go inside him? Well, technically you could say that everybody's been inside God since eternity past. But especially since the cross, when all our sins went inside him. See, this is the kind of game he plays with the wording. This is why, this is snoozy. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm always with you, yeah. Simpering, syrupy language that puts you to sleep in church. Yeah, but honey, that doesn't compare to this. See, if you know the grammar, this is just a stitch. Inside, this is uvahavarato nirpalana. By his wounds we are healed. That's in Isaiah 53. Okay? Inside him, stitched inside, is uvahavarato means. We're stitched inside him. Nirpalana. Okay? So here's God on the outside, encompassing what? Being with us. We're with him. We're in him. Our sins are in him. So now we're with him forever. See the static present tense, I mean. Isn't that cool? Alright, then we got John 7:13. And there's the standard construction, metemon I me. Okay, we saw that many times. And then this is just John talking, so technically it's not relevant, except you'll notice that this is a standard construction. Okay? And then this is God reassuring Paul. Okay, so look, Sacred Tetragrammaton, then with you. Ego, I am with you. Stressing the fact that he's God, he's with you. Again, same construction as above left in Haggai. Stressing the godness. Stressing his office. Okay? And then that's Paul talking, so it's not really, all that relevant. And then that's also Paul talking, and that's not really all that relevant. It's not really using the same construction. So as you can see, there were about 5 or 6 verses that weren't relevant, but a whole lot of them there were. And then in the next increment, we'll come back and start covering Haggai again. Okay. This is where we left off in episode 12. We covered verse 12 of Haggai. And the basic idea was that the remnant, always a small percentage, and Zerubbabel, later represented by Mary in Luke 1, and the son of the high priest. The son of. Very targeted reference to John the Baptist, because he's the son of, and he would therefore be eligible to be a high priest, because he's going to be a son of Aaron through Elizabeth. Alright? They obey the voice. In other words, they got their bucking up from Haggai, from what God caused Haggai to say. And they showed reverence. Now look at this. This is what we just covered in the last increment of this episode 13. I am with you. And that's the way Gabriel is going to greet Mary. Alright? And then the Lord stirred up the spirit, this means human spirit. Alright? Stirred up Zerubbabel and Joshua, the son of. Okay? And all the remnant of the people, and they came and worked on the house of the Lord. Now notice, the prophecy of Haggai comes in on the first day of the 6th month. So this message that was going on to them, to buck them up, to encourage them to go on, they start going on the 24th day of the 6th month. So there was a process of 24 days during which Haggai was talking, and during that they got their courage. It took them 24 days. 24th of Elul was when the second temple, they started building on the foundation of the second temple. Okay, they had finished the foundation of the second temple on the 24th of Kislev, as we're going to see in the next chapter. But they started building on that foundation in 521, on the 24th of Elul. Now, I can't prove it yet, but I would bet money that this is the day that Elizabeth got pregnant. It's just too rich for words. Okay? Why is there stress on the 6th month? Why does Luke pick that out? Every word in the Bible that's picked has a particular reason for being there. And as you can see from the last increment, God pays a lot of attention even to grammar rules and tweaks them. So he takes advantage of every little nuance. So when there's some stress, when something's picked out and said twice, that means you're supposed to pay attention. See, he does it here in order to bookend what's in between what he says. It's drama. This is pure drama to do it that way. Alright? And it's a finessing to say it twice in the Luke passage. He actually says it 3 times, a total of 3 times. The second time he says it, which is Luke 26, it's doing double duty because he's anticipating the joke of Luke 1:36, where the angel's going to tell Mary that Elizabeth's in her 6th month. Okay, and all the scholars pick up on the fact that Luke 1:26 means that Elizabeth is in her 6th month when Gabriel goes. They pick up on that even before they get to Luke 1:36. Any of your standard commentaries on Luke 1:26 will tell you that means Elizabeth's in her 6th month. And unfortunately, the scholars, that's as far as they go. They don't investigate the Greek to recognize that Luke is telling them additional information, that it's the 6th month on the calendar. So all this needless debate and millions of dollars wasted on incompetent, no offense, but incompetent teaching about, well, we can't know when Christ is born and we guess it's this based on astrology or astronomy or stars or some other kind of garbage. That's really pathetic. I'm hoping that in the 21st century we clean up our scholarship no matter what denomination we are. Be whatever denomination you want to be, but get your Bible right. Who cares if you're Catholic or Calvinist or anything else? Do you get the Bible right? And the answer is none of them do. How come 2,000 years have gone by and we don't know for sure, and we can't prove from Bible when Christ was born, when the evidence is right here? This just makes me wild. Okay? So now, here we go. 24th day of the 6th month. Now, if Elizabeth got pregnant then, her kid would have been born at Pentecost. Okay? Figure it out yourself. I'm going to let you go through that because I got the rest of this to do. Okay? It would have been too long a period if she got pregnant on the first day of the 6th month. Unless, there's no law that says that your first kid can take longer. There's no actual normal period of gestation for humans. There's no such thing as normal, because it's all individual based on individual biology, but there is a typical period. Okay, well, in either one of these cases you could argue it, but I would bet money this is it. When the temple started to be built, you see, they started building on the foundation on the 24th. They get the command to build on the foundation here, but they start building on the foundation there. I mean, that's a real apt metaphor for pregnancy. Okay? And then, of course, you could then argue, well, what about the 6th month on the civil calendar, which is Adar? Wouldn't that have been when Mary got pregnant? You could argue that too. It's a different 6th month. We know for sure this 6th month is Elul. So that's why I don't think it's Mary. I think it's referencing Elizabeth. This is definitely, because we know exactly what the calendar was for the Persians. This is definitely Elul right here. Okay? So now we come here, and now I'm going to have to bring up, I hope I can do this without my computer going nuts. In order to explain this, we're going to have to go to Ezra. Okay, let's get rid of the lexicon window, and let's push this down a little. Oh, I hope this works. Sometimes it makes the computer go crazy, and it's starting to slow down, so I don't know how long I can go with this. Alright, 21st of the 7th month. Now we are certain that year starts in Nisan. So we are certain that this is Itanim, aka today Tishri, which is the month of Rosh Hashanah. So we are certain that the 21st day of the 7th month is the end of the Feast of Booths. See, Ezra's in the bottom window. 7th month came. Okay, that's the first month of the civil year. Feast of Booths. See, he's accounting time the way based on the Persian calendar, which is based on the Jewish secular sacred calendar. So that's the Feast of Booths. All right, and it started on the 14th and on the 21st. Okay, so they had started when this is the year that they come back. All right, in the 7th month of the year that they came back, they celebrated the Feast of Booths. See, first day of the 7th month, they began to offer burnt. This is just showing you that they were following the law. Okay? They don't start to build on the foundation until the 2nd year that they'd gotten back. In the 2nd month, this is really important. The 2nd month is Ziv. That's the same month that our boy Zacharias is serving. The division of Abiyah in the last week. That's the same month that the first temple began construction. So they're doing this on purpose. In other words, they got there too late. When they got there into the land, they got there too late to begin constructing on the anniversary. So they wait until their 2nd year in order to begin constructing on the same month as 1 Kings 6:1. Now, did God order that, or was that their own, custom? Because they just wanted to do it on the anniversary? I don't know. But it's not being condemned here. It's just saying that's what happened. All right. So see, they began the work. In the 2nd month. All right. And then they finished the foundation. And it's not saying when here. That is covered in Haggai. It's not saying when they finished it. It's telling you when it began, but it's not telling you when it finished, when they finished the foundation. Foundation is basically a hole in the ground that steadies the building, okay, so that it won't topple. If you build something just on top of the ground and you don't dig into the ground and put your posts and everything into the ground, it's like the difference between a mobile home on top of the land and a genuine house. It's built into the land, usually a foot or two or three, sometimes more. Depends on the kind of construction of the walls, how tall the house is going to be and stuff like that, how deep you need to build it. All right? So you're usually you're digging ground into the ground, at least a couple of feet, probably, because of the temple being where it was going to be. So it took a while to build that. And they started in the second month, which is in the anniversary month of the first temple, and that's in 1 Kings 6:1. All right? And then they finish, and it doesn't say when here. Not here. It says so in Haggai. All right? Now look, this is going to be important for our passage. When they finished it, they were singing and praising and everything like that. But here's the counterpoint. A lot of the people remembered the old temple, and they were crying because it wasn't as nice as the first one. They didn't have, there's a lot of detail in 1 Kings 6 through 1 Kings 8. The gold and all the wonders and the dimensions, the whole bit. Okay, it was a wonder of the world. People came all over the world to see that temple. Even, whether they believed in God or not, it was a wonder of architecture. And so the people who came back to the land, who remembered the first temple, they were crying. They were weeping. Because the second temple didn't have the glory of the first. And it's really important to Haggai 2, to what God's going to say in Haggai 2. Okay? So they were crying, so that the people couldn't distinguish the sound of the joy from the weeping. And the sound was heard from far away. In other words, I don't know how well you know this, but in Oriental cultures, and especially Jewish culture, when you express yourself very loudly, very loud joy and very loud weeping, so you could hear it from very far away. Okay? Very, very loud. It was considered respectable to be loud, especially weeping and especially joy. Okay, shouting. Okay, lots of tumult. All right, in fact, they call it tumult. It's a favorite Yiddish Americanism to say that people are in tumult. All right, so that set up the problem. This is all backdrop to Haggai 2. When the enemies heard that the temple was building, they tried to stop it. And when they couldn't intimidate the locals, they went to Cyrus and Darius. And at this point, what's not said, because that you're expected to know, is that Cyrus was on campaign, and his son was facing civil war back home. And finally, his son had to even go to Egypt to try and keep Egypt, and he dies while he's there. Some claim that he committed suicide. Cyrus' son was Cambyses. Okay? And so then this is after Cambyses. And after Cambyses, there was this little revolt with the generals and stuff like that. Another little civil war with Pseudo-Smyrtus. And that's when Ahasuerus comes in. Okay? And this is more story, but he's basically telling you, look, there were 30 years, not 30, 539 was in, near the end of Bul, 11th of Bul, which is called March of Shavan. That was when Cyrus took over Babylon. Gobi Rasta, marching in underneath the city. And let's see, it was about 530 or so when Cyrus dies, 529, 530, somewhere in that range. Okay, and so then they're filling in the gap to get you down to 522, which is where we're picking up at Haggai. Okay, this is all the fighting that went on, how they tried to get the king to go along with what they were saying. This is before Esther now. Okay? This is also before Esther up here in Haggai. Alright? So let's dispense with Ezra and go back to Haggai now. So this is now 522. The civil war is over in Persia. You've got Ahasuerus on the throne now. And this is before Esther, the generation before Esther. And this is just after Booths has ended. So now again, God directs Haggai to say something. So again, look, he goes to Zerubbabel and to the son of the high priest. See, a clear parallel to John the Baptist there. Okay? And to the remnant of the people. See, now it's no longer just these two, but the remnant of the people, meaning everybody, very few Jews came back with them to Jerusalem. So he's calling everybody else that came back the remnant of the people. Most of the Jews stayed behind in Babylon, and some of them went to the areas where Sennacherib had moved the 10 tribes. Okay? So there were Jews in Dispersia all over the area that's now called Persia at this time. Okay? Who is left? This is a play on remnant. Who is left among you? This is a play on remnant. And he's talking straight to these people. Okay, upper blue. Who is left among you? Is talking to the lower blue in Ezra 3:12. Who saw this temple in its former glory, and how do you see it now? Does it seem like nothing in comparison? In other words, God saying, hi, I saw your tears. Okay? But now take courage, Zerubbabel. And also to the son. See, Zerubbabel, Mary by application. Joshua, son of John the Baptist by application, and his father's going to do the talking for him because the kid's just born. And all you people of the land, take courage. That's going to be the message of John the Baptist to the land. Okay? Keep doing the work. Don't feel bad about how it looks. For I am with you. This is the second time he's saying it. We just saw that. Okay? This time he's reversing the order. He's saying meta and then ego ime. Whereas back up here in 113, it's ego ime metasu. Alright? It's reversed. Alright? So he's reversing the order. He's stressing the witness. Because he's stressing that they need to keep working. See, we're always discouraged about something. It's very easy. And then the thing that's hard about discouragement is you always have a justifiable reason to be discouraged. And when I make these videos, I always kick myself. Because I'm seeing things and I understand things I can't properly express. And I always think, oh, I did that badly. You hear me be critical of others. Honey, I'm 10 times more critical of myself. I'm always seeing things I do wrong. Okay, this is when I need to remember this the most. Same thing's true for you. There are 1,000 discouragements in every day. We have an idea, and it's always better than we can execute. We can never really obey God. And this whole story about obeying and all that stuff, it's not really about obeying. It's about trusting. You will always be disappointed in yourself and others. God will make good on it. That's what he's saying here. And that's the only way to get through a day. The longer you live, the more you're going to find out that this life is just not worth living. It really isn't. You're fooled by it the first 20, 30 years of your life. And as you start to get 40, 50 years old, you realize that, hey, this is one big joke down here. All the money in the world, all the fame in the world, all the niceness in the world is all one big joke. And you just wish you could die. Okay. And then everything you do is not good enough anymore. Yeah. This is when you need to remember this. God will make good on it. So that's why it's reversed order, which we saw in the last increment. It's meta su is what he covers first. Elohim. In other words, with you, I am. He's stressing the with you first. So that's why you can be encouraged to keep on making the videos, keep on doing whatever you're doing. He'll make good on it. Alright? Now, in order to stress that, he calls them back to when they came out of Egypt. Now, for him to do that is telling us that the persecution that the Jews are facing at this time is just as bad as when Pharaoh was coming after them with his army. And they had their backs to what they called the Reed Sea. Alright? That's how bad it was. And he's saying, I'm right here. And this word abiding in your midst is Hebrew kerev, and it has a connotation of living inside you. In the middle of a group. Do not fear. So you see, this whole I am with you thing, when you hear I am with you in the Bible, the next thing you know immediately that it's in the context of a bad situation, not a good one. That's why when the angel greets Mary, okay, and that's why we know that we're looking at Haggai 2. When the angel greets Mary and he says, the Lord is with you, she tenses up. She's going to take it. She's going to accept whatever happens to her, but she's expecting to hear something bad. And that's why it says in, Luke 1:29, she was perplexed. It's not just perplexed. She's troubled, but she's steeling herself to take whatever the bad news is. Okay? And, why we sugar over her situation and, present Mary as this smiley person with no brain drives me nuts. Okay? Why we present being pregnant with Christ. Oh, it's an honor. Well, yeah, it is, but honey, that's only after you're dead that it's an honor. The whole time you're alive, it's a nightmare. Now, nobody stresses that enough. I wish they did. We're missing the whole meaning of Mary, but I'll do my tirade on that when I get to the Magnificat. But you got this. I am with you means bad news. It's bucking up. It's so bad that it's just as bad as when you came out of Egypt with your backs to the wall of the sea. My spirit is within you. Right smack dab in the middle. Kerev. Don't fear. Don't be afraid. Okay, we're now in episode 14. And I'm going to start this off in backwards order. I want to illustrate where we're going. It might be more helpful so you don't get lost. On the left-hand side of the screen, Haggai 2:22 is what Mary and Zacharias are quoting. And what we're going to see when I finish showing you the outline of Haggai 2 is that this is all a prophecy about the interplay between the Gentiles, to fulfill the prophecy to the Gentiles, and the birth of Christ. And both Mary and Zacharias are referencing this particular verse. So they are tying to it because this is the only place where this confluence of facts, confluence of ties fits. Where, you got the right characters, you got the 6 months, you've got the prediction of Messiah's birth on a particular day, and the tie-in of the prophecy to the Gentiles, which ties into Galilee and Nazareth, and in particular, the rebuilding of the temple, because Christ is the temple depicts, and how that is affected by the Gentiles first attacking and trying to prevent the temple from being built, but then also how they become the friends of the temple, which is the main feature of Haggai 2. So they're all, these two New Testament witnesses, so to speak, Mary and Zacharias, are referring to that event. Okay. But before I get into that, and then double back and cover the rest of what Mary says and Zechariah says, I wanted to just first show, let me get rid of there so you can look at the other translations. I want to first go back to the angel. Yeah. I want to go back to the angel and his wording. No, I didn't want to focus on that word. That's one of the words that, remember, I don't remember if it was in episode 5 or 6. I was saying, I don't know why the Holy Spirit is, having Gabriel use this language. Come upon is the English. Eperkomai is the verb, and it means come upon. But the bigger one to look at is this one, episkiadzo. This ending, adzo, in Greek it denotes a stronger force. Whenever you see an adzo meaning, an adzo verb, you always have a connotation of vehemence. Okay, really strong. All right, greater action, force than in some other form of the verb. You add adzos to this suffix to a lot of Greek verbs in order to stress the strength of the action. Okay? And skiadzo has this connotation of, like skenos, container. Okay, specifically container for a ship. And that it's used as a euphemism for pregnancy. Okay. And there's been a lot of discussion about this. This is Thayer's lexicon, which you can find on the internet. Okay. This is Bauer Anchor, which you have to pay for to get it. Okay, but there's one particular meaning to this that gives light to, sorry about the pun, that gives light to why that word is used. It's translated overshadow in English, and that is a proper translation. But here is another use of the same verb in Acts 5:15. And in that particular context, that's about them hoping, I think it's Peter, it might be Paul, no, it's Peter. That was when Peter was wandering around before he left. And at that point in time, God was giving him the ability to do miracles of healing. And he became so famous for it that people would follow him around and at least hope that his shadow would fall on them to heal them. Okay? So the concept was, and that would explain why this word is used in Luke 1:35 in the upper right-hand corner, the concept was that if somebody had a gift of doing something to you, like healing in particular, that even if you touch the shadow, and you see that expression with people following the Lord in the Gospels, even if they could just touch the hem of his robe, they would be healed. In other words, however remote the touching, however remote the contact, they had this usually silly idea that they could get healed by it, and God in his grace allowed that to actually happen. So when he says overshadow, he specifically means, I want to really stress this, because there's so many lurid, stupid stories, especially in the Quran, about how Mary got pregnant. It means that there was no contact. Okay, upper right-hand corner, episkiaze. All right, vocabulary form is episkiazo. It's got a lot of force to the verb. Okay, but it's a shadow. In other words, the body is in front of the object. There's no touching going on between the body and the object, and the sunlight it's like sunlight is first, then you got some body of some kind or a wall or whatever next, and then the ultimate object that's receiving the shadow from the wall is behind the wall, not touching it. If you can't touch, if you're touching the wall, you're not touching the shadow. You have to be at some distance from the wall, with the shadow, of course, being at an angle versus the sunlight, in order for the shadow to touch you. And then even then, the shadow isn't really touching you. It's just a dark spot on the ground that you happen to be touching that part of the ground. You're touching the ground. You're not touching a shadow. You're touching a part of the ground that's in shadow. Okay? So this stresses the fact that there is no physical contact going on between God and Mary. And that really matters because there's, in the Miriam Surah, that's number 19 of the Quran, I think it's number 19, there is this incredibly lurid, stupid story that nobody in his right mind would ever believe about some man who's really an angel who comes to an oasis where Mary is, and she's going to get pregnant and have a kid in this oasis all by herself. Okay, you have to understand, in that culture of that day, for a woman to be by herself, I mean, you might as well brand her a prostitute right then and there. Women were not supposed to be alone in that culture of that day, especially a young woman. An older woman, well, nobody cares. There's no real sexual issue there. But if you're a young woman, you were never left alone. Okay? You were always in the company of someone. So the Quran story about Mary is completely sick, and it really insults her. Just like the Catholic Church insults Mary by calling her a virgin all the time. I'll get to that in later episodes. Okay? It's a total insult, either way. And this verb that you see highlighted in the upper right-hand corner in blue, and then that's the lexical entry in Bauer Danker that's also highlighted in blue, where it's showing the other usage of the same verb in Acts 5:15. That stresses the fact that it's the shadow on the ground, a darkened patch of ground due to something else at a distance casting a shadow. And you're touching that part of the ground, so you're touching the shadow only in that sense. You're not really touching anything but the ground. So the Holy Spirit did not touch her. You got that. Okay? The other one, come upon, is a ephemeral expression. There's something that happens. Okay? Something that comes to pass. All right? It can have a physical connotation, okay? But when it says it comes upon her and the power will overshadow, this is telling you that the mechanic of it is not physical contact. This is the power, this means Most High, and this is overshadow, which we just saw. So in other words, it's going to happen that the Holy Spirit, in coming upon it, it means like happen to you. All right? The physics are overshadow, which means he's not touching you. There's no sex with God, okay? There's no sex with the angel either, which is, the Quran is basically making a lurid story about sex between the angel and Mary alone in an oasis. There's no end to man's stupidity. See? Cause a darkening cover. That's the root idea. But this is why that usage occurs. Is the belief that, well, if I even get into your shadow, I'll have healing. So that's what he chooses to use. So in other words, she's going to know. And in fact, before this chapter is over, she's going to be pregnant. Before she even gets, while she's on her way to see Elizabeth, she's pregnant. Because by the time she gets to Elizabeth, which is maybe a day's journey or less, by the time she gets there, she's already pregnant. Because she leaves right after she gets this message, as you're going to see when I cover it. Right after she gets this message from the angel and he leaves, she goes running over to Elizabeth, which is a day's journey or less. Okay, at a time when, Purim was the time when people traveled. That's what they used to do. That's how they celebrated Purim, was that they would give gifts to each other, and everybody would visit everybody else and thank themselves, for their freedom. It was a freedom holiday. And so while she's on her way to Elizabeth, she's pregnant while she's traveling. Yeah, because it takes like less than a nanosecond. And I guess, this is used to, liken it to, this kind of issue where, for a nanosecond, you happen to be in touch with the ground where the shadow is and you're healed instantly. So it was instantaneous. There was no personal contact. Okay. And again, come upon is a sort of impersonal verb that's used of events. See, it can have a physical meaning, but see, to arrive, something that arrives. Well, they came from Antioch. All right, they arrived at place A from place B. Okay, you can arrive from a superior position. And of course, specifically Luke 135 is referenced by Barrett-Anker there. To occur as an event or a process, happen, come about. Okay, that's the second meaning. And this is very common. Okay, it's used as a synonym. Just like we say, it came about that Joe Blow was at the store. Okay. And also, and this is really important given what we were talking about before, something that happens that's, when Barrett-Anker says our lead, it means the Bible. Something exclusively unpleasant. See, what is coming upon the world. Remember, the angel greeted her with, God with you. And that's like, immediate alert, something bad, you're going to be giving me bad news. Something specifically that's going to, something that's going to happen to me that I'm going to have to do if I believe in you, that other people are going to oppose. Okay, that was in Luke 128, and that's why Luke 129 was Mary wondering what the heck that kind of greeting would mean. We went through that in episode 13, or was it 12? Anyway, so this come upon is a sort of generic term, just like we use it in English. In fact, this is the reason why we have that phrase in English. Most of our English usage comes from biblical usage of Greek and Hebrew words, because people learned the Greek and Hebrew in the old days. Okay, that's English language is full of biblical background to our English words. Maybe someday people will realize that. So that's come upon, and that's overshadow, and now you know where that comes from. Now, we got to go back to Haggai. Oops. Uh-oh, looks like my computer's going wacko. We got to go back to Haggai now and cover the rest of what's being said here. Okay, back up here, remember, we said 6th month. This was the first day of the 6th month. And then 23 days later, that's when they started rebuilding. Okay, and then we started in Haggai 2. Please tell me I'm recording. Then in Haggai 2, he's coming again, a second time, on the 21st of the 7th month. And we covered how that means it's just after Booths has ended. Alright, so look at the timing of this. This is important. Again, it's really important to know Jewish culture, or all this stuff will just make your eyes glaze over. 24th day of the 6th month. That's Elul. That means there was 1 week. Again, the Jewish calendar today is completely wrong. All the months had 30 days in the Old Testament. Okay? Before the Old Testament canon was completed. And sometime between the Old Testament canon's completion and the time of Jesus' day, the calendar got all screwed up. Under the Hasmoneans, it got all screwed up. So on the 24th day of the 6th month, which means that there was only 6 days left in the month afterwards. So this is when they started building on the foundation. Okay? And that means that for 6 days they were working. And then under the Jewish law, 1 Kings 9, for example, the first day of the month was Rosh Hashanah. So they had to stop working. And then on the second day until the 10th day, just before the 10th day, they could work again. So they had basically worked 9 days, all right, plus 6 days, 15 days. And then they have to stop because that's Yom Kippur on the 10th. And then, so they've worked 15 days, and then on Yom Kippur until the 14th, Yom Kippur you're not allowed to work either. The day after Yom Kippur until the 14th, okay, then they're working again for 3 days. So they basically got 18 days of work. That's not necessarily 18 days because it depends on whether there were intervening Sabbaths. Okay, but we'll say at a maximum of 18 days that they were working by the time this happens. And the 14th to the 21st is the Feast of Booths. Now, what I forgot to mention and need to is the purpose of the Feast of Booths was to remind them of their own wandering in the wilderness when they came out of Egypt. Okay? That's why this is also used, why God is using that. Because they were already spending 7 days. They just finished spending 7 days commemorating the fact, and this is really rich considering the circumstances. They're newly in the land. Okay, again, they built their own houses, but during these 7 days, you're not allowed to live in your house. You have to basically erect a shelter on your property, like a little tent, and camp out for 7 days. The Jews still do that to this day. In fact, when you go to buy an apartment in Israel, one of the things that you have to check is whether or not you have a sukkah, which means a little thatched roof area, or an area where you can create one. Okay? Because when they have the Feast of Booths in Israel even today, you got to create those thatched roofs. And they make a whole bunch of them around the Kotel. The Kotel is the place where the Wailing Wall is. And they make a whole bunch of them around there. And they're supposed to, and they probably don't really do this, but you're supposed to live there. You're not supposed to live in your house. You're supposed to pretend that you're still in the wilderness, not having gotten into the land yet. So this would be really meaningful to them, to do this. This is they've been doing it now for this is 522. Darius the Great is ruling. They got in the land, and the first time they did it was 537. And again, I've got to adjust maybe the calendar. So you're looking at about 15 years they've been doing that. All right. So when he says, the promise I made when you came out of Egypt, all right, that's why he's saying it. He's reminding them, and it'll be fresh in their minds, why they were at booths. Okay? And then the other correction I needed to make, abiding in your midst, okay, that's not the Hebrew word kerev. It's another word, but it does mean what I told you, standing right in the middle of you. Okay? Kerev means that too, but kerev has different connotations versus what's there. Okay. So now, in the next increment, we're going to get to this, because this is going to explain why Mary and Zacharias are using this verse. Okay. We're back now, and I'm going to explain the phrase in the upper blue with respect to the lower blue, because they're both talking about the same period. Again, we're getting ready to introduce the upper blue in Haggai 2, 6 through 8 is being indirectly quoted by both Mary and Zacharias. And so in order to explain why they're doing that, I have to read you into the historical context. the translation here is a little bit off, and I'll just explain it as quickly as I can when I get to that. But you're seeing in the upper blue the idea God is making a promise to them. I am with you, work. That's in verse 4. In verse 6, it says, once more in a little while I'm going to shake the heavens and earth, the sea and the dry land. I'll shake all the nations. They will come with all the wealth. The word wealth is where we're going to have to change the translation, because that's not really what it says. They will come with the wealth of the nations, and I will fill this house with glory, says the Lord of hosts. The silver is mine and the gold is mine, declares the Lord of hosts. Now, typical Bible prophecy sounds cryptic, as this does. Not because it is cryptic, but because it's wordplay. And that's why we all have so much trouble reading the Bible, is that we are not taught the cultural context of these words. We don't know the place names, we don't know the people names, we don't know the cultural loading of the words. They don't have the same loading in English. So our eyes glaze over when we read stuff like this. Most of Bible prophecy is worded in broad terms like this. And so, it sounds repetitive, and it's like, well, who knows what the heck this means? And frankly, a lot of the scholars and the teachers, when they teach you this stuff, they just write it off. They give you some general homily idea out of it, and then they just walk past it, which is really a shame, because every word in the Word of God is there for a reason. It's very carefully chosen. So let's look at why God chooses this language to use. The reason why he's choosing it is when he says once more in a little while. First of all, this doesn't actually say in a little while. It means once more a little it. That's the literal Hebrew. Okay? Once more a little it. And that's an idiom in Hebrew, meaning, it does mean in a little while, but it means shortly. A better translation should be shortly. And it really is shortly, as we're going to see, like within a few months of the time he's talking here. Once more, I'm going to shake the heavens and earth, the sea and the dry land. Now, he's using very strong language here, implying that this is a worldwide thing he's going to do. You think of the flood, you think of the Exodus, you think of some world cataclysm. Okay? And you especially think that because this word shake is used for earthquakes all across the Bible, in both Hebrew and Greek. Okay? So, he's saying, I'm going to shake up the world. I'm going to shake it up in the heavens. I'm going to shake it up in the earth. I'm going to shake it up in the sea. And I'm going to shake it up on dry land. Now, of course, if you shallowly interpret history and you just want to debunk the Bible, you'll say, well, there was no world cataclysm that happened at that time. Because you're going to take the word shake and you're going to interpret it to mean an earthquake, a physical earthquake. Okay, but honey, there's more than one kind of earthquake. And the particular earthquake that he's got in mind is the sound of many, many hoofs. Because this guy here is the earthquake. His name is Darius. He's called the Great in history. He started ruling in 522. He had just come to the throne. He was in his second year. Okay. When Haggai starts writing. See, look. In the second year of Darius. Now, you have to understand when it says in the second year, that means it had just begun. I mean, actually, the year began, which was Nisan, and he's 6 months into his second year, specifically. In other words, especially the Persian kings, they celebrated their accession every April. The ancient Jewish kings used to do the same thing, to tie the civil calendar to the sacred calendar. He celebrated his accession in April, Nisan. Okay, which is starts in the vernal equinox of March. And the 6th month is 6 months from that accession date. So even though he might have come to power, and I got to go through why. Even though he might have come to power the 2 years prior, he starts his accession on the beginning of the new year after he takes power. Okay? So it's his official second year. He's really been officially reigning 1 year and 6 months. And if you know anything about rulership, especially in the ancient world, you're just brand new. Now this Darius the Great came to power because there was this, remember I said was it episode 12? Cyrus was going on campaigns all throughout the Middle East because he was basically doing what Alexander would later do. And he was having trouble keeping Egypt as a vassal state. So his son Cambyses had to go, because Cyrus dies during his campaign. Cambyses, his son, has to go into Egypt to try and keep Egypt in tow, and dies while he's there. Meanwhile, back home in Persia, there were generals, of which Darius was one of them, the guy who becomes called Darius. This is a title, okay? This is not an actual first name or second name. There were the generals busy fighting in a civil war while Cambyses was gone. They were fighting against another guy who's called Pseudo-Smyrnus in history. Smyrnus. Cambyses had killed his physical brother and then went running off to Egypt to finish taking care of the Egyptian problem. And some other guy that was put up by a faction of Magi's pretends to be the dead brother because Cambyses hid the fact that he murdered his brother. So the guy came to be known by scholars today as Pseudo-Smyrnus. And that guy ended up ruling for a while, and his backers were the Magi. Well, the generals were against the Magi, and they finally defeated and really killed Pseudo-Smyrnus. All right, and the guy that they finally, put up on the throne, who was, I don't know, he was kind of like the Diocletian of his day, except he was much more enlightened, was this guy that is known to history now as Darius the Great. And he comes to power in 522. So when the Lord says in Haggai 2, in just a bit, shortly, soon, like, next month, actually, I'm going to shake the heavens and earth, the sea and the dry land. This is the guy who's the earthquake. He changed the Middle East. Okay? He's the Augustus of Persia. This guy was a great administrator. And he consolidated all the gains made by Cyrus and Cambyses. So from the Carpathians, Carpathian Mountains, all the way down to the Nile, that was his territory. All right? And he was therefore easily as big as Nebuchadnezzar had been. And this guy was a great organizer. He took a lot of his clues from the days of Daniel. He must have done a lot of study or something. And he organized the whole region into such a great state of affairs that there was an unheralded peace. I mean, there was an unusual amount of peace due to this guy coming to power. And his son would be the guy that, is the king who fell in love with Esther. Okay? This is the Darius that ended up going against the Greeks. Okay, and then he dies while, I'm not sure if he was still on campaign or not, but his son is the son that ended up going against the Greeks at the Battle of Salamis and came limping home, and that's why he had his little party, and that's why you had the story of the book of Esther. They had to do something to cheer him up. Okay? So he wasn't as great as his dad. I mean, he was smarting from a defeat by a little tiny nation of Greeks when he had millions and millions and millions of people in his army. When you see the movie, which is really horrible, I hated that movie. The movie 300 with Gerard Butler. when you see all those troops all split out like that, that gives you some sense of the power of Darius. That was that king that's depicted there. Okay, I believe it's that one. Battle Marathon. I forget the difference between Battle Marathon and Salamis. Marathon, wasn't that 390? So that would have been this Darius the Great. He died in 485. I want to say it was 45. 522, 485 or thereabouts. 46. 380, yeah, 46. Something like that. Anyway, this is the guy who's in power. So when God says, I'm going to shake the heavens and the earth, he's talking about this guy who's just come to power. And he's not, they're going to know very quickly what he means by this. And then he follows it up. I'll shake the nations. See, it's not physical earthquake. It's the nations he's shaking. You don't shake the nations by means of a physical earthquake. You shake them by means of a radical change in politics. I will shake the nations. Now, when he's saying shake, it's the word for earthquake. And then it says they will come with, and it's not the word wealth. It means, the Hebrew just says they will come, the desirable. Okay? It's an adjective, desire, delight, in a human sense of anything that that delights your senses. Okay? That you would praise because you're so pleased, your senses are so pleased. But this is a singular word here. It's just they will come, the delight of all the nations. Now, in Hebrew, this has got a connotation of the place that they come to is their delight, meaning the temple. Okay? And I will fill this house with glory, and that's literally what it says in the Hebrew. The mala is used as the Hebrew verb here, and that's the kind of filling you do when you fill up your belly, you fill up your coffers. So you can understand why the translators translate the word desire, it's really desirable, but used as a noun in Hebrew. You can understand why they call that wealth, especially since silver and gold is here in the next verse, and he's talking about mala, fill, with glory. But he's talking about the Shekinah glory. He's talking about glory of reputation too. So you can see why they picked the word wealth. And yeah, wealth is a desirable thing. Wealth is something that pleases the senses. But that's not what the word is. And then in the LXX, they translate what's the word wealth here with the elect ones, eklektoi. Eklekta, literally. The elected things. The elected ones, used in a neuter sense. Okay? So, the implication is that the people who come there, the people who come to the temple, are the ones God chose to come. So the first meaning in the Hebrew and the Greek has to do with the people, the Gentiles coming there. See, shaking all the nations, this means Gentiles. It's the Gentiles who are coming, and they're coming to the temple. That's why it says with. There's no actual preposition with in the Hebrew or the Greek. It's their coming. They come. And they're coming to some place, and that some place is called desire in the Hebrew. Except the Hebrew ad isn't there, so it's double entendre about who they are versus where they go. And the who they are is what's the focus of the LXX translation, which is ta klekta, the chosen ones. And it's using neuter. The chosen things, the chosen ones. Dual entendre. And it's God who's filling the house, not the Gentiles. It literally says, I will fill this house with glory. That's God talking. And then, of course, the next verse, silver and gold. So what Zerubbabel and them are hearing that they don't immediately understand, or maybe they do, but poetically expressed, is, hi, you're concerned about getting your work done and the trouble you're under because you're surrounded by enemies who don't want this temple to be finished. But you just wait. Just a little longer. You just wait. I'm going to shake heavens and the earth. And this is a phrase that means that nothing's going to stop God from getting this to happen. I will shake the nations. Now he's being more specific as to what he means by shake. Okay? I'll shake the nations. That's like an earthquake. That's not like shakedown in English. That's like earthquake. And it's a political earthquake, which this guy is. Okay? And they, meaning the Gentiles, see, they references these people, will come desire of all the nations. Meaning that they want to go to the temple. They want to go there. They want to worship there. And then God will fill the house with glory. And then he's making reference to the fact that they're going to have enough money. Now watch this in the lower window. I'm going to have to pull this up. Because the fulfillment of what he's talking about happens almost immediately. Okay, here you go. This is the opposition, Ezra 4:1, when the enemies of Judah and Benjamin heard that this is just after the foundation was being laid. Okay, just after the foundation was being laid, because we saw that in Exodus and Ezra 3, right? And they're crying, because the foundation is so small. It's only 60 cubits, which is about 90 feet square. All right? Because that was what they were allowed to build, as we're going to find out. All right? Now the enemies want to pretend to be your friends. Anybody's nice to you, honey. The minute you hear somebody be real nice to you, your guard should go up, a red flag should go up. This person wants something from you. Count on it. Okay? They're trying to butter you up, and that's exactly what they did. Zerubbabel wasn't stupid, and the son of, the high priest wasn't stupid. They're all, nope, sorry. We're going to go and obey King Cyrus's commandment, which we saw that began Ezra 1:1. All right? The first year of Cyrus is the first year that Daniel is back in the good graces again. Remember, he was under Nebuchadnezzar. Then, after Nebuchadnezzar died, the other kings that took Nebuchadnezzar's place, Daniel became persona non grata. And it wasn't until Cyrus invaded Babylon on the 11th of Bul, 539 BC, it wasn't until then that Daniel was reinstated. And he was reinstated with Darius the Mede. And in that very first year, when Darius the Mede is locally ruling Babylon, while Cyrus is, running off, Emperor Cyrus is running off elsewhere, that's when Daniel gets his vision. That's when Daniel prays. And that's why it's saying the first year of King Cyrus. As soon as Daniel prayed, God answered the prayer, because Daniel picked the right year to pray in, which was the 49th year of their exile. And I go through that in my Psalm 90 videos, showing you the meter that Daniel uses, so you know exactly when Daniel was making that prayer. He timed it. And his own meter in his Hebrew shows you that. And I spent many videos on that, which you can see in the Psalm 90 playlist. Okay, beginning about episode 19 or so. Okay. Now, so we are back now. This is now the first year of Darius the Great, who's just come to power. The beginning, middle of his second year. And this is a flashback to the second year of Cyrus, when they were in the land just finishing the foundation. Okay, so then the people of the land started doing their little guerrilla thing, and they frustrated from all the days of Cyrus until the end of Darius. In other words, Cyrus was so busy moving around trying to preserve his kingdom, there was so much political brouhaha going on back home, because he wasn't there, that the enemies were able to frustrate Cyrus's own decree from being fulfilled, until Darius the Great, who is the guy that's in Haggai 2, the guy that's newly in power. Okay? So, Ahasuerus is another nickname. At the beginning of Ahasuerus, meaning Darius, these people wrote an accusation. In other words, in the timeline, in Ezra 4:6, you're looking at, Zerubbabel has just finished getting this. They've just finished doing this. They've started rebuilding again. Okay? So they're writing an accusation to stop it. Okay, so you had that they built the foundation. That was in the second year that they had returned, second year of Cyrus. Then these guys frustrated them until here. I had a little problem with some popcorn in my throat. As you can see on the upper, I've changed the windows now. In the upper portion of the blue, you've got Haggai 2. And we're explaining what God means by the phrase that's highlighted in blue. And in the lower window, we're now going to the place that shows the fulfillment of the verse in Haggai, which is in Ezra 4. Now, Ezra is writing retrospectively. He actually comes to the land after all this happens. I want to say that he came there 478 or so. It might not be then. But he came afterwards, and so he's filling in before Ezra 6:15. He's filling in what happened before he came to read everybody into the picture for his arrival. And so he's going through the backstory, the back history. And he's saying that the reason why the temple construction was delayed was because the enemies in the land, trying to stop the temple from being reconstructed, started and successfully delayed construction, beginning with Cyrus, okay, starting his like second year, maybe second, third year, end of the second year, beginning of the third year of Cyrus having taken over Babylon, until the reign of Darius. In other words, when Daniel got reinstated due to Cyrus taking over Babylon, you've got that whole story of him with Darius the Mede and being thrown in the lion's den, and was it the lion's den or I think it was the lion's den. Anyway, the problem that he had in what was it, Daniel 6 or something, while the Darius the Mede was in power, which was basically 3 years, the guy ruled starting at age 62. And it was back and forth. They were trying to attack Daniel. All right. But the first year that guy got in office, that was when Daniel prayed Daniel 9. And so as a result of him praying Daniel 9, he gets in trouble with his own, he's upset, people around him are upset that he gets to be in charge again. And obviously the people back in Jerusalem are pretty upset about it too. So what basically happened was the people in the land bypassed Babylon and went straight to writing Persia while Cyrus was gone. All right? And they basically got them to do something which under Persian law you aren't supposed to be able to do. This is the story. You got, there's a little parenthesis of explanation between here, Ezra 4:5, and here, Ezra 4:24, is telling you about that period of time until Darius the Great comes to power, which at the time of Haggai, he had been in power for 18 months. All right? So during the interim, what they had done was something they shouldn't have been able to do under Persian law, okay, is they wrote to the guys who were in power at the time. Okay, Ahasuerus is another title, okay. They wrote them, and this is telling about the time period and who did it, basically arguing that if Jerusalem is allowed to be rebuilt, they will rebel. And that was a real hot issue at the time because Cyrus was out campaigning in the same part of the world, namely Egypt. So there was a concern that Jerusalem would ally itself with Egypt and rebel. So, CYA, the king's not going to take a chance, And he's going to say, don't rebuild. But the problem is that Cyrus had already issued a command saying rebuild, saying the temple could be built. We saw that at the beginning of the book of Ezra. All right, and in Persian law, the laws of the Medes and Persians cannot be overruled. Once you set a law, you can't overrule it. So they're disobeying their own rule here. That's very important. They're going against their own law. When the king responds, and this is what he does. See, here's them manufacturing this lie that Israel's going to rebel. And then here's the king's answer. Okay? And he issues his own decree without paying attention to precedents. So he's issuing an illegal decree. Okay? Saying that make these men stop work. He's going against Cyrus when he says this. That tells you the power of anti-Semitism. They're going against their own national law. The laws of the Medes and Persians cannot be rescinded. And Cyrus made the law beginning of Ezra. But this guy, while Cyrus is absent, and this is during the 7-year civil war, so that tells you how bad it was, stop work. Okay? And as soon as it was done, the people that hated Jerusalem went to the Jews and stopped them by force of arms. So the work on the house of God ceased and stopped until the 2nd year of Darius. So you can now understand why there's all this encouragement that God is giving them now that Darius is in power. But see, Susa is like 5 months' journey from where they are. 5 months' journey if you're going in an entourage. So, a lot faster if you're going on horseback. Alright? Susa's kind of far away from Jerusalem. So they don't understand what's going on with this guy. So God's giving them like a little advanced news bulletin. Okay, when he says, just wait a little longer. I'm going to shake up everything and get this temple back in line. So watch what he does. So that was your intro in Ezra. Okay. And now he's introducing the time of Haggai, which we're looking up in the top window. See? When the prophets, prophesied to the Jews and told them who was over them. Okay, so he knows this book is already written at the time Ezra writes. See, he's writing retrospectively. And they began to rebuild anyway. See? They began to rebuild anyway. This is how God answers prayer, like immediately. Everybody's saying they don't get prayer answered by God. I don't know how they can say that. Are you using 1 John 1:9? Because I've never had a prayer that wasn't answered by God. If you're not using 1 John 1:9, you're not going to get an answer because you're not praying in the Spirit. Okay. Immediately Daniel had prayed, and immediately Cyrus comes and issues the decree. Okay, and then the enemies managed to, frustrate that because Cyrus is not there. Okay, so they frustrate it until when? Until Darius gets in power. And he's been in power only 18 months. See, this is really important. If you're that new on the throne and you came to power in a civil war, you got a lot of people you got to reward to stay in power. It's really dicey to stay in power under those circumstances, especially in the ancient world, because basically if you wanted to become king, you just slew the guy who already was king, and then you made yourself king. And then the next guy would slay you. That's how it was. So this guy is not secure on his throne. He shouldn't be doing anything that's controversial, but this is very controversial what he's getting ready to do. 24th day of the 6th month, then Darius is king. So he's only been in power 18 months. The people don't listen to the fact that they had, see, back down here, by force of arms, they had been stopped for basically 15, 16 years. But Haggai comes, and they start rebuilding anyhow. You got that? So Ezra's picking up that story in the top blue here in Ezra 5. When Haggai did this, and they began to rebuild the house of God, so the blue in the lower window is agreeing with the blue in the upper window. When Darius is only a year and a half in power, and therefore not secure on his throne, okay, the prophets of God were supporting them, see, and we see what that support is. That's Haggai 2 now. That's this verse now. That's the support. So they listened to God irrespective of the possible political fallout, which should have been bad because Darius was only in power for 18 months. Okay? So at that time, Tatani, this is one of their enemies, the governor of the province, this is beyond the Jordan. The river here means the Jordan River. Okay? They come and, well, who told you you can rebuild? Okay? And who's rebuilding? They wanted to get a list of names that they could accuse. All right? And who told you you could do this? Okay, so we replied. All right, and they're going through channels. They're telling Tatani, the governor. See, it's now Tatani who's the governor, not Zerubbabel. Zerubbabel was the governor when they first got back, but no longer, because the opposition to the Jews was so great that somebody else was appointed governor. All right, so Tatani writes to Darius, the new king, 18 months on the throne. They sent a report to him, it's really flowery, Oriental style. Okay, king, look, we said, here's this problem we got. Jerusalem's being rebuilt. You can't rebuild the temple without rebuilding the city. Okay? And we asked, we're doing our job. It's not supposed to be rebuilt. They started rebuilding it against orders anyway. So we were good boys and girls. We went to the elders and asked you, who said, is it okay? And, oh, by the way, if you want to accuse them and put them, burn their house down and kill all their family, here are the names of the people who you can do to. In other words, it's not our fault. See what good boys we are to be tattletales. All right? And here was the answer of the Jews. Now pay close attention to this. We are the servants of the God of heaven and earth, and are rebuilding the temple that was built many years ago, which a great king of Israel finished. Because our fathers, because we provoked God to wrath. They are quoting Daniel 9's prayer. Daniel spent like 17 verses saying just that, which you see highlighted in blue in the bottom window. In other words, what Daniel wrote in Daniel 9 is in the archives of Susa, where Darius is located. And they are referring Darius back to the material at the time in the first year Cyrus took over. That's when Daniel prayed. And that's when Daniel prayed for the temple. And that's when Cyrus wrote the decree allowing the temple to be rebuilt. In other words, the background, the backstory, the reason for the temple's rebuilding is all located in Susa, in Persia. So they're giving him not only the impetus for their rebuilding, they're giving him the place where he can look up the records and find out the validity of what they're saying, because they didn't cause the rebuilding. They were sent there due to Daniel's prayer and Cyrus's acceptance of it. Now, what's kind of remarkable about this letter, considering that the guy is not a friend of the Jews, he does care about about properly representing the situation. Okay, remember, this is Tatani, not Zerubbabel writing. Okay? The other thing that's interesting about it, he's saying to the house of the great God. So, he's supposed to be their enemy, but at the same time, he doesn't have to introduce this phrase. Okay, I mean, he's quoting them. I mean, it's not him saying that. These are the Jews writing this. He's quoting their letter. Okay? He's quoting what they say. But he doesn't have to write to Darius and quote them. Alright? This part, he's quoting them. Alright? And then this part is an introduction. This is a sideline of his own wording. You know, he's covering his behind. Alright? We got the names of the culprits if you decide these people are guilty. You see, we're doing our job. Okay? So you can see two sides to this guy's personality. And now he's quoting them again. But see, he's got a certain objectivity, because if he just wanted to get rid of the temple, he wouldn't present their side of the story like he's doing. So he's either anal, despite the fact he doesn't like them, or he's starting to change his mind toward them, or, I don't know, maybe he's just being a typical martinet, but he is following protocol. Okay, he's doing what he should do. He should present both sides, so now he is. And he's saying, this is their story, this is what they said. Our fathers provoked God to wrath. They're not blaming the local kings. They're not saying that they were trying to rebel against kings. They're saying that it's because it's their own fault the temple's down, not anybody else's, because they angered their own God. Alright? That's why Nebuchadnezzar took over. And in the first year of Cyrus issued a decree to rebuild. That's Ezra 1:1, which is the same year as Daniel 9. Okay, just after Daniel prays. The 49th year of their captivity. Beginning of it. According to Daniel's own meter, it's the beginning of that year. Okay, now here, look at this. Also the gold and silver utensils of the house. See? The silver is mine and the gold is mine. See, this sounds cryptic. But once you know what it references, it's not cryptic anymore, it's wordplay. And you're appreciating the deftness. See? Shortly. Yeah. Just as, almost as, like, the following month, as we're going to see. And then I'm going to show you where this phrase comes true. And that. Okay, and this. All this stuff is going to be fulfilled just in the next half of Ezra. But he's preview of coming attractions. This is so frequent in Hebrew. You end it in something that's going to happen sooner. See, the silver and gold is mine. He's talking about the silver and gold utensils in the temple. They're already there at the time this prophecy is given to Zerubbabel. It's already there. They're already using it. But at the same time, they need ongoing silver and gold to run the temple. And they don't have it because they're under opposition. So Tatanias is writing what they said, and they said, the silver and gold utensils of the house of God. See, upper blue, the silver is mine and the gold is mine, which Nebuchadnezzar had taken and brought to Babylon. Cyrus took from the temple and gave it back to the appointed governor. This was another name for Zerubbabel at the time. And said, take them back, go and deposit them in Jerusalem. So, in other words, this is part of their explanation to Tatani why the silver and gold should not be appropriated. Excuse me. Should not be appropriated by the local authorities, but left in the temple. And then he came out and he laid the foundation. Again, this is the Babylonian name for Zerubbabel. And laid the foundation of the house. And then until now it's been under construction and not yet completed. So this is Tatani's closing request. Let a search be conducted in the treasure house in Babylon to to see if that decree existed. Now, that he's following Babylonian, which became, superseded by Persian and Persian law. The law of the Medes and the Persians, as you saw from the book of Esther if you read it. One of the things that's distinctive about that is that you cannot rescind the decree. You can write another decree that has the effect of moderating a prior decree, but you cannot undo a decree that's been written. So what this highlighted in blue at the bottom is telling you is that the Cyrus decree is still in force. It never goes out of force. So that was the problem in Persian law, is that they had these decrees that overlapped each other because they could never rescind one that had been issued. And if this decree still exists, legally speaking, then the king has to render a decision, considering that in the interim, between the time of Cyrus and the time he's sitting on the throne, other kings also issued decrees that can't be rescinded. The death of the king doesn't enable you to rescind it. You have to have some kind of precedence. Sorry to go through this legal stuff, but it really matters, especially with respect to understanding why the Bible has the kind of text it does and goes into detail the way it does. It gives you insight into the culture and the law of that day. And it also helps us to understand these people were not stupid. Just because they didn't have TV makes you stupid, okay? They were very sophisticated in their legal procedure. Sometimes too much so. Alright? So, he's following, this Tatanai is following procedure. He's doing the right thing. He's very objective. Search. If there's a decree, he knows that decree is still active. And that creates a problem that, yes, justifies rebuilding the temple. And maybe he doesn't want that, but he knows what the law is, and he's not going to, he wants to, curry favor with the new king, but at the same time, he's a stickler for things. That's why I sort of favor the idea that this guy was kind of anal. I mean, this is the kind of civil servant you actually want to have, and a lot of civil servants in most countries are kind of like this. So he's saying, look, let's look at the law here. What's the precedence? Okay, so now, and this is what causes the temple construction. This is what causes the fulfillment of what he's going to say here. Then Darius issues a decree, search is made, and they found. Alright? So he writes, memorandum. Okay, memorandum is our translation of it. Okay, so now he says, here's the decree. See, here's where you get the 60 cubits I told you about earlier. That's roughly 90 feet square, which is a lot smaller than the initial temple. See, if the foundations are 90 feet square, that pretty much sets the dimension of the temple. Now, you could have outbuildings around it, which they later did do, but the temple itself was a lot smaller than the initial one Solomon laid. And that's why the people were crying when they dug the foundation. Okay, and it's not very tall either. Okay? I mean, it's 90 feet tall, which to us is pretty tall, but in those days it really wasn't. 90 feet tall was the height of the statue that Nebuchadnezzar had, too. 3 layers of large stones and 1 layer of timbers. Okay? So, and look at this. And let the cost be paid from the royal treasury. That was the decree that Cyrus made. And see, he's quoting the decree. This is what we found. Yeah, we found it. We found what you were talking about. And this was the decree. Now watch this. Now this is Darius talking. Tatanai, leave the work of the house of God alone. See this? This is very revealing. Okay? Darius believes. Now, understand that Persia and the Jews have had a close connection ever since Daniel, since 607 BC. So there were a lot of Persians who believed, and you know, I haven't traced it, but you could argue that Zoroastrianism is a result of that. But they weren't Jews. They had their own version of the story that they believed. So, you could believe in the God of the Jews, and this is important because when we get to the Magi, in Matthew 2. These guys are kind of like descendants, as it were, faith descendants. And this idea of one God, okay, the unity of the Godhead, the idea of Messiah, there's certain elements in Persian concepts, so-called Persian monotheism. Persian, not Muslim. Persia was, for the most part of its history, was not Muslim. Okay? That tells you that he started to believe in God. If he didn't believe, he would say the house of their God, or he'd say that house of their God, or their gods, or he'd have some other language. But like Nebuchadnezzar, he's now looking into the history of Nebuchadnezzar, of course. And it's like, and maybe this is how he discovered the stuff about Daniel, I'm not sure. And he's saying, leave it alone. This is really strong language. Leave it alone. Let them do their thing. Now he adds to it. See, the first part was just an acknowledgement of what had happened. But now he's making his own law. Moreover, I issue a decree. Decree cannot be canceled in the laws of the Medes and the Persians. Concerning what you do for the elders, the leaders of Judah, in the rebuilding of this house. The full cost is to be paid from my treasury out of the taxes to the provinces. Immediately. See? A little while. Immediately. See? Just a little bit. Yeah. As soon as he gets that letter and writes back. Like, you have to assume it's a few months. I mean, one of the things that Darius was famous for is that he reformed the postal system. So you could get a letter from Susa within a week, maybe two. I mean, it was fast. He had relays. He had relays like we did in the Wild West in the United States. He had relay horses. And Augustus, of course, would adopt that system also. Augustus Augustus Caesar of Rome. So that was one of the big things that he did. So that speeded up the collection of taxes, the communication system. It totally revolutionized Middle Eastern economy, which had the effect of changing the entire world, because when they saw how efficient and how rich Persia became as a result of Darius, everybody started aping their practices. Well, a lot of the practices of Darius were based on the Bible because Daniel was ruling in Babylon for so long. Okay? And Daniel revised the whole system in Babylon, and he was hated for it. But it worked so well, people aped it. Not because they believed in Judaism, but because the system worked. Jews were famous as bureaucrats. People all over the world were hiring them to help them administer their governments. All right? And that was one of the crowning things about Darius. So yeah, it was an earthquake. But it was an earthquake in politics. It was an earthquake in administration. It was an earthquake in the form of government. And this without delay really meant without delay. Because relatively speaking, I mean, it was within a couple of weeks that the answer came, probably. Because he probably did it on horseback with relays, and especially considering what he's saying. He wanted it there fast. So whatever is needed, just give him everything without fail. These are the wording in here is really, really strong. Now look at this. That they may offer acceptable sacrifices to the God of heaven and pray for the life of the king and his sons. This doesn't mean that they converted to Judaism. You can't find any evidence they converted. But you didn't have to convert to Judaism to believe in Christ. Okay? You believe there's a Savior, you're saved. It doesn't say you believe in the Savior and you observe the law. Observing the law was post-salvation. Observing the law was how you grew spiritually. You didn't need it for salvation. It couldn't save you. Christ says that 1,000 times in the Gospels. All you do is believe, Genesis 15:6. And whether you observe the law or not, well, the more you observe it, the more you learn. That was the life then. So you see, he believed somewhere. Because this is more than what Cyrus had said. Okay? This is all Cyrus had said. But Darius is obviously very much affected by what he learned, because he's this very strong language. And on top of that, look at this. And this is very typical. Goes back to Babylonian. And I issue another decree that anybody who violates this edict, a timber drawn from his house, and she shall be impaled on it. That was the typical Babylonian punishment. You'll see Nebuchadnezzar use the same language. And his house, that includes his family, and his house shall be made a dung heap on account of this. That's the strongest possible language you can use in a decree. And then, look at this. See, somewhere either during the time he's writing, or he's gradually revealing it, or I don't know, this guy was shaken up. May the God who has caused his name to dwell there overthrow any king or people. He doesn't have to put this in the decree. This is gratuitous. He's a believer at this point. By the time he finished writing, he believed. So this guy, you're going to meet him in heaven. Okay? Now, Titanite, anal that he is, does exactly what they're supposed to do. And so they finished building it. Okay? And the day they finished building, this is important to our story, it's the third day of the month Adar. And let's get that done. That's the end of the year. Notice the tie to the later Purim. Okay? Going to the Greek. Okay? Until the days, third month of Adar. Okay? Now, you notice we don't have the double definite articles here, because he's, instead of saying the day, the third of Adar, it's just third of the month of Adar. That's another, way of putting it. Now, the reason why he's doing it that way, he can do it that way, is because he's telling you what month it is. So he can dispense, because he's writing in a hurry, he can dispense with the typical construction. That's another variation in it that you see. So on the 3rd of Adar, in the 6th year of Darius, alright, again, it was in the 6th year. Adar's at the end of the year. So you got from the beginning of his 2nd year until the end of his 6th year, or the middle of his 2nd year to the end of his 6th year. Alright, that was when the building went on atop the foundation. So we know that the foundation time, we know that because in prior videos, the foundation was dug in the 2nd month of the 2nd year they were back. That was 537, that Ezra had recorded in Ezra 3. See? Right here. That's when they started the foundation. And then, I don't know if I can get the back button to work. And then they finish it. Oh, I'm in the wrong section now. They finish it. Oh, I'm sorry, that's back in Haggai 2. They finished it, as we're going to find out here. Okay, this is the okay, the foundation was laid on the finished on the 24th of the 9th month. We're going to be going through that in more detail. So from the 2nd month to the 9th month is 7 months. You can sort of round that off to a year, roughly. So you got 6 years building atop the foundation and approximately 1 year building the foundation. Okay? So that's a total of 7, which is the same number, same amount of time as it took to build the first temple. And that you see in 1 Kings 6:1 to 1 Kings 8. Okay? And it was completed on the 3rd day of Adar. Now, did Mary get her announcement on the 3rd day of Adar? Maybe. I mean, you can bet that God would have picked the day she conceives. Okay, and she could have conceived the same day as the angel left her. I mean, because it's instantaneous. She either conceives at what would have been Purim on the right or the wrong calendar, take your pick. Depends on intercalation. Or she conceives on what would have been the 3rd day of Adar. Okay, Elizabeth would have been in her 6th month on that same day. So it's tying nicely the foundation of the temple, right? Conception is the foundation of a building, right? That's when the building starts. Conception is when building the embryo starts. So it's a cute double entendre. Christ is the temple depicts. That's why the temple was built. That's why it had all those elaborate structures and rules. Because everything was metaphorically depicting something about Christ. That's how you learned about Christ before you had the Bible in writing. So you just know that he would have either picked the 3rd day of Adar for Mary to have her conception, or Purim. And it's the same idea between the completion of the temple, okay, and Purim. Is the same idea because both things happen in opposition. Now, what I have yet to cover is to show what he means, what God means when he says shaking heavens and earth, and I'm going to have to cover that in the next increment. Okay, this is just a short section on the Jewish calendar to further explain why Darius the Great is such an important character in history. As you'll find attested if you Google on Darius the Great, Darius is how they pronounce it. If you Google on Darius the Great, you're going to find over almost 2 million references on the internet to this guy, so you can find a lot of history about him. I suggest that when you read this history, you go to websites that have .edu at the end of their names. .edu usually stands for university. That way you're getting the university sources. And I suggest very strongly that you go to Fordham University and to Rutgers. And then there's also Livius.org. Any of the sites that I have linked in my Ephesians 1 reparsed .doc, that's part of the 11GGS video series. There are over 1,000 links there to universities and other scholastic sources that are contemporaneous to the time. And those same locations will have material contemporaneous to the 5 centuries prior, covering Darius the Great. It's because this guy got in office that our history today is what it is. And the Jews were extremely impacted by it, and they, in fact, had impacted the whole character of his reign due to Daniel. And to give you an idea of just how strongly that impact continues today, you've got on screen what the Hebrew calendar used to look like, which the Jews aren't managing properly anymore. Okay, but this is the way it used to be according to the Bible, starting in Exodus 12. In Exodus 12, God says, the first month of the year used to be called Abib. It is now called Nisan, post-exile, okay, after the Jews got back from Babylon. And that always began on the vernal equinox. Always. It was a solar year, not a lunar year, ever. Okay? It got messed up sometime around the Hasmoneans. I'm still trying to trace when it got messed up. But it was designed as a solar year. The world operated on a solar year. They had other year measures too that they used. But in order to get your birthday right, Israel's birthday was on the 14th at sunset, following the vernal equinox. You counted the vernal equinox occurred. That was something you could tell by looking at the sky and measuring the distance between shadows. And then the 14th occurred at sunset, following that day of the vernal equinox. So you were always celebrating Israel's birthday, when the Exodus, on the very same day exactly as the original. That was the whole purpose of the calendar. This calendar worked so well that other nations adopted it, namely Persia. And the Persian adoption of it probably preceded Daniel. Daniel, of course, was in charge of Babylon at the behest of Nebuchadnezzar, starting in 607 BC. But in 539 BC, Persia took over Babylon, which is where our story in Haggai 2 is taking place. It's between 539 and 522 that we're looking at currently. All right? And at that time, the Persian calendar was the same as what had been the Jewish calendar. The Jewish sacred year began here and went all the way, you went all the way down to Elul. I can't do it right with that was the first month, second month, third month, fourth month, fifth month. And each month is beginning on what we consider to be the third week, because the whole year begins about the third week of March in our terms. Okay, Elul was the sixth month. Ethanim, now called Tishri, was the seventh month. This is on the sacred calendar. They called it Bul, and they also called it in later post-exilic Judaism March of Shavan, and today they just call it Shavan. They truncated the name. Okay? Then came Kislev. This is the month of Hanukkah. Then Tebet, then Shabbat, and then Adar. And then there were 5 extra days to round out this solar year, and they were supposed to do their intercalating there. Otherwise, all months had only 30 days. That's how the calendar ran. That's how it ran in Persia at the time that Darius took over. So the 7th month of the year on the Persian calendar was the same as the 7th month of the year on the sacred calendar. All right, they started building the temple, for both first temple and second temple, in the 2nd month of the calendar. We find that out in Ezra 3. That was 537 BC, before Darius comes to power. In 537 BC, Cyrus was still in power. His first year of power came about in this month, which scholars estimate was on the 11th. In 539 BC, that was when Gobi Ras invaded Babylon underneath, using their waterways to do it. Okay, and basically took over. That's when Daniel was restored to power. He got restored to power that same day by the last ruler of Babylon. That was the date of the many, many Tekel Upharsin handwriting on the wall. And I think that's Daniel 5. I forget which book it is in Daniel. Okay, that's the same night. That's when Daniel comes back to power. He's an old man at that time. All right, and he stays in power for 3 or 4 more years from that point forward. Cyrus the Great was the guy that was the emperor. His uncle, called Darius the Mede by the Bible in Daniel 9. Okay, and actually in the prior 2 chapters. That guy was Cyrus's uncle. He came to locally rule Babylon while Cyrus went running off westward, as we're going to see, to Egypt. And during that time, Cyrus dies. So Cyrus dies much later than Daniel does. But the point is that for the next 3 years that Darius the Mede is in power, that's 539 to 536 roughly. Okay, it's late 539, because this is when Cyrus comes into power, in 539. So Daniel's in power during that time. The year following the year that Cyrus took over is the year that the people go back to the land. And then the year after that, which I'm calling 537, but it might even be 536, that's when they start reconstructing the second temple. They start digging the foundation in Ziv, and they finish it in the third week of Elul. All right? So each of these months is starting in the third week and ending in the third week. So the third week of Elul will be roughly like the second week, maybe, roughly, guessing, second week of September. I'd have to hone it down more. Because that was the third week of Elul when they finished. Then when they started rebuilding, rather, on the temple after they built the foundation, and they finished building the foundation. I'm sorry, this is so complicated. In the third week of Kislev, they started the foundation. Let's go backwards a little bit. They started the foundation in 537 or maybe 536. Second month measured by the sacred calendar, they started digging the foundation. They finished the foundation in Kislev, which is toward the end of the sacred year, 537 or 536. This date that they ended is not recorded in the book of Ezra, but is recorded in Haggai 2, because God's using it as a mnemonic for them to remember from the day he starts to bless them, because God knows, but they don't yet know, that he's going to make Christ's birthday begin on the same solar day as the day they laid the foundation. It's witticism. Okay, laying the foundation of the temple. The temple is a temple. Christ is a temple. The temple depicts. So the foundation of Christ is when he's born. Okay, so he's going to be born on the 25th of Kislev, which begins on sundown on the 24th of Kislev when they finish laying the foundation. So then, that was still 537, 536 BC. Well, then they go into this lapse, which is covered in Ezra 3 through Ezra 6. There's this lapse because the enemies in the land don't want them to rebuild on the foundation. So beginning about the third year of Cyrus, while he's off campaigning, the people that are in the land around Israel who want to fight against Israel go over, they write directly to Susa, which was the Persian capital. They skip Babylon altogether, where Daniel was, as part of an anti-Semitic movement. Daniel was already the target of anti-Semitism in Babylon. And these people are outside Babylon in Israel, against Israel, so they don't write and recommend and remind the Persian king of the books and the records that are in Babylon that Cyrus signed on his way to Egypt. They just write to the king of, the guy who's, standing in his stead in Susa, saying, hello, because that would be Cambyses, all right. Hello, you're sponsoring these people in the land of Israel are rebuilding, which means they're going to buck you again. This is the history of these people. Look in your records in Susa, not in Babylon, and find out how rebellious these people are. Okay, so they're looking in the wrong place for the wrong records. There's some distance between Babylon and Susa. And they're not, the people that are in Susa aren't doing their homework right. Why? Because there's a big battle going on between the Magi, who have charge of the records, and the generals, who have charge of the purse and the military movements. So you can see the hand of the Magi in this, trying to stop the Jews from rebuilding the temple. Because the Magi are against Daniel, who has a big impact on the Magi that are in Babylon, about, 500, 400 miles away. So there are factions among the Magi that are fighting with each other. All right? So basically what happened is that the temple has to stop construction after Kislev when they laid the foundation, so it languishes for the next 15 years. Then God comes after Darius the Great is just newly installed. That's now 522, maybe 523 or 521. I gotta hone it down. Darius is newly in power, okay, because the faction of the generals finally beats the faction of the Magi. With Cyrus having died about 530, 529 in the interim. And then from 530 or 529 down to 522, there was a big civil war between the factions of the Magi and the factions of the generals in Persia, with Cambyses, who was the son of Cyrus, off in his campaign to Egypt, And so, meanwhile, back in Susa, they raised up this fake brother of Cambyses, who Cambyses had really killed, but the Magi put forward another guy who they pretended was the brother, and, Susa wouldn't know, the Persians wouldn't know, Persian kings were held in isolation. So they were able to get away with it until the generals defeated the Magi. And that's when Darius comes to power. He was of the generals faction. He's now newly in power for about a year and a half when God gives this prophecy through Haggai to Zerubbabel. It takes about 24 days, and on the 24th of this month, having been visited on the 1st of this month, after Darius was newly in power for a year and a half, they start to rebuild the temple. And God says, what? I'm going to move heaven and earth for you people. And he says that when? Just after Booths, see? Booths was celebrated then. Just after Booths ended is when God gives his next message, which is the beginning of Haggai 2. I'm going to move heaven and earth. I'm going to shake everything up. But he doesn't mean a physical earthquake. He means Darius. What he's going to do to Darius. Because what happens next? What happens next is because these guys started rebuilding on the 24th, within a week or so of their rebuilding, we just saw in the last episode, Tatani, the governor of the area, replacing Zerubbabel, says, what are you guys doing rebuilding? And Tatani is something of a stickler for the law. And he listens to their story. I'm sorry, the reason why we're rebuilding is that Cyrus told us we could do that. And the records are in Babylon, including the records of our forefather Daniel, who will tell you the whole story about how it's not us rebelling against the other nations around us. We rebelled against God, so God used the other nations to take down our temple to punish us. Oh, well, that's a very different story. Especially if Cyrus authorized rebuilding the temple, Tatani, the stickler for law that he was, he writes to Darius, who's newly in power, saying, hello, it looks like we didn't do our laws right for the last 7 years. There's some records in Babylon that would nullify the decrees of the kings who said that these people can't rebuild their temple, and it was Cyrus that ordered it. Would you please go to Babylon, have your men go to Babylon and look for these laws in Babylon that Cyrus allegedly authored with all the background material to prove what the story is here, so I can, tell these people, and by the way, here are their names, that they can or they cannot keep building the temple. Okay? Because there was a legal leg to stand on. And again, because Darius was such a great organizer, he had really good post, which means he had relay runners or relay horses. And so he got the news fast, so he was getting the news, he was writing back, sometime oddly enough, probably by the anniversary of the time that Cyrus took over Babylon. And says, hey, let him go on. Let him keep building. Well, of course, they were continually building from Elul all the way down here, waiting for the reply of Darius. Okay? But you just know that by the time what is going to end up being the 24th of Kislev, that's just about when they would have gotten this notice. Okay, so you see why it's so funny that the Lord comes back in Haggai 2. The first time he comes, Haggai 1, it's the first of the 7th month. Okay, the second time he comes back in Haggai 2, he comes twice, and what day does he pick? The 24th of Kislev, the anniversary of the founding of the temple. Okay, now the chapter closes, as we're going to see, because we're going to go into the passage, the chapter closes with no mention of the Ezra material. It doesn't have to. It's the cause of the Ezra material. And we're going to see that in the next increment. Okay, so if you've looked at those links, you realize in the Postal Service, it was really very fast. The notice that could be given for somebody could run relay horses from Susa okay, to Jerusalem in about 15 days. I mean, they'd change riders, you have the message, and then you'd have fresh riders and fresh horses, probably about every 6 miles. All right? So they could ride at breakneck speed and then change riders and change horses. And a horse, when it's riding at breakneck speed, can go about 40 miles an hour. Okay? So you would have a round robin of riders traveling at all hours, and they would have, depending on where they're riding through and how the route goes, they would sometimes have protection, and they would be respected as a rider of the king. So your typical average bandit, because there was a lot of banditry going on in that territory, your typical average bandit would lay off the post rider. Okay, because he'd be on, especially if he's on official business of the king. You didn't want the whole king's millions and millions of troops, combing the hills looking for you, because you could get in a lot of trouble. They had very severe laws, and they had very great rewards for finding people who broke those laws. That was one of the many things that Persia became famous for, is they had very strict rules, but at the same time they had very high rewards if you obeyed the rules. They were very good at rewarding people. They had a free economy and a bunch of other things, and that was why Alexander was so impressed when he got to Persia and wanted to amalgamate Greek culture and Persian culture into one world government, because the Persians had things in their government that the Greeks really needed and didn't have. Okay, and we're going to go through more about the effect of Persia on Greece in the next increment. I have to do all this so you can understand the importance of what you're reading in the Bible. There's a lot of historical backdrop that is usually not taught. And so when we read these words, we don't know what they mean, and so we go to sleep. All right, so let's start in the upper window, the big block of blue text. That's Haggai, the end of Haggai 1 through Haggai 2, where we've been focusing on this prophecy that Mary and Zechariah are going to quote. All right, it starts up at the top, blue section, Haggai 1:15. 24th day of the 6th month they responded to God's encouragement, which he began on the 1st of the 6th month, which we know now is Elul. All right? And we've covered the fact that by Haggai 2:1, which is the 21st of the 7th month, that's the end of the Feast of Booths, and they've only had, at most, 18 days that they've been reworking on the temple. You got that? Now, during that same 18 days, now look at the bottom screen in Ezra 5:17, which is also highlighted in blue, the second blue block. Okay, now if it pleases the king, let a search be conducted. During those same 18 days, Tattenai wrote to Darius, and it probably got to him by the 21st of the 7th month in Haggai 2. All right, it probably got to him by then, because of the writers, because of the postal system that was established. Okay, if you're going to be a king over a large empire, the most important thing you can have is infrastructure. That's one reason why China emulates the United States system for what it does, because it's got a big landmass over which it's got to have control, and it needs to have a communication system that's a lot like ours. Okay? Nations emulate other nations, practical government, because, based upon the same geography or similarities of cultural ideas, in order to make their governments, fit the people that they govern. So it was the same story here, is that Darius, having such a large landmass, implemented a lot of the cultural mores, and especially the governmental system that Nebuchadnezzar had under Daniel. Because that's how Nebuchadnezzar effectively administered his own territory. And Nebuchadnezzar had a system of posts. So Darius adopted it. So you're looking at, within the 18 days that they're working on the temple, you're looking at him probably getting this letter from Tattenai that says, now if it pleases the king, let a search be conducted concerning this matter. Okay? So think about this like a movie. You know, your first scene of the movie is God with Haggai going to Zerubbabel, and they finally smile on the 24th day. So that's where scene 1 of our movie ends. Okay? Scene 2 of our movie would be the letter from Tatani, okay, which started back up here in Ezra. See? At that time, Tatani goes to them. So scene 1 in the top blue and scene 2 in the top in the bottom blue follows. So your first scene is God with Zerubbabel, and they're standing at the ruins of the temple, and he's encouraged them. That's scene 1 of this section of our movie. Scene 2 is Tatani going to Zerubbabel and saying, what? He hears all this. He hears stories, of course, of them banging on the stone and all the woodworking that they're doing. He hears about it, so he goes in an entourage, okay? In an entourage, he goes to Zerubbabel and says, who told you that you can rebuild this temple? Because all the decrees he's got back in his civil servant house say that they can't. All right? And then this is Tatani reporting to Darius. We told them accordingly, and we got the names of the men in case we need to kill anybody at your behest. All right? And then this little comment is probably Ezra's. Okay? And then here's the copy of the letter from Tatani that we already went through. Okay? That's the answer of the Jews to Tatani, that Tatani is physically writing to Darius. Alright? And that their answer, the Jewish answer to Tatani, goes through here. Okay? Still talking about what Cyrus had said it was okay. And then Tatani closes his letter to Darius saying that his colleague Sheshbazzar came and laid the foundation. That's the Babylonian name for, Zerubbabel. And that's when he did what he did. See, he's relaying Zerubbabel's report. So then, between here and here is when Tatani has finished writing his letter, and Darius probably got it by the end of Booths in 522, 521 BC. You with me? Now, it's going to take some time for him to search for the decree in the archives in Babylon. He's in Susa, or Persepolis, really. He had rebuilt the capital. I think he had rebuilt it by then. But Persepolis wasn't that far away from Susa. Okay? And so he's doing the search in Babylon. You figure that takes, 20 days? Depends on how well organized they were. Okay? They search in Ecbatana, which is the fortress of where the records were stored. That's where Daniel had been. Okay, part of Media. There's the scroll. They found in it this. This is what they found. Alright? Well, wait a minute. This is the part of what they found. And this is recorded by Darius in his reply to them. Okay? So he's included that as his prologue. And this is our third scene, of course. And he's now writing to Tatani. Alright, when is he writing? He's probably writing at the very time that God says this. Because of the post. Because of the time it took for the post, he's now writing back probably at that time. So when God says up here, in just a little bit, shortly, I'm going to make the heavens shake, he knows what they don't know. He knows that this reply is being written. It has either just been written, or it's just being written, or it's just been written and it's on its way and it's about to be delivered into the hands of Zerubbabel. Leave the work alone. Let them do it. Let them do it. And we went through the text of this. And we went through especially, although I should have spent more time on it, this section right here. Scholars probably doubt that that belonged there. Because that's totally gratuitous. Okay? Usually the decree would just need to end like this. You don't need a closing salutation that's that strong. that tells you that Darius, see, this is supposed to be where this is where the decree ends. You always ended your decrees by saying who signs it. I, Darius, have issued this decree. That's where it ends, and that's, of course, the last part of the sentence of where it ends. This whole section here is gratuitous. Alright, so I'm sure that there are scholars in history who've doubted that it's genuine. Okay, but it fits. He's talking the same way Nebuchadnezzar talked. He is affected by, because when he's back up there looking at all this material in Ecbatana, he's also getting the material of Nebuchadnezzar and how Nebuchadnezzar was affected. And how King Cyrus obviously read it, he was affected. And so here, these are his progenitor rulers. Rulers tend to look at what other rulers are affected by. They too are affected by it. They give it credence, and they should. You're not a ruler for nothing. Even if you're a bad guy in your personal life, or a bad guy in some other respect, if you can keep rulership over a large body of people, you're doing something right. So Darius learned. That's one of the things that tells you he was a good ruler. He learned. So what happens next? See, here's the end of the decree of Darius. And Tatani was also, whatever his faults were, whatever his doubts were, however anti-Semitic he might have been, you know what? He did what he was told. Okay? And that's why verse 15 reads, Temple was completed on the 3rd day of Adar, in the 6th year of Darius. It was roughly 4.5, 5 years to rebuild a top, maybe 6 years, depends on how you want to measure second year, to rebuild atop the foundation. Okay? Now, I want you to look at something. What did God say? Silver is mine and gold is mine. Well, that's the utensils. Okay? And Darius says, look, we're going to take all the money. You just give him everything out of the royal treasury. I don't care what it is. And anybody who says no, give him the worst, make his house a dung heap and impale both him, and it really was his family too. That was the custom. Impale them all on a timber of the house that you tear down and make it a dung heap, a trash dump afterwards. That was the worst punishment you could give somebody in that culture. Okay? And, do it out of the treasury, baby. And you just keep on doing it. And this decree cannot be rescinded. Okay? It's really important. Now, by that time, they finish, Adar, right? 3rd of Adar. That is in the 6th year. So that's about 4 years and what? From this time in the 2nd year of Darius, 21st of the 7th month, they had started building on the 24th of the 6th, about 4 or 5 years later, they're done. So for 4 or 5 years they got the funding. And on top of that, when they dedicated the temple, this is how many bulls, rams, lambs, and goats they used. Now, we don't understand how significant that is. These are offerings to God. This is wasted flesh. I mean, it's not really wasted because part of it went to the priests, but some of it was whole burnt offerings. So this is what's left over. I mean, it's the prime of it. It's the highest quality of what they got. They sacrificed to God. But it is still like a very small percentage of the total because people have to eat in order to build. Okay, one bull could feed a family, or maybe even a city for what, a week? I mean, it depends on your portions. But that's a lot of food. And depending on how much of this was a whole burnt offering, then that means they had a whole lot of other food to feed the people. That gives you a sense of when God said, they translated wealth, and that wasn't what the word means, but it does come alongside. So when he says he's going to shake and bake, and we're going to come into what he says about the crops next, he's not kidding around. All right? Now, the thing that people are going to dispute is, well, it's not all the nations, it's just Persia. And in our next increment, we're going to see how it was Persia that ended up meaning all the world for reasons you're going to see geographically next. Okay, we're now in episode 16, and I'm still covering the section in Haggai 2 where God says he's going to shake the heavens and the earth. There's a lot of dispute all the time over Bible, and one of the disputes is that it's a Calvinist favorite. But when it says all the earth, that it doesn't really mean all the earth. And the answer to that question is, first of all, you have to look at who is talking. If it's just some people talking, that can be hyperbole. And it might not be all the earth. They're just using that expression. But when God uses it, he's not using hyperbole. He means what he says. And when he says all in 1 John 2:2, that's what he means. All. Everybody. When he says the gospel went out over all the earth, when a writer of scripture is speaking from God and says that, that's what it means. Now, that does not mean that it goes all over the earth instantaneously. It takes time. And so when God says he's going to shake all the nations, he means it. But it doesn't happen instantaneously. So I'm going to illustrate geographically what God means here. And we get our big clue about what this means actually from the book of Daniel. Okay, in order to show you this, I first got to go back in time to Nebuchadnezzar. I don't know if I can do this well enough. No, wait a minute, I got to try it again. Okay. This, approximately, leaving out Greece, going to about here, was the sphere of influence or the actual own territory of Nebuchadnezzar. Maybe it goes down a little farther. Okay, he either had direct influence over, in other words, vassal kings, or he actually controlled with his own satrapies. That was the name for a province. Satrap was the guy who ruled it, and a satrapy was the name of a province. That was the territory he ruled, and he was considered one of the greatest rulers of the world for a very long time. Now, when you have one guy at the head of that much real estate, which, as you'll notice, is joining 3 continents, which means there was a lot of travel that went along, guess where? Right in here. That's Israel. When you have 3 continents, see, here's Europe. That's Europe. Here's Asia. Okay. Well, I went too far. And then, of course, this is the coast of Africa right here. Okay, Africa and Saudi Arabia. All right, when you have that much real estate and they're all joined for purposes of making money and trade, whoever is in this, and it's still true today, this is why Armageddon takes place when it does. Okay, this particular section of the world is the most valuable section of real estate on earth. Not because of the people, not because of the culture, but because of the location. If you want to go to Africa, even today with our modern technology, a lot of your goods are going to have to travel over land. And if you want to go to Europe, and you've got a lot of people in Africa making the goods, well, then you still got to go over this land. You got air travel now, and you got sea travel now, but those are relatively more expensive than land travel. Not always. It depends on the routes. So early on in mankind's history, they developed trade routes which had a lot of emphasis on this area of the world, because you could make more money going this way, going from here upwards to here. It wouldn't take as long, and land travel was generally cheaper because you had pirates in the seas, and you had storms that happened on the seas. Land travel, of all things, was generally safer, especially if you kept on the move. Okay? You know, it's harder for thieves to catch you if you're moving. So all the bandits and stuff that would inhabit the hills of these areas would have a harder time catching you if you kept moving. So land travel had a lot of advantages. Okay? It is still true That's where Israel makes most of its money and always has, as a trading nation, kind of Switzerland of the Middle East. That's one reason why the Arabs want to capture the Jews, okay? It's greed. It's just pure greed. That's why some of the most expensive real estate in the whole world is either in Hong Kong, which has the same function, or in Israel. Hong Kong is a port to Asia, is one of the main ports to Asia. Okay? So it's not that the Jews are superior, and it's not that, it has nothing to do with that. It's just sheer geography. And God, knowing all this in advance, told Abraham, hi, this is your inheritance. Actually, the whole inheritance that Abraham has goes down like, well, wait a minute, let me show you. The millennial inheritance of Israel, and it's going farther south than I'm showing, is about like this, maybe a little bit higher. Okay, definitely lower, covering all of Saudi Arabia. Alright? That's the most important area of the world simply because of geography. Alright? And God designed it that way. So now, what we want to do, if I can get the windows to come back right, and I'm having trouble doing that, because the recorder doesn't like it when I'm using graphics. Okay, Persia, what Persia at the beginning of this story is about here. A little more to the right also that you can't see on screen. Okay, that's the approximate location of Persia. Okay, this whole mountainous region about right here. Okay? And I'm just using the map. You can't see cities and stuff like that. At that time, back in 607 or so, Nebuchadnezzar had taken all of this, alright, so about here, and actually a little farther north of the white box, who is also in control of that area in the north. Okay? So his sphere of influence was that far. So in 539 BC, Cyrus is coming from this area. As I said, Cyrus is coming from this area here. I had to convert the file in order to make it more viewable. That's about where Cyrus is coming from. Okay? And the reason why he's coming is he wants to take over this area here. Okay? Because that's the area that Babylon had control over. And he's coming about 20 years after Nebuchadnezzar had died and his nephew is on the throne. So this area becomes controlled by Persia. Now, it does affect the entire world simply because trade is better done over land in order to connect to the 3 continents. Okay? To get your trade going well, you want to have as much control as possible over that area. Every single military operation has its eyes on this area of the world even today. It was a big factor in World War II why Hitler lost. It was a big factor in World War I why the Kaiser lost. Okay? Control over this area of the world affects the entire world. And you can see why. There are 2 principal means of power in the world. Economic and basically military political. With the political comes the military. Okay? And there's always been a debate among scholars. In fact, that was going to be my own honors thesis about really which is more important, and I maintain it's economic. My professor argued with me about that thesis, and I finally dropped it because I didn't want to bother with the politics of arguing with him. But those are the 2 big debates. What makes for power? Economics or politics? I maintain it's economics first, and the politics follows the economics. The Bible is showing that same trend. That's where I get it from. Okay, I didn't invent the idea. Alright? So this was why Cyrus wanted to take over the territory of Babylon. That's what moved him to do it. But you'll notice who's always in the center of things by God's design. Israel. That little country strategically placed, always ends up being the cause of world wars, or at least the decider of world wars. And that's just as true today. The Arabs are fighting over that little blue box you see. And all of the world has to pay attention to what they say because of it. So it's just as true today that all the world is affected by that little strip of land as it was back in the day of 539 BC when our boy Cyrus, who's coming from over here, gets it into his head due to Isaiah 45, predicting it, that he should take over that too. Okay, which he does. That's 539 BC. Now, the other thing that affects, because it's economics driven, okay, I mean, people go where the money is. People pay attention to somebody who's rich, who's famous. And once you get rich and famous, you get money. If you get famous, then you get the money. Then you are rich and famous, and then you get lots of attention. Because people want to take what you have. Okay, if you've got something that other people don't have that they consider desirable, they want to take it from you, or at least be near you because of it. You know, money and fame being the two topmost things. Beauty, intelligence are also there. But real intelligence and real beauty nobody cares about. So this is where the world attention is focused. That's why all the world pays attention. So anybody who got control over that region in the blue box got the attention of the whole world, because the whole world wants to have control over that area, because they all salivate over the money they can make from trade. See, when people are traveling from here's Europe. If you want to go down here in order to sell goods in Africa, okay, then who's ever controlling the land over here can charge you for going through their land. And that's exactly what's happened over the centuries. Okay? They can charge you for it. And that's basic rule of commerce. The bandits spent their time mostly on the seas, because they would look for shipwrecks, because there were lots of storms. And they were also looking for shipping going through this area right here in the moving blue box. They were looking for that so they could take the shipping. And it was harder to defend, when you're on a boat. It's harder to defend your cargo than when you're on land and you can scatter. All right, so generally speaking, land travel is safer, although it's, it can be longer, not necessarily. All right, so the argument, the focus of the nations is on this strip, this area, because of the trading gains they can make, because the money they can make in trade. Okay, because you're always making money off somebody else's work. They just need safe passage through, this is why the Jews were so famous as soldiers. They needed safe passage through here. And the Jews provided it at a fee, of course. All right? So that's why this area of the world is the most valuable and the most sought after, not because the people are better, but simply because of the geography. Okay? And if you look at the policies of nations even today, one of the biggest things in Chinese foreign policy is to try to get control, or at least friendship, in Africa. And they also court the Arabs too. Because it's a geopolitical strategy. Now you can see why. And that's why the U.S. has got to be concerned about the Arab presence in Iran. This is present-day Iran. Why they're concerned about Turkey, which is also Arab. And then this is going to be like the borderline of Russia. That's why Russia took this. Russia's always wanted to have a port right out here. That's the reason why they fight. They're always looking for a warm weather port. This is all geopolitical history that can be confirmed in any book you want to look at. All right? Geopolitics is a really important driver of history. So when God does something in this area of the world, like make this guy take over this guy, that's going to affect the whole world. And there's a lot of travel going on in that section of the world, so whatever happens there, the culture, the mannerisms, the success stories, the methods of doing business, all that is going to spread throughout the world. So now Africa is going to be affected. They're going to make some changes in their policies due to it. Okay? Europe was affected and they made changes in their policies. And every single government, even our calendar today, is based on what Cyrus did by going from there to taking over here. And when he took over territory that Daniel had charge of. And so the institutions and the administrative systems, the rules, the economic policies, they took over all that, and they found that it was good. Daniel was in power during the first 3 years of Cyrus. He dies about the 4th year, as we're going to see in the next increment. Probably 4th or 5th year. All right? So this is what Cyrus inherited. And this is why Darius, who's going to come 14 years later, is going to discover what Daniel had and re-implement it. And that's what's going to make Darius considered the Great. And all of our history, even today, our calendar, for example, why do we start school in September? That's based on the civil calendar. Israeli civil calendar starts roughly in September. Okay, the 6th month of the year ends about September 15th. Okay, about September 15th, for a long time, that was considered fall season, start of school. Civil thing, school. Okay, why do we pay our taxes in April? Why do we end our year in December? That was started by Julius Caesar, but he got it. He got it from these people. If you end your year, your tax year in December, it's going to still take you 2-3 months, especially given that travel time, because they usually paid in kind. They didn't usually pay in money. They paid in kind. And it's going to take that long for the stuff to travel. And so you collected your taxes at the spring when the crops came up, but you did your head counts and you did your census at the end of the year. That's why the Romans came up with the December census. And of course the Jews had Hanukkah at that time, when everybody was traveling to Jerusalem, so it was a handy thing. I'm trying to tell you that none of this is actually new in Jewish culture. And it's not, and our culture is based on what happened in that blue box. A lot of our customs are based on it, not simply because of the spread of Christianity, but it goes much farther back to the 600s and the 700s BC and even prior, because people saw the way David, for example, changed the administration of Israel, and they saw, oh, that's a good law, let's adopt that. Doesn't mean they became Jewish, doesn't even mean they like the Jews. A good rule is a good rule no matter who has it. The Chinese have adopted a lot of American customs, but that doesn't mean that the Chinese like the Americans. They just like that particular. They're extracting certain things. It's like if you go to Indian cuisine for dinner. You happen to like Indian food. And maybe you cook it, and maybe you eat it 2-3 times a week. That doesn't mean that you're buying everything in Indian culture. You're just picking that one thing. Well, that's what the nations of the world have been doing for thousands of years. They've been borrowing from each other. And that's all this is. But it does affect the entire world. Every nation on earth, even today, is affected by what we're about to see happening in the Bible text back in the 530s. And there's an even greater significance, which I'll also cover in the next increment. Okay, so now we're back in Haggai 2, and we're going to do a quick little review. Alright? Because I've got to take you to like 17 different Bible passages still before we can come back to Mary. Alright, as you hopefully recall by now, on the 21st of the 7th month, when the Lord comes and says all of this, I'm going to shake up all the heavens and the earth. And we've covered the idea of shaking up the earth but not the heavens, which we're going to cover. When he comes on the 21st of the 7th month, we understand now that there's only 18 working days in here. And during those 18 working days, Tatani in Ezra 3, Ezra 3 was when they laid the foundation, but in Ezra 4, rather, Tattenai had come, which we don't see spoken of in Haggai. Tattenai had come and said, "What the heck are you doing?" See, they start working, and almost immediately he would have heard of it, because it's illegal. And so between that time and that time, Tattenai had written Darius the Great, explaining the answer that we saw in Ezra 4. Basically, they're saying that they're rebuilding because there's a previous precedence, legal precedence. There is a previous decree by Cyrus the Great saying that sending them back to the land, ordering them to rebuild, and that the contents of this decree are in Babylon. See, they should have been in both Babylon and Susa, where Darius is located. Darius is located in Persepolis, which is not far from Susa. They should have been a duplicate set of records in Susa. When you have a decree of the king, you make copies. And there should have been an official copy deposited in the records of Susa, which obviously the Magi had hidden or destroyed, because they didn't know about it. Okay, when Cambyses, Cyrus had gone, this was back in 539, he took over Babylon 539, then he keeps on running westward toward Egypt, because he wants to get the box that you just saw, the geographical box. He was after that. Every king is always after that geographical box. So was he. So he goes running westward, leaves his son Cambyses in Susa. Okay, but when the people want to rebel against the Israelites for rebuilding, Daniel's still in power in Babylon. It's like the second year that Daniel's in power, still, back in power. He's having trouble with the Persians that are in Babylon and the Babylonians who are against him. And that's when he has the thing with the lion's den. Darius the Mede is caught between the Magi, who instigated that plot about worshiping Darius. And so Daniel has to get thrown in the lion's den. Darius repents. Daniel, of course, is saved by God. And that makes Darius the Mede convert. But that also makes Darius the Mede die. I suspect he was murdered, but I'd have to look it up. So he lasted only 3 years. Cyrus is still campaigning. Cambyses is back in Susa. Okay. That is about 536. All right. So from 536 until 522, you got Cambyses, who's ostensibly in power in Susa, but he doesn't know about these records about Cyrus the Great, or if he knows, he feels he can't do anything about it. Meanwhile, the Magi, who are fighting against him, he's fighting with them, they're fighting with him. He kills his brother, who supported the Magi faction. And then the Magi faction put up a fake brother, while Cambyses has to go back westward also after his father dies in 529. His father dies in 529, Cambyses has to go west, also defending the box, the geographical box you just saw. And while he's gone, the Magi put up their own candidate, who's known to history as Pseudo-Smyrtus, Gautama. And they pretend that guy's the brother of Cambyses, and the brother, of course, is really dead, but Cambyses can't admit it, so, they have their entree into making this joke. And the generals are really against the Magi, so there's a lot of civil war going on amongst the upper echelon in Susa. Nobody's taking the time to care about a temple in an area that's close to the west anyway, where Cambyses is, to see if the records are right. And so when the people in that area of the land who are against the Jews write to Pseudo-Smyrtus and say, hi, these people rebel, Pseudo-Smyrtus is going to be upholding that position. He's not going to look in the records. He's not even rightfully king. He's just going to rubber stamp what they say. And he can always say, well, this was the report. So that's what's happening between 529 and 522. Meanwhile, the generals are trying to get rid of the Magi and therefore get rid of Pseudo-Smyrtus, and they finally do away with the whole group, which means the Babylonian group are also ousted. But Daniel has died meanwhile, so Daniel can't help Daniel probably died like 4th or 5th year, okay, after Cyrus took power. And Cyrus was in power from basically 539 to 530 when he dies, 530, 529. So Daniel was dead by then. He'd been dead for like 4 years. Maybe he died 534, something like that. Okay, because he definitely retired by Daniel 11. Because he's no longer in office in Daniel 11. So that's the story. All right, that's all the machinations going on behind the scenes. So when Darius comes to power in 522, he's been 1.5 years in power. He's newly in power after all this struggle. He's got all these generals that he's got to reward, and then he's still got, you can't wipe out all of your opposition. You just get power, and now you can really begin to wipe out your opposition. So he's got opposition in Susa. That's one reason why he moves to Persepolis. He's got opposition in Babylon, and they got control of the records. So there's a whole lot of struggle going on here that you don't see because the Bible text presumes that you know about it. I mean, when people were getting this at the time it was written, they knew that was current history to them. It would be like if you said 9/11. You don't have to explain 9/11 to anybody. Just say the word 9/11. And somebody who doesn't know what that means will think it's a number you dial on a telephone. And that's kind of where we're at. When we see these words, we don't know what they really mean because we don't know the cultural and the historical background. But that's what it is. So here it is, 522, and our boy, Tatanai, all he knows is from, Pseudo-Smyrnus saying, no, don't let them rebuild. Well, Cambyses is away. And then Cambyses also died while he was in Egypt, or near there. This guy doesn't have the actual record of the Cyrus decree. Okay? So he goes to them and he says, hey, what's going on? Now, what I don't understand, and this is a habit of the Hebrew, is why didn't the Jews back up here? Okay? Well, let's go to Ezra. Okay, where's Ezra? See, Bible books are not organized properly. Ezra's way up here. It shouldn't be up here. Okay? See, first year of Cyrus is when they get the order to go back. And then those are the tribes that go back. And Ezra 3 records the year they come back. Okay, in the 7th month, they finally were in their cities. They celebrated the Feast of Booths. Okay? But they don't begin to lay the foundation until the 2nd year after they got back, which is 537, 536. Okay? And then they laid the foundation, which we find out from Haggai 2, and we're going to see, on the 24th of Kislev. Okay? Why, when this happens here, this chapter of Ezra, okay? All this is their machination against him, okay? Why was it that at that time the Jews didn't say what they will say in Haggai? Why were they silent here? Probably because their belief was too small. They were afraid. See? They stopped by force of arms. This was a time when they should have said what they end up saying in Haggai. How long is it going to take me to find the book? Because it's not organized in any kind of order that makes sense. This is when Zerubbabel, okay, which we saw, please, I hope I can do this, which we saw in Ezra, God help us, Ezra 4, see, Ezra 5. They didn't say anything here. But in 522, because Haggai visits, Zerubbabel explains the story. And as soon as he explains it, instead of caving in, Tatanai writes, as we saw here in Ezra, see? Tattenai writes, just after talking to Zerubbabel, which is just after this, okay, so 15 days travel, all right, would have certainly gotten them there by the 21st of the 7th month. The courier delivering Tattenai's message to Darius certainly would have gotten there by then. Okay, now, see, when God gives you dates, they're important. Let's present or presume, because it's a reasonable thing given travel then, that at the time that God comes again to Zerubbabel, this is the second time he's coming, at the time he comes, he knows, God knows, that Tattenai has sent and Darius has received Tattenai's message. So at the very least, Tattenai has written and Darius has the message and is reviewing it. You got to allow a couple of weeks at least for him to research the records in Ecbatana in Susa. So it's pretty reasonable to say that he got the message and was starting to research it, depending on his court schedule and how busy he was. You know, he might not have got it the very first day the courier got back, but generally he would have been told about it the minute the courier got there. That's how their post worked. So God, knowing this happened, had Haggai go to Zerubbabel, okay, and remind them of their cowardice back when? In Ezra 3. See, they were cowardly here. They were crying. They're crying. So that tells you their mental attitude. And that mental attitude continued in Ezra 4 because they were able to discourage the people and frighten them from building. That's Ezra 4. And they stopped them until Darius came to power. Until Haggai came to them. See? That's when Tattenai writes. And at the time that the letter should have gotten to Darius, given his post, God comes back a second time. Same year, still the second year. Take courage, take courage. All right, I am with you. We've gone over the I am with you. He's reminding them of their sorrow and of their lack of courage. And he's telling them, take courage. Okay? I am with you. So now he's going to tell them the result, and they might even know that Darius has gotten Tattenai's missive at this point. They could certainly assume it. They certainly would have been told that Tattenai was writing. Okay? So now they're a little apprehensive about what's going to happen. And so God likens it to Egypt. It's going to be as much of a shock as it was delivering them from Egypt. Okay? Which I hope you can see it really was. Because it's a big deal, as you saw with that picture of the world, to take over that middle box. Because everybody wants it. And he's basically promising he's going to shake. And I'm going to leave the heavens out because that's a bigger story I got to cover next. The earth, the sea, and the dry land. You saw that depicted graphically. What dry land, what earth, and what was the impact on all the world? Because that box of real estate, when it changes hands, it affects everybody. That's why he says, I'll shake all the nations. And it's a political shaking. It's an economic shaking. It's a shaking of a good kind as well as a shaking of a bad kind. I mean, whoever was in power at the time, okay, obviously got overthrown. And whoever was going in power, this time Cyrus and Darius, okay, would be giving the land a stability it hadn't had. Okay, because again, that area of the world is very disputed, still even today. So when the dispute is on and one entity is controlling it all, then it's very unstable and the whole world is actually embroiled in it, just like we are today. We're all embroiled with the Arabs who invented Islam in order to wipe out the Jews. That's all it is. It's just a terrorism. If you read the Quran, you'll see it for yourself. It's entirely founded on anti-Semitism. The whole book. So, what's going on in that area of the world affects the whole world, even today. So, I will shake all the nations. Doesn't mean he's doing it all instantaneously. And they will come. And we saw already Darius, the reply that at this point they don't know about. God is thinking about what Darius is going to reply because he already foreknows it. All right? And he's forecasting how they're not going to lose the utensils. And by the way, they're going to get ongoing gold. So you've seen that. You've got this. Because I need this to be firmly in your mind when we get back to marrying, which is still going to be 3 or 4 videos away. Okay? Then he next says, the latter glory of this house will be greater than the former. In other words, this house is the second temple that they're just starting to rebuild. Okay? It'll be greater than the first temple, which was considered a wonder of the world by the ancient world of the time, which was the Solomonic temple. The Solomonic temple was an absolute wonder of architecture. Okay? And it's only anti-Semitism that causes people to not talk about it as much. But they actually came and visited, and they actually coveted that temple. And that was even true in Rome's day. Pompey wanted to conquer the Jewish temple. He wanted to take it over. And of course, so did Caligula, and so did Nero. All right, and these guys had a lot of money already. They had, they had control over this landmass. So why would they care about this temple so much? Why was it so important to them? So there was something to this argument about the temple, the former, having a glory. Okay? It's just a lot of it's hushed up and trashed up. The records about it are trashed up. But you can't squish it all. You can't find, snippets in places. So he's predicting that the smaller temple that they're building is going to be far greater than the former. Now, why is he saying that? Well, now we're going to get into what he means by the heavens. The latter glory of this house, the first and foremost meaning of it, is that the house is going to become a man, namely God-man, namely Jesus Christ, namely, Daniel 7:13 realized. Okay, because the temple depicted him. All of its architecture was designed as a metaphorical description of the God-man. So anybody visiting that temple would say, well, why is this here? Why is this constructed this way? Why did you line this empty room? The Holy of Holies was an empty room. Okay. It had the ark in it, but the ark got melted down when Nebuchadnezzar took over. So after that, in the rebuilding of the house, there's nothing in there. There's just the bedrock stone, which is called today the Temple Mount. And that was it. And a curtain, 90-foot curtain. Okay? 60 cubits high, 90 feet. The latter glory of this house, namely Christ, will be greater than the former. Yeah, the temple depicted becomes a man, and he's God-man. That's greater than the temple, no matter how great it was. All right? And the latter glory of this house means that house, this second house that they're building, is the house he is going to visit. See, when you have a dignitary visiting a place, that makes that place more important. I'll never forget, I almost fell over. Right across the street from the White House, there's a little hotel. It's, I forget, the name of the house begins with an E. It's a little tiny, ugly hotel. And it has a little restaurant on the ground floor. And its claim to fame is that Abe Lincoln slept there. That's it. There's nothing remarkable about it. And they even have little tours where you can visit the room where Abe Lincoln slept. And it looks like nothing. It's got a chair, a table, a little picture on a wall. There's absolutely nothing remarkable about it. But Abe Lincoln was there. So all of a sudden that little hotel that had pretty decent food, became famous. Okay, and you considered yourself important if you ate there or slept there. That's the kind of latter glory that this is talking about. That's why the Wailing Wall of this temple is still standing. And everybody goes there. It's called, the place where they go, where it's located, is called the Kotel. And the Arabs are on the opposite side of the wall, and they keep throwing stones at anybody visiting on the Jewish side of the wall. You have to be careful sometimes because you can get hit by stones. Okay? So, and that real estate is the most expensive. And of course, the Arabs claim the Temple Mount, all right, because they'll do anything to hate the Jews. Anything. Temple Mount belongs. Temple Mount is the original site of the second temple's Holy of Holies. Okay? And also the first temple. Okay, that's why the Arabs wanted it. That's why they invented a story of Muhammad ascending from that space. It's total joke. Total anti-Semitism. Just in order to take it from the Jews. Okay? So that's the latter glory of this house. Even today, that house of which we only have the Temple Mount, which is some bedrock, really ugly bedrock, and the Wailing Wall, that's the most famous temple in the world. And it's not even standing. And it's disputed by two nations. It is the most famous temple of all time. So you see, the latter glory of the house they were building, even today, is more famous than the Solomonic temple ever was. And it's really hard to find records of other nations and visitors talking about how great the Solomonic temple was. It's very hard to find those records. It's not hard to find the records about this house. So you see, what God said came true. Already, even before Christ returns. Alright, and then he says, and in this place I will give peace. That's a millennial promise. That's where I'm going to get into in the next increment, because that is tying to heavens. When he says, I'm going to shake the heavens, and I will give peace, those are two things that tie together, and they go all the way back to Psalm 90. So I'm going to have to cover like 16 or 17 Bible passages to show you what he means by this and this. Okay? But I want to just get through this section first. So that's what he means by what he's saying. So, he comes a third time. And this is why I'm going to close the segment with this section. He comes a third time. On the 24th of the 9th month, second year of Darius, the word of the Lord came to Haggai again. Now, this is really important. It took me a while to figure this out, why he says this. He's being very sarcastic. Ask the priest to rule. And this, you have to know Jewish culture to understand this. If a man carries holy meat, that means meat that has been offered to God, consecrated to God. But see, what you did is you brought your sacrifice, and then some of it was offered on the altar to God, because he doesn't actually eat food, duh. And then the priest, that's why the priest had to be consecrated to God, separated to God. The priest ate it. So when the priest ate the food that was offered to God, there were special rules about how they ate, when they ate, what they ate. I mean, they had special food rules because they were consecrated to God, and the only food they were supposed to eat, maybe not the only, but mostly, was food that was consecrated to God. And when they ate, they were supposed to, it was like a little mini Bible service for them. They were to remember who they were, what their role was, that they were representing God, they were there to teach. Everything they did had a special meaning. That's why they had so many rituals and rules. It was all metaphorical teaching. It didn't make them better people, but it reminded them of their role. It was total grace, of course. So that's why God's bringing this up. If you carry consecrated meat, in other words, meat that's been offered to God, but it's your portion, in the fold of your own garment, and now a second kind of food, if bread touches the fold, not the meat, the fold, or cooked food touches the fold, or wine or oil, or any other food touches the fold, touching the fold, does it become holy? Now, what God's doing here is he's using a form of rhetoric that is pretty much exclusive to Judaism, that you can find written this way in the Mishnah. Okay, the Mishnah is basically a recording passed down through the ages, principally of the sages of the 1st century A.D. But what they say is the product of rabbis talking to rabbis for centuries prior. Okay? And it's the Talmud, it's called the Talmud. The Mishnah is part of the Talmud, and it's been there forever and ever and ever practically. I mean, it goes all the way back to the writing of the law. The Jews call that, consider that oral Torah. Okay, that's one of the things they call it. And it contradicts the Torah, but I'm not going to get into that. The point is that this system of arguing and discourse is classic rabbi talk. Okay? If you're carrying something holy inside a garment, and bear in mind that he's talking about a priest, in a priestly garment, and bread touches the fold, not the meat. Cooked food, wine, oil, or any other food touches the fold. Will that thing that touched the fold become holy? And rightly, the priest answered no. You with me so far? This is a fine point of law, but it gives you a sense of how the rabbis reason too, and that's really important. Then Haggai, speaking for God, if one who is unclean from a corpse touches any of these, meaning the bread, food, wine, oil, any other food. In other words, even if it's a priest, see, if you touch the corpse, you were considered unclean, and you usually have to wash, and you couldn't touch anything till evening. Okay, and sometimes it was even longer. All right, and that becomes an issue when Christ dies, because Nicodemus and the other guy, Joseph of Arimathea, touch Christ and his corpse. They wrap his corpse, and they do it at Passover. Okay, so it was a real issue, because if you were unclean, you had to announce yourself as unclean so people would stay away from you until you performed the ritual that made you clean again. So he's saying, if anybody is unclean from a corpse, touches any of these, will these things become unclean? And the priest answered, yes. Because anything, if you touched the corpse, anything else you touched became unclean. That's why you'd tell everybody, oh, I fell over a corpse. Don't come near me until, tomorrow or whenever the allotted time was. Sometimes it was up to 7 days. Okay? So, that's the second rabbinical question he asked them. Now here's God's answer. He is likening, he's taking that issue, and he's taking that issue, and he's saying, that's what this people is before me. Now bear in mind, he's talking to the most positive Jews, because you had to be really positive to want to go back to Israel and rebuild the temple. You were going into opposition and you knew it. And he's saying they're all unclean. I mean, he's really chiding them. The whole people, the whole nation are unclean, so is every work of their hands. They're building the temple, and he's chiding them. And what they offer there is unclean. He's just basically discouraged them as much as can be. First he says, take courage, I am with you. But then down here, he's insulting them. Whatever you think you did right, you didn't. You're unclean. Why? Because, he's trying to explain to them, is they're thinking that because they're engaged in holy work, that holy work that they're doing transcends to make their garments, in other words, their outward actions, holy. They're mistaking the inward holiness of the meaning of rebuilding the temple for the outward action they're doing in the rebuilding. They're thinking themselves holy for doing it. And he's trying to remind them, headed off at the pass, because that's what got Israel in trouble in the first place. Just because, and this is important for all of us, it scares me to death. Just because I'm reading Bible to you and I know it's correct, doesn't mean I'm holy. The only thing that makes me holy is what the Lord did in me. There's nothing, the words coming out of my mouth are not holy. Okay? They're not. Saying Bible does not make me holy. It's an enjoyable thing to do and I love it more than anything else. But it's not making me holy. Only God's making me holy. And that's what he's trying to tell them. Just because you're engaged in an activity that on the internal is holy, in other words, the Holy Spirit's running it, don't mistake your movements or your activities or your works as also being holy, and therefore pride yourself. Because, honey, you're unclean just the same. I'm unclean. Okay? No matter what I do, here I am talking about Bible, I'm still unclean. I'm saved in Christ. And when I use 1 John 1:9 during the between sins, okay, then I'm not making mistakes. But, you can sin just by having an incorrect thought and agreeing to it. That's why I use it like breathing, because I'm sure if I've sinned or I've just been tempted. Okay? I'm always unclean. The priests, these are the people who are supposed to be regarded as holy. They're always unclean, and so is everybody else. What he's doing and getting ready to do is to stress a stronger reassurance. But he's just insulted them. You see why? He's making a distinction between the inside meaning of what they're doing and their outside being, corpuscles. Hello, my corpuscles are not clean. My corpuscles have the sin nature in them. There's nothing about me that's clean. Not now, not ever. When I die, then I get a new body, and then it'll be clean. Okay, now watch. In spite of this being unclean, everything they do is unclean. Ceremonially clean is not the same thing as truly clean. That's the point he's making. But now consider from this day forward, before one stone was placed on another. See, this is an anniversary of the foundation of the temple. When you're digging a foundation, you don't have any stones. You've just finished digging the foundation, getting ready to lay stones. Okay? Before one stone was placed on another in the temple of the Lord. From that time, before the foundation, from the time that they laid the foundation until the time he's talking, they had drought. Remember, we saw that above here? All right? He says, you look for much and it comes to little. You sow much, but you harvest little. He's paralleling back what he said back in the 6th month. And now it's the 9th month. Okay? And they have been working now, see? In the 24th of the 9th month, I haven't told you the punchline yet. On the 24th of the 9th month, they've been working an additional 2 months from this point. So they've now got about 18 days plus 2 months minus the Sabbaths that came in between that they've been working. All right, so they've been working roughly 2.5 months minus the Sabbaths. All right, and he's just told them, I'm sorry, you're all unclean. In other words, they're not going to deserve what he's going to say next, but he's going to do it anyway. But now, consider from this day forward, before one stone was placed on another, because it's the anniversary of the temple's foundation. From the time you laid that foundation, remember, you sowed much, but you got little. When you came to a grain heap that was sized for 20 measures, there were only 10. When you came to the wine vat that was sized for 50 measures, there would only be 20. In other words, the produce was low. I smote you. See, he's reminding them of what he said in Haggai 1. I smote you, and yet you did not come back to me. In other words, here you guys were wringing your hands and priding yourselves on being back in the land, but you weren't building my temple. But now, 2.5 months that you started building, only 2.5 months, and he's talking to them about December 15th in our terms. Actually, December 25th in our terms. It should be December 15th, but Pope Gregory cut 10 days off our calendar, so our December 25th is really December 15th. All right? So that's not normally a time when you'd have plenty, when you'd have growth. But he's saying, I smote you then, but from this day onward, from the 24th day of the 9th month, from the day when the temple of the Lord was founded. See? He's commemorating the anniversary of their digging of the foundation. And after 2.5 months of them finally getting the courage to start up building on the foundation, to commemorate that, he says, consider. Is the seed still in the barn? See, it wasn't growing, so they stopped planting. And now we're past the planting season. Is the seed still in the barn? Yeah, because what's the point of planting? Because of the wind, mildew, and hail, they stop planting. The seed's still in the barn? Even the vine seed, the fig tree, pomegranate, olive, it's not borne fruit. Yeah, because they're storing it. They gave up. Yet from this day on I will bless you. In other words, the weather's going to change. See? Shake the heavens and the earth. One way to shake the heavens is to change the weather. There are bigger ways that we'll see in the next video. Seed's still in the barn because they gave up. Vine, fig tree, they just won't grow nothing. But from this day on, from what day? The anniversary of the founding of the temple. See? From the day of the temple of the Lord. From this day, the 24th of the 9th, the day that the temple was founded. Now, I don't know. See, look. That's the second time he comes on the same day. See, God-man. Okay, two natures. So he comes twice. You get that little bit of wit there. And it's past planting season. Well, actually, yeah, it is past planting season. They should have started planting back in Bull when the rain came. But he's saying, do it now. And then the word comes a second time to Haggai. So it's actually a total of 3 times. There's the first, going to the priests. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. That's still the first one. There's the first one. He's going to the priest. And when he says this, he's still talking to the priests. I'll start blessing you now. In other words, you can go ahead and plant even though it's not the planting season. Even though the rain season, which is Bull, month of Bull, 8th month, has passed. Start planting because I'll bless you. See, and that would make a big shake-up in the world because that season and that part of the world, you're not supposed to plant. So what does God have to do? He has to change the weather. See? Shake the heavens. He has to change the weather. Okay, so he's going to change the weather starting on this day. And he's telling them that's what he's going to do. So now the weather's going to change. And the weather's going to change. And what's going to happen? People are going to ask why. And so now the priests have something to teach. Okay, well, see, this is what God told us. From this day on, probably that same day or the next day, the weather suddenly changed and they were able to start planting the seed. And, you know, if you're going to do weather as a change, you have to do it over a region. Because everybody's weather is dependent on everybody else's weather. So if you have nice weather in one place and that weather's going to move, that means that the region that's going toward where? Toward Susa. It's going to be nicer than expected. So there's going to be a greater yield than expected because people are going to be able to tell, especially if they've got this advance notice that has just been told to who? The guys in charge of telling people things. And they're going to repeat this message. This is why the weather's good. Okay? And so he closes it again. He comes a second time to Haggai, and this time instead of speaking to the priests, he's speaking to the civil authorities, Zerubbabel. And see, he's now governor of Judah again. Saying, I'm going to shake heavens and the earth. Now, here's the punchline. You'll notice that this is specifically what Mary's going to be quoting, is a repeat of what was up here. Okay? And he's being called governor of Judah, no longer Tatani. Zerubbabel, governor of Judah. Okay, my guess is that when he came the second time that day, the first time he came, all right, I can't prove it yet, but I'm going to try. The first time he came and he gives his first speech, yet from this day on I will bless you. My bet is just after he said that, the letter from Darius to Tatani came to them. So now Zerubbabel is governor of Judah because what was that? That was the order of Darius. See? Ezra 5, Ezra 6. Darius says, hey, leave him alone. Let them do their thing. So now Zerubbabel is governor of Judah. And that's why God comes back. Now, you can imagine that, how do I want to say this? If I say December 25 to you, I don't have to tell you that it's Christmas. Okay? If I repeat something I had said, I'm going to shake heavens and the earth, which I had said a couple of months ago. The first time I said it was predictive. Okay? But the second time I'm saying it is like, see? I'm repeating what I say now in the 24th day of the 9th month, to remind you of what I predicted at the time that you probably knew that the letter of Tatani went to Darius. But now, you're getting the answer, see? And now he repeats. See, Darius repeated, he closed his statement. So this whole thing is a paragraph about before and after. Okay? Before and after they get, Zerubbabel's governor now, so I'm pretty sure that that's the day that they got the answer from Darius saying it's okay. And, because Tatani will be coming back there with animals, with money. It would have taken a little extra time for him to get all that stuff. He would have gotten the answer. He probably would have gotten the answer maybe he got it here. And they just sent the courier without any animals or money yet to quickly reinstate Zerubbabel, and then they brought the animals. But somehow, this is the day that they get the answer from Darius. And so now God is coming back a second time on the same day. And of course, when God came the first time on that day, he knew what he was talking about. The second time on the same day, he's going to the civil authority who would have gotten the letter from Darius. The letter from Darius wouldn't have gone to the priest, it would have gone to Zerubbabel. And now Zerubbabel's reinstated because of the letter. See, I'm shaking heavens and the earth. And now the far fulfillment, and this is where Mary's quoting. So he's still talking future tense. I will overthrow the thrones of kingdoms. He's not talking about the temple anymore. He's talking about the world. Thrones of kingdoms destroy the power of the kingdoms of the nations. I will overthrow chariots and their riders and their horses and everybody. Okay. To understand this, you have to understand that at the same time, it was in the 7th month, and we'll have to go through that too, Zechariah, who was another prophet of this time, had already come to Zerubbabel making this promise. So we're going to have to go there too. But this is the long-term promise of Messiah. And how do we know that? Right here, on that day. In other words, on that 24th day of Kislev, not the current one. On that day, I will take you, seed of Baal, son of Shealtiel, Mary's ancestors, my servant, and I will make you, and the signet ring means heir apparent. When he took the signet ring away from Jeconiah, that meant that Jeconiah's line was not going to produce kings. Jeconiah was the son of Solomon. But Zerubbabel, through Shealtiel or through somebody else, okay, it's either Shealtiel or Zerubbabel or both are sons of Nathan. Nathan was a son of David, a younger son of David and Bathsheba. And you're going to become the new signet ring. That means Christ is coming from Zerubbabel. For I have chosen you, and there's no condition. It's going to just happen. On that day, see, on that day. So that's the day that Messiah is going to be born. And of course, we find out through Daniel 7 and Daniel 8 that day ends up being Hanukkah. You see where I get it from? Now, we still got to cover more about what he means by shake the heavens and the earth, because Israel was given a year-by-year, blow-by-blow description about this whole time, starting in Psalm 90, updated by Isaiah, and updated also by Daniel. So by the time Zerubbabel hears this, he knows what time it is, and he was expecting that kind of news. He just didn't know what day it was going to be. And that's the day it was going to be. Oops. See, whenever I do something dramatic, something goes wrong with the screen. That's the day. And we'll pick up again to explain more about the heavens, because he repeats that, see. First he says the heavens and the earth I'm going to shake. And down here he's talking about thrones, and he's talking about the Messiah promise. But in order to understand what's down here in blue, I got to cover more about what's up here in blue. And we're still focusing on, I'm going to shake the heavens and the earth. There is a technique in Bible writing that bookends. You know, you have this bookend here, repeated by this bookend here, which means that what's going to follow this phrase is an elaboration on this phrase. So you are meant to tie them together. And as we saw, this phrase had its almost immediate fulfillment in the decree reply of Darius the Great. That's how Bible prophecy is structured. You always get a down payment because the same idea is meant to be a far fulfillment that always has a millennial connection. Okay, in other words, the regathering of Israel, the arrival of Messiah. The arrival of Messiah is bound up with the concept of millennium, because that's what Messiah is to begin. That's his time. When he arrives, that's when Israel's time was supposed to flower. And we're going to find out about that when we go to Psalm 90, which is going to take us a while. So here he's setting that up. Near fulfillment, okay? And then here, on the day that, they get, I'm sure it's that day, or they had just gotten it the day before or something, and God waited until the anniversary. They had gotten the reply at this point that everything was going to be okay. So God is now reminding Zerubbabel, okay, see, I did what I told you I was going to do up here. That's the near fulfillment. And now he's giving the far fulfillment. You're going to be the seed of Messiah. Because there's no point in doing this if there's no Savior. I mean, the whole reason that the temple has to be there is it has to be there for the Savior. And we're going to see just how important. If that temple wasn't rebuilt, all history should have ended. And that's why we're going to have to take this detour in many other Bible passages, so I can at least give you the highlights of what that means. That's shaking the heavens. That's all interpretive of shaking the heavens. And Messiah's arrival shakes the heavens, right? The defeat of Satan. Shaking the heavens means just that. All the heavens are going to be shaken up by this. When Messiah arrives and does his job, that defeats Satan. So it's not simply the heavens in the sky, with good weather. It's the heavens of the whole history of the conflict that went on before we even existed. So that's why we're going to have to take that detour. So you're to read this whole paragraph here as one unit. Okay? And it's really important to do that because elements that are in this section, in this unit, actually it goes all the way because the internal parallels go all the way to here. Actually, no, from here to here. This basically covers the time period, if you pay close attention, from the time Israel became a nation until the time Messiah is born. And the depth references that both Mary and Zechariah make, Zacharias, in Luke 1, end up, the way they do it, it's a very sophisticated technique you see Paul use, is they take keywords and they slightly change the keywords so that they can reference a whole slew of Bible verses in just a few words that they use, and therefore demonstrate just how deft their understanding of Scripture is. It really blows me away. You know, the Magnificat in Luke 1 is the largest swatch of text you have about Mary in the Bible. So, I mean, these are her lines. She's got like maybe 10 or 15 lines. And that's her soliloquy in the Bible. Everything else you learn about her, you really don't hear her say much. Just a one line here or one sentence there. You know, it's mostly, you see Mary through the eyes of other people. So here we're going to get a chance to see her speaking from her own lips, her own thought pattern. And both she and, of course, Zechariah, you'd expect it, but you don't expect it of her. She was adept at doctrine. She really was. It just blows me away. And you're going to hear me yell at the Catholic Church an awful lot when I get to that section, because they insult her so much that somebody should just give those people the death penalty for praising her for being a virgin. They're denuding her of her real value as a woman and as a human being. And you're going to see that. But they're also doing the same thing to Zechariah. Okay? When you got words like this repeated in the Bible and other verses, for us it's very hard to read it because it all looks the same until you understand what the people are doing when they craft their words that way. Because they didn't have computers that they could do word searches on like I do. They just knew this stuff in their head. And when you see how they, subsume this paragraph and what they do, you're going to be blown away. But I first have to explain what this is so you'll catch it when they word it. Shake the heavens is the key phrase here. Okay? So you're aware of that. You understand that this is bookmarked. These are two bookends right here. Okay? And this is a bookend with this. Okay? See? When they come out of Egypt, that's with Moses. Alright? On that day, see? Messiah in seed form, as part of Israel, comes out of Egypt. The whole plague of the firstborn is designed to predict him. Okay, that's what Passover represents, the slaying of the firstborn, because he's going to be the firstborn. You have to understand what Passover really means. It's a celebration of the firstborn being slain for the sins of the world. And it was depicted in the near fulfillment by the firstborn of those who didn't believe dying. Because if you did believe, you made the little signs on the lintel of your doorpost. You could be Egyptian, you could be Jewish, you could be anything. Did you believe the angel of death was going to come that night, since everything else Moses said turned true? If you believed it, you put the blood on the lintel, the lintel, the doorpost, okay, on the top and on the sides. It's the shape of a cross. You did that, and then your firstborn didn't die. You didn't believe, you didn't do that, and your firstborn died. Okay? And that depicted Christ. So he's bookending here and here. And then he's got sub-bookends on the internal. We got shake the heavens, which I still have to explain because there's so much to say about it. He had done the same thing up here when he said, consider your ways, consider your ways. In other words, this marked off this section. Okay? And then everything else around it was an elaboration. But your primary attention was on this section. Now, what I'm going to show you in future videos is that God not only does this with word repeats, but he does it with meter. And unfortunately, the scholars don't know anything about this. So I'm going to have to spend considerable amount of time trying to do a short version of what I've already done in 5 playlists and over 100 videos. Just so that you can get the idea, and then if you want to pursue the idea of the meter in more detail. You can go into the playlists themselves. But I can't even get to Mary until I show you the meter, because that elaborates on what shaking the heavens means. I mean, I hope you understand time means the world revolves. We measure time by the world revolving. The world is, in the heavens. I mean, there are 3 heavens. One of them is the known universe. Okay, so shaking the heavens has to do with changing the time, affecting time. And this temple, time should have ended if it wasn't up. That's why this is so important. This time should have ended when the temple went down. Satan was trying to get that to happen. And we're going to see next in Daniel 11 that it didn't work out because there was one guy, just one guy, who had enough faith to ask God to rebuild it. None of these people had asked God to rebuild it. Daniel did. He went at the right time, and we're going to find out why he knew it was the right time. He went, he prayed, that's why they're there. And now that they started working, because of what? Because they're believing God, or they wouldn't be working. And so what is God going to do? God's going to give them good weather when they didn't have it before. Because why? Because they stopped working. Because why? Because they lost faith. Meanwhile, there's some guy who's being persecuted his whole life, sitting in Babylon, and he doesn't even have an opportunity to really, follow the law very much. I mean, he's doing as much as he can, but he has to live on vegetables. Okay? He can't have holy meat because nothing around him is kosher. And he prays. One guy prays, and all of history is saved. Okay. We gotta orient to the time here. Belshazzar was the nephew of Nebuchadnezzar, who was the last Babylonian king. Daniel was reinstated because he interpreted the handwriting on the wall for the very frightened Belshazzar, who was desecrating temple goblets with a drunken orgy. And when the handwriting appeared on the wall, Belshazzar's mother, who apparently was a believer, told him that Daniel could interpret it. So he sent for Daniel. He had already made the offer that anybody who could interpret it would be the third ruler in the realm. And Daniel came, and he didn't want the honor, but Belshazzar gave it to him anyway. And that same night, this is the night that Gobi Ras comes in, and Cyrus conquers Babylon as a result. Belshazzar was slain, and Darius the Mede, who was the uncle of Cyrus, ends up receiving the kingdom. Darius the Mede should have inherited Persia, but it's a long story. Cyrus was a kind of, how do you want to call it? If ever there was a guy who had a fight with his father and you wanted to say was somebody who would have really hurt his father because he just plain wanted to, even if he was right, and you can argue he was right and you can argue he was wrong on both sides. Cyrus was that kind of guy. But he also knew how to command loyalty. There was something about him, must have been very charismatic. So his own uncle is actually on his side. Very loyal. Okay. So notice that Belshazzar is slain, which means that since Daniel's the third ruler in the kingdom, Daniel doesn't have to be slain. The king is slain. I have to presume that the second guy was slain. And that left Daniel, who was just newly appointed. Okay, and the circumstances could have been related pretty easily. So Daniel 6 is the story of the lion's den. which is the first year that Darius is in office, okay? And that's when they began accusing Daniel, because he's back in power again after about 30 years of being out of power, okay? And they trick him into, a sort of arrogant thing that you can't do anything without the king's approval for 30 days. It's the idea of the king playing God. Okay, you can read this whole story yourself in Daniel 6 if you want. Anyway, they become close friends as a result, and Darius, basically did the same thing that we'll later see Darius, the other Darius, do. Okay, look. Okay? So then we have a parenthesis as far as the timeline goes. This is in the first year of the nephew who got taken over. And this is in his third year, implication being that this is the beginning and the ending of his time. So Daniel was given time to warn him, and he didn't listen. And that was all the prediction. Daniel 7 and 8 is the prediction of the Persians and later the Greeks. So that by the time the Persians take over, Daniel can warn them about their future. Okay, and he didn't, when you get real information from God, you don't crow about it. He was sick. Okay? It's overwhelming, as my pastor put it. It's humiliating. When you really know you know something from God, you're humiliated. The last thing you want to do is crow about it. But at the same time, you can't be quiet about it either. It's an obligation. But you never feel like you're good or holy or anything like that. That, people who feel special because they understand something or they know scripture or they get a revelation. Honey, if you really got one from God, you wouldn't feel holy or good. You wouldn't. So here we are, first year of Darius. Okay. He's going to be in power for only 3 years, as we're going to see in a few minutes. This is the famous Daniel 9. And we're going to be coming back to this in more detail. I want to tell you a couple of things about it that are important right now. This whole section through verse 24 is in metered Hebrew. Daniel is mapping the words to a meter of time that God established as a rhetorical style by Moses. I don't know. Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible. A lot of people think Job is actually older than Moses writing. And if so, then I would like to be able to find meter of that same kind in Job to say who was first. But right now, as far as I know, Moses was first. It is an extensively documentable, provable style of meter that accounts time sabbatically. Now, here's the way it works, the root idea. Okay, this is God replying to Daniel. Okay? Let's hold the reply. Okay. God meters his reply to Daniel based on Daniel's meter. And both of these I covered, it was one of my longer videos on Daniel 9. It's 1 hour and 24 minutes. You can go watch it yourself and see the meter play live yourself. I show the Hebrew on screen. I show you how the meter works. I show the meter counts, the whole bit. I've done extensive videos on this topic. There are 4 basic passages I've done videos on. Daniel 9, Psalm 90, which started the style, followed by Isaiah 53, who's the next guy to pick it up as far as I can tell. Daniel 9 is third, and Paul using Greek words, but Hebrew meter is doing it in Ephesians 1, 3 through 14. And I've got 5 playlists on this topic. I'm not going to go through all that material here. You're going to have to do that yourself. But the basic thing he's doing is he's taking his prayer, starting here. Well, let's see. Starting here in verse 4, his words are mapped to Israel's history, so that each verse is a kind of testimony about that time in history. That's exactly the style that Isaiah uses in Isaiah 53 and that Moses uses in Psalm 90. See, everything with the Bible is like, you have to think like a thesaurus. On the one hand, if you just read it as straight text without the meter, you get a layer of meaning, and it'll be a valid layer of meaning. Okay? But when you factor in the meter, then the meter ends up showing a, what do you want to call it? A historical layer of meaning with the same words used. Okay? So for example, in Isaiah 53, like here, this is really what Daniel's saying. He's repeating himself. Okay, this is, pretty standard wording as far as we're concerned. This is almost repetitive in the Psalms. Okay, but when you realize that this verse, okay, is about Daniel's own captivity historically. He's using this verse to tell you the date of his prayer. He's also telling you that it's timed. His prayer is on purpose. He's supposed to pray now. See, I prayed to the Lord and confessed. If you knew that he was using this wording in Hebrew as a dateline, this would make a lot more, this would have a dimension of understanding that you wouldn't have if all you did was blindly read the words. Okay? The next thing about it is that he's keying the words he uses to past benchmarks. He's not only datelining in light of the day he prays, he's literally connecting his words to past important benchmarks in Israel's history, specifically from Psalm 90 and from Isaiah 53, but mostly Psalm 90. And then the rest of this text, like this, is based on King David. This is based on Solomon and some of his progeny. And then he's just ticking off, ticking down a list, the laundry list of the kings until he gets here. And he's come full circle on his own captivity at that point. See, he starts with his own captivity. This is classical Greek drama, okay? Except that it obviously predates Greek drama. He's coming full circle in time from there, where he's captive, by this point. And it's all metered all the way through. It's even metered. Yeah, it's metered all the way through verse 19. And there's an accounting in the meter that accounts for the time. And not only that, but all this accounting, all this meter plays on the meter of both Psalm 90 and Isaiah 53 at the same time. There's just no way that he could not be speaking filled with the Spirit. This is divine. I've never seen anything like this. The math just blows me away every time I think about it. Because he's talking off the top of his head. He's not rehearsing. He's doing all this in one take. He's not writing it down. He's talking. This is how good he was. If you want to know how it was that Babylon could be well ruled by this one guy, all you have to do is look at how he constructs this prayer in the meter. It's unbelievable. It's humanly impossible to be that good, as far as I'm concerned. I dare anybody else to come up with a meter that's this good. Now, Isaiah has the same style. The words on the surface are about the prophecy of Messiah and how we will regard him and how we will disregard him when he comes, how he pays, and how he wins at the end. We all know that story on the surface. But Isaiah's meter is from first, well, I might as well just show Isaiah, okay? You can't see it in translation. That's why you know immediately the King James only people are wrong. They're just flat wrong. All this, actually it doesn't even begin. The chapter begins here, because they didn't have chapter markers and verse markers. Okay. It was just all running. That's the real Isaiah 53 in Hebrew. When he starts here, and it's badly translated, frankly, in any version, when he starts here, the number of syllables, including ellipsis, because he uses ellipsis just like Daniel does, that covers 1,078 syllables, and it's referencing the millennium from first David to last David. See, the number of years from first David's birth to last David's death was supposed to be 1077, and then in order to be divisible by 7, because the meter is a 7, it's always a 7 factor. In order for it to be divisible by 7, it's 1078, which is the beginning of the year 1078. See, David's born here, and beginning of year 1078 from David's birth, that was when Messiah was supposed to die. Okay? That was when it was supposed to happen. So, you get an exact timeline. Every single syllable in here in the Hebrew stands for 1 year. And then there's an ellipsis between here and here, between that section and that section, of 252 years on purpose. This is David's death. David's 877 when he dies. Luke and Matthew pick up on this. This is the part they pick up on. Matthew uses this to craft his genealogy. Luke uses all this to craft his genealogy. 42 syllables in Hebrew here. 77 syllables in Hebrew here. So Matthew's 3:14s are derived from the number of syllables. Luke's 77 sons are derived from these syllables. This verse is about the Gentiles. This verse is about the Jews and how they are, affected by him and how they despise him. Okay? And then here this is when Hezekiah is ruling. When Isaiah goes to Hezekiah. There's a 252-year ellipsis here. And I cover this in detail in my Isaiah 53 videos. There is another ellipsis, and this is going to be important. There is another ellipsis, right, is it there? Oh, no, I think it's here. Yeah, there's another ellipsis between verses 11 and 12 of 364 years, which stands for the time the temple was standing. So this verse here, or maybe it's in another place. No, I think it's between 10 and 11. Okay, this verse begins in 5 BC. Now I gotta fine tune the BC AD adjustment, because when I convert to AD BC, I'm using our system, and our system is screwed up. But it's still the right number of years. It's just whether I call it 5 BC or 1 BC or 2 BC or 3 BC. I gotta work that out. Mary knows this meter. She's using it. Okay? This is the time when Mary gets from Mary's pregnancy to the time Christ was supposed to die, but he dies 7 years prior due to Jewish rejection. Okay? When he was supposed to die in what we have to call 37 AD till I can fine tune it. And Paul, well, I have to figure out Paul's meter better, and that will tell me whether, how to fix our BC AD. Okay, but she knows this timeline. She's using Isaiah just like Daniel does. Alright? So at each point in Isaiah, from the time of the birth of David to the death of the last David, that's what that blue covers, you could count your syllables and know what would be the character of the time you lived in. For example, The first temple goes down at the end of verse 4. Smitten of God and afflicted in particular. When you get to that, and it's stronger than afflicted, but we'll just leave it go. Okay? By the time you get to the end of that verse, that is 586 BC. Then it's in patterns, as you'll see in the Isaiah playlist. It's in patterns of 56, 70, 42, and 35. Deliberate alternating patterns. The meter. And then each verse, see, that if you counted all the syllables in Hebrew from here to here, and you took into account the fact that there's a deliberate 252-year ellipsis here, okay, which I explain in the videos, then you're getting an annual, this is exactly 586, and that's the characteristic of it. Okay? And then it goes on. Okay? So in this part, this is why I have to get to, Daniel was tracking this to time when he was going to pray. All right? Unfortunately, the meter in the Hebrew and the meter in the English are they realize it's meter. They're trying to translate it poetically, but it's so far different that it doesn't make a whole lot of sense what I'm saying. Okay, I did do in the videos, in the Isaiah 53 playlist, I retranslated Isaiah 53 metrically in English so that you could get the same cadence and the same number of syllables and you could do your count. So I suggest that you look at the Isaiah 53 playlist. I believe it's the last video or near the last video in the list. And it'll have an English translation that you can download, so you can see it metrically translated, and therefore copy the meter and see the count. Okay, when it says, by his scourging we are healed, actually the part about, well, okay, let's see, they translate it in the wrong order. Okay, this part and this part, where do I want to put it? The word that they're saying, fell, is not really there. I mean, it's there, but it's not there the way they're translating it. Basically, it's yifki. Okay? At that syllable, Yehua yifki. Boet. Okay? They're translating that chastening of our well-being. It really means that God threw our sins on him. This is sugared over language. Okay? God threw our sins on him. God threw. Okay? That's where Daniel had to pray. That was the 49th year of exile. And by the time it gets to healed, which is the last word in the Hebrew in the verse, that's when Cyrus dies. And then the next 7 syllables cover the Civil War. And the next 7 syllables, and see, this is in actually 21. I think it's in groups of 3 syllables. I'd have to look it up. But this one is definitely 7. This is 7. I believe the third one is 7 too, but it might be 8. Okay, so we've got the Civil War after Cyrus. We've got the, so that takes you to 522 when they rebuild. And then by the time they get done rebuilding, that's that clause. Okay? So now the temple's up. See how apt this is. So now the temple's up again. Alright? Civil War, everybody gone astray. Okay? Rebuilding, everybody going in his own way. Because that's what they had been. Alright? But the Lord has caused the iniquity. By the time it's up again, this is actually a living reality because the temple depicts Christ. Alright? All the animals are being sacrificed in the right place. There's a real temple where they're being sacrificed. So the iniquity is falling on him because he's built. You see? The cleverness of that. And it just goes on. I mean, I don't want to spend too much time on this because I got to get to other passages. But this whole thing is a calendar of history from first David's birth to last David's then scheduled death. Okay? Now Christ died 7 years earlier than scheduled. But there was a schedule. And that's what this calendar depicted. And it was easy and better to do it this way. You didn't have to tell anybody. First of all, because each verse that's covering the time period it covers is a little testimony about that period. And you had to memorize everything by syllables anyway. So your syllable count did double duty. It was very prosaic. It did double duty. Oh, hi, this is going to be the characteristic of, the last, just before he dies. Yeah, well, duh. He interceded for the transgressors. He's on the cross. Okay? Moses did the same thing in Psalm 90 about history from Adam forward. Isaiah is taking it, Moses did it Adam to the time period we're going to be looking at, because I got to go to that next. Isaiah is taking it from first David to last David. And then Daniel, let me get to Daniel. Daniel is actually is capitalizing on what Isaiah did. Where's Daniel? It's never in the right order, of course. Daniel capitalizes on what Isaiah did and does a retrospective with his meter. See, this one starts with David and the kings forward of David. And then, I think he gets full circle. Yeah, he comes full circle there. All right, and then he comes a different kind of full circle because he's tying to two different circles of time. He comes one full circle there, measuring by his own captivity and when he prays. And then he comes to a second dateline circle here. And then from here to 19, and I've covered all this in the videos, and I've done extensive Word documents showing you all this in the Hebrew. He goes forward in time to the millennium just like Moses had done in Psalm 90. So he's capitalizing on what Isaiah had done and basically, repeating it. Okay, yeah, this king, this king, this king, those were all the kings that Isaiah covered. And see, this is the testimony of each one. And each one of these verses is covering multiple kings, generally speaking, until he gets to the kings of his own captivity, which ends there. Because he's coming full circle from where he was, going back to David, then coming forward again to the time of his own captivity. He doesn't even cover the kings after 607. That's how bad they were. Okay, and then that's the end of his indictment. And this is his summing up. He's very good as a lawyer, really very good as a lawyer. Okay, but his meter is going forward in time, and it's this section of the meter that God answers in these verses. And like I said, I've done extensive videos on Daniel, and there are a lot of them, and they start in episode 19 of the Psalm 90 playlist. And then the ones that are done by Paul are in the 11 GGS playlist, and those are too many to even begin to talk about Paul. The point I want you to understand is that this thing with Daniel, okay, getting the answer here in the future, but praying in the first year of Darius the Mede, meaning the first year of Cyrus. He's only going to be around for about 4, maybe 5 years at this point. His last 4 or 5 years of his life. And as we saw in Daniel 6, his last years weren't too happy. This happened sometime in the last year or two. Could have happened in the first year, but in the last year or two, probably. And the reason I say that is because of Daniel 10. This is the last year that Daniel is going to be employed. Okay, we're back. And now we're really going to get into what's shaking up the heavens. Again, because I know this has been really complicated and I apologize. Israel knows what time it is if they read their Bible. For them, reading the Bible was not the way we do. They had to memorize it. And they did memorize it, and they still do memorize it. They categorize, they index by keywords and syllable counts. That's how a lot of people did it in the ancient world. The Bible, the Jews weren't exclusive to doing that. It's a very handy system. I find myself using it all the time. I don't know, it just comes natural. I don't know, anything that I happen to remember in Hebrew, I'm suddenly always counting with my fingers. Because I'll know if a syllable's missing. And I don't even have to think about it. And as far as I know, I'm not Hebrew by blood. So there's no race memory there as far as I know. Okay, so in the 3rd year of Cyrus, the king of Persia. That's telling you a lot of things. It's no longer mentioning Darius, so he's dead. He dies in the 3rd year. Okay? Because now it's mentioning Cyrus and not Darius, so he's not there. The other hint is right here. Daniel's been mourning for 3 weeks. Now, he's not just mourning for the death of Darius, who was his friend by this point. We saw that at the end of Daniel 6. The temple's in trouble. Remember? This is the 3rd year of Cyrus. It was the 1st year that the decree was issued to go back. Okay, the 1st year of Cyrus would have probably been measured if they came in bull of 539, like the scholars think. Then in 538, that's when the decree was issued, because that would have been his first accession year. He would have celebrated his accession in Nisan, beginning of the year. So the trouble is, of course, we measure from January to December, so whether we call it 539 still or 538 by their calendar is kind of a dicey thing. I've got to figure out how to adjust that. I just haven't had the time. So it was in Cyrus's 2nd year, okay, it was the 1st year he issued the decree. In his 2nd year, 537, they start building. So their 2nd year is his 2nd year. You got that? But they only finished building the foundation. So this is now the 3rd year of Cyrus. So it's their 3rd year also. And they're not building anything. They got stopped after they finished the foundation, remember? Okay, that was Ezra 3 and 4. So Daniel has lost, we know because Cyrus is mentioned here instead of Darius, that Daniel had been mourning the death of his friend. But it's not just the death of his friend, and he doesn't have to mention what kind of mourning it is, because this is going out contemporaneously. They're getting a copy of Daniel. Okay, they know what Daniel said in Daniel 9. They confessed that to Tattenai. So they got it, there was a postal service going back and forth, remember? Okay, so they knew what Daniel was writing. My guess is that he wrote this in as chapters. He'd write a chapter and send it out, write a chapter and send it out, and they collated it afterwards. Okay, so he didn't need anything. He was in mourning. Yeah, and it's not just for his friend. All right? He's been mourning for 3 entire weeks. He's been mourning longer than normal. And he's mourning more deeply than normal. This is the kind of mourning you do for the temple. Okay? And you can understand why. And so now, see, it's the 3rd year, it's the beginning of the 3rd year. And on the 24th day of the 1st month, and we know that that's Nisan. So it's 24 days into the 3rd year of Cyrus. And you can understand why. See, it's the 24th of the 1st month. See, on the 24th of Kislev, the foundation was laid. We saw that in Haggai too, several times. So now, Okay, Kislev to Tibet is 1 month. Tibet to Shabbat is 2 months. Okay, Shabbat to Adar is 3 months, and it's 3 weeks. And this is really important. You know that the first month of the year, okay, the first month, that's the time of what? Passover. It's the 24th. He hasn't eaten. He didn't celebrate Passover. Why? Because there's no temple. This is like an aposiopesis. That's a phrase for something in Greek where you choke up and you can't even say the words. He's not talking about what he's mourning. And he wouldn't have to, not to his contemporary audience. Alright? He didn't celebrate Passover. The most important holiday to celebrate. He didn't celebrate it. Now, he's not going to forego Passover just because his friend died. You get that. Okay? So here he is on 24th day of the month. Hadn't eaten anything. This is what you do when you're mourning the temple. And he missed Passover. No Passover. He didn't celebrate it. He hadn't eaten anything in 3 weeks. See, he's not telling you that the 24th day of the month. See, he's saying he didn't eat for 3 weeks, and he's saying it's the 24th day of the first month. He doesn't tell you. This is real important. He doesn't tell you that he missed Passover. You'd have to know that Passover was scheduled in the first month, and he doesn't even mention it. This is very typical Bible style, and it's going to be really important in reviewing Mary's comments. They don't mention the obvious. We moderns are expecting them to mention the obvious, and if we don't see it mentioned the way we think it should be mentioned, we say the Bible isn't saying that. But the Bible is saying that, if you know the background. 3 weeks, 24th day of the first month, that means he did not celebrate Passover. He's not saying those words. But that's definitely what it is. If you didn't eat, and that was the month of Passover, then you didn't eat Passover. You didn't do any of the things that you're supposed to do for Passover. He didn't eat any food. He didn't use ointment. Okay, that means that he didn't clean up. This is what you do when you're in temple mourning. Okay? You're supposed to clean your house for Passover. You're supposed to clean out all the leaven in the house. And they even make a little ceremony out of it now in modern Judaism. He didn't do that. He didn't drink wine fermented or non-fermented. Fermented before Passover. Fermented after Passover. But not during. He didn't even drink any wine. You're supposed to drink wine on Passover, non-fermented. It was the one time a year that you drank non-fermented wine. Grape juice. It was to symbolize the fact that Christ had no sin. He didn't eat any meat. You're supposed to eat lamb on Passover. You see? So this has to be because of the problems with the temple. He's praying to get rid of those problems. And here's where we get into our shaking the heavens in the top window, top blue, short blue highlight. It's not really certain man, but I'm gonna try to leave off the mistranslation, okay? The point is that Gabriel comes to him again. Okay? There are men with him. He's not alone. Okay? He falls, understandably, trembling, blah, blah. Okay, I'm leaving that, because that's not the point I want to get to. And you're familiar with this chapter, I hope. Okay, now watch this. Don't be afraid, standard, because angels are so beautiful, they're fearful to look at. The first day, that was when? 3 weeks. So, he started then on the 3rd day of the month, knowing full well he was going to skip Passover. And the angel says, from the first day that you set your heart on what? Understanding. What was he trying to understand? There's nothing to understand about the death of his friend. But there's a whole lot to understand about a prayer that was answered by God, and then suddenly it's being forestalled. You with me on that? From the first day, your words were heard. But he doesn't come until the 24th. Why? That's what the angel answers next. Always look at the flow of a passage or you don't know what it's saying. The prince of the kingdom of Persia was withstanding me. Now, you know that an angel is stronger than a human, so this prince is not a human being. Now, my pastor spent a lot of time explaining why it's an angel, and angels have titles too, and they're called princes when they're the angels that are in charge of running the politics of a country that they're trying to manipulate. Only one angel can withstand another angel for 21 days. See, the whole time that he's fasting, Gabriel wants to come to him but can't because he has to do this. He has another job that takes precedence. Now see, look, this is shaking the heavens. This is angel against angel. The angel of Persia was able to withstand Gabriel for 21 days. That means there's a fight going on in heaven over what Darius would later win and do. But Darius is down the road in 522. This is 537, 536. Okay? Gabriel alone is facing some other angel as powerful as him alone during the time that Daniel was fasting and praying. This has to be about the temple. This has nothing to do with the fact that his best friend is dead, although his best friend probably died as part of the test. What do you mean test? Well, there is a war going on in heaven because there's a timeline on earth about when Messiah comes, and if that temple isn't up, and for it to be up, it has to have a protector, and Persia's the assigned protector, Isaiah 45. Isaiah began predicting the Persian takeover, first Babylon and then Persia, starting in Isaiah chapter 40, which Daniel knows. That's why Daniel prayed in Daniel 9. Between Isaiah and Jeremiah, Daniel knows what the story is. And then, of course, the angel's been visiting him ever since Daniel 2, explaining the future history. And by this point, we know when Persia comes. We know about Greece already, and we're getting ready to know about Rome. So there is something going on in the heavens over the timeline here, enough that Gabriel has to fight this other angel for 21 days when he was supposed to go to Daniel. See, from the first day, I hate it when I do that. Of course, I'm being dramatic now. From the first day, I was supposed to come, but I was withstood. Now, you got to think about this, especially because the translation here ends up being pretty blasphemous. If he was supposed to go on the first day, why is he detailed? There's billions of angels, okay? Myriads, tens and tens of thousands, innumerable. And why is Gabriel the guy who has to go? If he's supposed to go see Daniel, which he has already done twice or 3 times or more, then why is Gabriel the guy that's got to go fight the Prince of Persia? Okay? In order for Gabriel to leave to talk to Daniel, Michael had to go. See? Michael, one of the chief princes, see, prince titled for an angel, came to help me. For I had been left there. See, this is the part that's blasphemous. For I had been left there. The implication is that God and the angels abandoned Gabriel. Baloney. It was a sort of handicapping. The fight, there was some kind of terms in the fight here that only Gabriel and only Michael were allowed to handle it. It's not that he was left there. He was alone, detailed to go do this. And then Michael was finally allowed to relieve him. So Michael's there now so that Gabriel can come to Daniel. All right? This is shaking the heavens. For 21 days at least. Because Daniel's prayer shook the heavens already and started the rebuilding of the temple. So now Daniel is concerned about why it stopped. And the angel's explaining to him that the heavens are shaking. Now he's not using the word shake. He doesn't have to. You see this? If he's withstanding him for 21 days, that means the outcome of who has the right to manipulate Persian behavior toward Israel is at stake. And finally, God allowed Michael to come and relieve Gabriel. In other words, it was a stacked deck. I don't know what the terms are. I'm sure that they're in here somewhere, but I haven't found them yet. But what you know is that there were some terms that were between the two sides where it had to be one angel against one angel. And Gabriel got picked. And not until whatever happened at the end of the 21 days. Maybe Daniel's fasting. I don't have all the details yet on this. But after the 21 days, he got relieved. Okay? But not before. Alright, so now that he's relieved, he's come to give him understanding of the future. Because that's why he's mourning. He's mourning because it's the 3rd year of Cyrus, not his friend. So the protection for the temple is reduced. And since Cyrus is off fighting, even though he's now king of Persia, he's king of Persia, but it's not saying Darius, so Darius is gone. So that means Cambyses is back in Persia, which of course we know from history. And that's where all that infighting is going on. Cyrus is gone. So Cambyses is having trouble with his own factions. Yeah. And what's really going on is this. Shaking up the heavens. So the work on the temple stopped. So now the angel comes after having, won whatever it was he needed. And it could have simply been that Daniel stayed in mourning, doing the thing that you would expect should have been breaking the law. For 3 weeks, in the first month when he should be observing Passover, he skips it. On purpose. I'm sure that after 60 years of being in captivity, he figured out how to observe Passover every year. He went in his teens. Since 607, and this is now 536, so he's been there for, all of his life. Alright? So it could be that the battle that was only allowed to be between the two angels was based on Daniel's prayer because the people in the land weren't praying. And people in the land, like it said, they were afraid and they felt, weepy and all that when they dug the foundation and everybody withstood them. So now there was some kind of deal about what angels could do to help mankind that restricted the game. Okay, kind of like the Greek practice of one soldier versus another soldier so the two whole armies don't have to fight. The hoplite kind of thing. Alright? So Gabriel didn't even say he won. he said he got relieved. He's got to go back, as we're going to see at the end of this. Okay? So now I've come to give you understanding of what will happen. Alright? And that's when he turns to the rest of this. Okay? Now, you know, all of this is very upsetting to him. Okay? You know, as Gabriel talks, it's really upsetting to Daniel. Because he now is getting the final chapter of the story. You know, he already had a preview of coming attractions, but now he's going to get a blow-by-blow description about how the changeover to Rome and the machinations of the Seleucids and all that stuff, and how Rome will eventually take over them. But before we even get that far, because I'm presuming you know something about Daniel and the interpretation, I want to focus on this for a minute. I will tell you what is inscribed in the writing of truth. There is the divine recording of truth, obviously, in heaven. And we don't have all of it given to us. But we do have all we need to know given to us. So part of what's in heaven is given to us down here. Because this thing is the angels fighting the angels too. Alright, this whole deal is who wants God? This whole thing, it's not about works. It's not about whether you're good. If it really mattered how good you had to be, then God would make you perfect looking. He'd give you all kinds of money and all kinds of everything else you need to do the job right. But you never have what you need to do the job right, no matter what you have. Okay, so it's not about that. Do you want God anyway? Look, Daniel had prayed, the temple started being built, and then all of a sudden it goes wrong. Okay, and it's going wrong because these angels shaking the heavens are fighting. Same thing as in Revelation 12. There's a war in heaven, and they got the same issue we do. It's one thing we all have in common. Do you want God or not? And in spite of the fact that it looked like Daniel got a big slap in the face when the temple, suddenly the rebuilding stopped, he's still mourning anyway. He believes he's going to get an answer. He keeps on doing it. And he even misses Passover to do it. Okay? He's acknowledging the fact that observing things with your bodily customs aren't what make, that's not what makes for holy. Remember when God said, the holy meat on the inside touching the fold of the garment? So he's recognizing, well, yeah, it's holy meat that I'm missing, but you know what? What makes me holy is you, God. So I'm not going to eat anything because I want to, mourning was an important thing to do then, to represent your attitude. Okay? Not eating. It's not mandated in the law. It was something that people did by choice in order to express themselves toward God. And you could probably do that today too, but it's not mandated. It never has been. People who are all proud of themselves because they fast, just walk away from those people as fast as you can. That different kind of fast, when you see them talk about their fasting, fast yourself away from them because they're nuts. Okay? That wasn't the purpose of fasting. It was to save you time so you could study more, and that's exactly what he's doing here. So he regarded missing Passover as a good thing so he could study more, because it takes time to cook that food and eat it and observe it and all that other stuff. So he paid attention to studying instead, which we know because it says here, see, you set your heart on understanding this, the meaning of the stopping. You set your heart on understanding, not on your behaviors. I can't stress enough that works are not it. Works are not the spiritual life. Okay? Here's a lot of works going on. The prince of the kingdom of Persia, the demon, he's working really hard fighting against Gabriel. He's working. Yeah. For nothing. So now he comes to give an understanding. And there goes the future. Okay, now, Like I said, the writing of truth that's being referenced there is in heaven. This, somebody should just shoot himself for translating it that way. Yet there is no one who stands firmly with me against these forces except Michael, your prince. Oh, God has abandoned me. All the angels have abandoned me. Isn't that sick? 2,000 years. Well, not 2,000 years. How old is the English language? About 600 AD, 500 AD. This has been translated over and over and over. And nobody wakes up and says, gee, this is blaspheming God. Yeah. Okay, hello? No one will stand firmly except Michael. That's not what he means. He's saying that the fighting deal is that it's just him and this guy, or Michael as relief. That's the deal. The terms that God set. Just like it was one guy, Daniel, whose prayer changed history. That's why we're here. And the same guy seems to be getting a no answer all of a sudden, and that's what he's seeking to understand. Even so, with the angels, they got terms too. This is a legal trial. This is a conflict. There are rules of engagement. And one person does make a difference. Now granted, this is Gabriel and Michael, and those are the two chief seraphim. Okay, there was no such thing as a seraphim until Satan fell. That title, came into being because of Satan's fall, higher title than Satan had. But the point is they got rules of engagement too. Alright? So, when you see up here, it says, I am going to shake the heavens. Said here and repeated here. The first time he's shaking the heavens, that's to get the temple rebuilt. And we're beginning to see why that's important. And yeah, it sure was shaking the heavens. Those are the angels fighting over it. But the second time to shake the heavens is to produce Messiah. And that was referenced by the meter of Daniel and Isaiah, and I haven't shown it yet, but I'm going to, Psalm 90. There was a timeline. The Jews even know about it today. The first 2,000 years, it's really 2,100, but that's okay. They round it to 2,000. The first 2,000 years belonged to the Gentiles. The second 2,000 years belonged to the Jews. Messiah was supposed to come at the end of the second 2,000 years, and he did. We're looking at it. That's what Mary's Magnificat is actually about. And then the millennium was supposed to begin, and that's what Psalm 90 mapped, where we're going to go in the next video. And that is shaking heavens and earth, because that's Psalm 110:1. That's where the earth gets shaken up. That's the second advent. Lord said to my Lord, sit down till I make your enemies a footstool for your feet. And then, of course, you've got Hebrews 2, conquering of Satan, which, of course, is referenced in a bazillion passages in the Old Testament. All right, specifically Ezekiel 28 and Isaiah 14, which just flew into my mind. All right, so the heavens are being shaken. And that's besides the fact that the weather is being shaken up, and the politics are being shaken up, and the economies are being shaken up in good and bad ways. Okay? So you see, it was a one-on-one deal. So don't interpret this the way it sounds in English. Nobody's around. I'm left alone. No, it's not. The rules are that nobody's supposed to stand, except for Michael. That's the deal, because this was so important that the temple be rebuilt, that they had some kind of special challenge that they had to undergo. That's stressing the importance of the temple. We're now in episode 18 of the Synoptics, and we're taking a kind of circuitous route to explain what's going to end up being the backdrop for Mary's quote in the Magnificat and Zechariah's quoting also in Luke 1. Because these two were so sophisticated in their understanding of Scripture that I have to sort of give you prequels to the passages that they're referencing so that you can understand that this is yet one more way that Luke uses to prove that it's Hanukkah when Christ is born. The fact that it's to be Hanukkah is something that was scheduled, that is something that was foretold, and it was unfolded in a serial manner beginning in Psalm 90. And the guy who wrote Psalm 90 was Moses. So before you on screen is the first starting of the timeline of the coming of Messiah on a particular schedule. And Moses sets the pattern for that. And he does it in the year that he's, going to die. This is his kind of swan song, that just before God takes him home. And he lets him see the whole, all the area of Israel before he, takes him home. And Deuteronomy 32 is called the Song of Moses, by theologians. I'm not sure what the Jews call it. I don't remember. And Psalm 90 is written at the same time. And I have many, many, many videos on Psalm 90 in Hebrew, showing the meter pattern, which I'm not going to show here, but I am going to give you the gist of it. But before I can introduce that, I have to introduce you to the reason why Psalm 90 is even going to exist. Right here. And we're going to have to go through a little bit of technical Hebrew and Greek here. When the Most High gave the nations, meaning the Gentiles, their inheritance. When he separated the sons of man, when he set the boundaries of peoples, he did it according to the number of the sons of Israel. Now, in our modern English, we're gonna think, well, what? Number? You mean like population? No. He means the time. He's talking about the time. Okay? And then when the complement to this verse is Psalm 90, where he maps out the time from Adam to the time that we're focusing on the temple being rebuilt, the issue of the temple's rebuilding. And in the Psalm 90 playlist, I go through every single syllable of that verse. I retranslate it with meter to show you how it works. But here, obviously, I'm just going to have to do a quick summary course. Even in English, as hard as it is, as much as we're going to be confused by the word number, because we're going to think it's population, not number of time, you get the impression that, all history revolves around Israel. Duh. Because all history revolves around Christ. So everything about Christ, everything revolves around him, before he comes and after he comes. Okay? And one of the problems that the Jews have today, and that they had in Jesus' day too, is that they kind of lost track of time. And you can explain that partly. But they also kind of lost, this is what happened to anybody. This is a 2,000-year promise, as you're going to see. When you're waiting for something to happen, even if you know when it's going to happen, if you have to wait too long, we Christians, of course, we've been 2,000 years now, and we are really in sad shape. When you have to wait too long, even when you know when something's going to come, you get jaded. You start distrusting. Something else looks better. And that's the reason why the rapture doctrine is disputed today. It was supposed to happen, as you're going to see, in 96 AD, circa 96, 97. I have to. Paul schedules it based on somewhere between 94 and 98, but I have to hone down which year he means. He means a specific year, but our BCAD is screwing me up. So let's just say, for sake of argument, 97, because that's where most of the math fits. When 97 AD came and went, and of course that's when Revelation got written, people gave up on the idea of Christ coming back. Okay? Because that 97 AD was the outermost time, which we're going to find out from Psalm 90 and Isaiah 53, was the outermost time when Messiah was supposed to come back, under the Jewish schedule. The Jewish schedule. And because he didn't come then, people sort of gave up on the whole idea of rapture. And they started debunking it after that. And all of that is based on this verse. If Christ is going to come, he's the center of history. He's the culmination of history. And that's what Psalm 90 is about. So obviously anybody associated with him is going to be targeted. Anybody associated with him is going to be favored, not because there's anything special about the people associated with him, but because it's a way of advertising him. Somebody is going to be associated with him. Whoever he picks is going to be the most targeted group of people, and whoever he picks is also going to be the people who are probably going to be the most unfaithful. Okay? Because if you're the most targeted, you're going to be the most pressured, you're going to give in. That's just the way it works. And we Christians are no exception to that. We're now targeted. Okay, the Jews are still targeted because this doesn't have any conditions undoing it. Because Christ is risen. It's still true. Acts 17:26 is Paul rephrasing what you see highlighted in blue for the New Testament. And I'll let you look that up. Otherwise, we'll be all day looking at parallel passages. So, when Moses was getting ready to die, because God told him, you're going to go up to the mountain, look at the kingdom you're not going to get to go into, because you know, at the second Meribah, and then you're going to die. I'm going to take you home. So this was his swan song, and that was part of it. I'm not going to go through the rest of the song now. But it too is metered, and I just don't have time to undo it or, check it out. So now we got to go to Psalm 90. Otherwise, we'll be here, I'll never get these videos finished. Bear in mind, I'm still in Luke 1, proving Hanukkah and setting up for Mary's Magnificat because of the way that she concatenates Scripture. Okay. Again, you're going to have to go to my Psalm 90 videos to see this in Hebrew. I do it extensively. There are Word docs you can download and test the meter yourself. I made a lot of videos on this, and it'll take you a long time to even just see the meter. But I'm going to just quickly summarize it from the English translation here. Moses breaks his psalm. This is 350 syllables in Hebrew. Okay, for a reason. This section right here is 84 syllables on purpose. Isaiah's going to break that into two sets of 42, as we're going to see. This is the header. This is like the introduction. And it's about, when he says 1,000 years here, he's talking about the millennium. This here is the millennial promise and the millennial period tying back to eternity past. See, you've been our dwelling place for all generations. Mary's going to reference generations, so she's going to reference this. Okay? You've been our dwelling place for all generations. That means that God is timeless. Okay? Before the mountains were born. I mean, you can read the text yourself. When you're reading Hebrew text that is metered, obviously one of the layers of meaning that's going to come straight to mind is just the text itself. And it's usually metered Hebrew, on this meter anyway, is going to have the topmost layer, is going to have a sort of timelessness about it. It's going to tell a story of history that interprets all history, and it's going to therefore have a certain timelessness quality to it. But underneath that, because it's metered, it's divided into sections, and the sections divide like the first time, how do I want to put this? It's divided by sevens. The first time the meter is divisible by 7, the syllables are divisible by 7, is at the end of verse 4 when it's 84 syllables. Until then, it's not divisible by 7. Okay? It's a syntactical division. It's not artificial like modern Judaism divides syllables today. When you hear the recitation, for example, of Isaiah 53 today, they usually divide it in 6 syllables, and they break it even though it's not breaking in the proper place of a sentence. That's not how this meter works. It breaks syntactically. So you have to get to a place where the syntax is finished. And the first place the syntax is finished, that it's divisible by 7, is right here. Moses uses that as a dateline for when he's writing. And I cover that. It's extensive proof. It's all covered in the Psalm 90 videos. Okay, this function of using the first paragraph that's divisible, where the syllables are divisible by 7, syntactically in a syntactical unit, that's a dateline, and that is followed by Isaiah, that's also followed by Daniel, and that's also followed by Paul, using Greek words, but still the same meter pattern as is used here in Psalm 90. Okay, what this represents is it's 70 plus 14. The 14 is taken out of these 2 verses, which cover the time that we're talking about with Cyrus through Esther. The time when the temple's down and Jerusalem is down, and there's all this problem about them both being rebuilt. Okay? He's taking it out of here, and we're going to find out why by the time I get to the end. And he's inserting those syllables here. And Isaiah's going to play on those 14 by splitting up this 84 syllables in Hebrew into 2 brackets of 42 in Isaiah 52, 13 and 14, and Isaiah 53, 12, which is the time when Messiah is supposed to die. Okay? Matthew picks up on that in Matthew 1. The reserved 14 syllables are going to be the 14 years that the world is short, that Israel is short of her allotted time at the time Messiah actually dies. That's why Matthew's using 14s in his genealogy. Everybody knows that the number of generations he's picking in each place, he's selecting certain generations and leaving out mostly Atalia's kids because she was so apostate. So his honor roster of generations, that's what the reciting of the generations was for, and still is in Judaism. You're reciting an honor roster of your ancestors. He leaves out Atalia's kids. That's where he gets to be, 3/14. All right. I think he's leaving out one other apostate person. Anyway, it's a rhetorical style that he's aping on because he's tying back to Psalm 90 and the reserved 14. And he's tying back to Isaiah, who's also splitting to show that the 14 years is at the end after Messiah comes, which of course is exactly what God tells Daniel in Daniel 9:24 through 27. See, it's very complicated. And Mary knows all this. Okay? She knew Bible better than the best trained theologian of our day. That's what's so awesome about this. Because theologians don't know about this meter. I found it by mistake because I was trying to check something my pastor said, and I made a math error in Daniel 9. Otherwise, I couldn't even be talking to you like this. So you can't find this in Christendom. Alright, and the Jews have forgotten the meter. They misaccount the meaning of the 350 syllables here. They think it's in 7 units of 50. No, it's in 5 units of 70. So that's why this 84 is so significant. The extra 14 stick out. So this is the millennial time, the future millennium that hasn't yet come, that belongs to Messiah, and you can, Google on the internet, current Judaic thought even today, is that the last 2,000 years, because their calendar is wrong, so they think it's the year 5771, the last 2,000 years thinking that he's going to come after 6,000 years are up. We're already in 130 13th or 17th year. So the calendar's off by 300 years. They expect Messiah to come after 6,000 years, which they don't think are up yet. But we're already 113 or 117 over 6,000. Okay? So they count Messiah owning, that's the way they call it, Messiah owning the last 2,000 years. Just talk to anybody in Judaism. They should be able to at least point you to a book or a rabbi or somebody who can explain this to you. You can also Google for it on the internet. Google on Age of Desolation. Google on Age of Torah. And then just keep reading, because they'll explain the 6,000 year thing. Because they think history is supposed to last a total of 7,000 years. That's not how Moses schedules it, as I'm going to show you. This is the millennial period. Okay? This period right here begins retroactively to Adam. This is the testimony of Adam's time. And it's in a unit of 70 because the way God designed time, and this is why you see it written that way in Daniel 9, it's in 490-year increments, which I explain in my How God Constructs Time playlist. It's 490 plus 70 plus 490. Total unit is 1050. First 1,000, because the Jews talk about it in 1,000s. First 1,000 is deemed to be a civilization unit, and the last 50 years represented by Pentecost and represented by Jubilee and the Mosaic Law, represented the last 50 years of history, idea that that was when you harvested the Gentiles. You should be able to corroborate that with most rabbis in Judaism as to the meaning of Pentecost and Jubilee. They might have forgotten that it was originally a total of 1050 years. But that's what Moses is using. He's accounting time in units of 70 because those are voting periods for the masses between 490 units of time, which have to be granted to somebody who's super matures. And I go through this detail exhaustively in my How God Constructs Time playlist. Okay, so you're going to just have to look at that with extensive word pages, Word docs and web pages that are linked in the video descriptions. I've spent like 3 or 4 years on this now, documenting it. Okay, so that's the millennial period, and that's why it closes with the 1,000 years. This is the promise, the future promise to the Jews, with the 14 that they'll end up missing, embedded to total 84 syllables, in order to assure them that the future will happen. And the big mistake that Christendom makes is it's trying to take away the future from the Jews that God has promised to the Jews and no one else. So they don't understand what this means. Rambam understood it, but he misaccounted the time. Okay, so he calls it 1,000. The Jews today call it 1,000, but it's really 1,050 each. Okay? So the first 2,000 years were promised to the Gentiles. The Jews today call that Age of Desolation, and they call it 2,000. It's really 2,100. So what Moses had done here on the deeper level, because of the meter, and he's using the meter in 2 ways also, is that he crafted this as like 4 actors getting on stage. Here's actor 1, played by Moses, citing that. Okay. Then here's actor 2, going back in time to Adam. And this is a testimony of the Adamic period. That's basically, you could call that the first 1,000 years if you wanted. It's really not. It's longer. But let's just call it 1,000 years for the sake of argument. This is a testimony of the people in the Adamic period. Alright, and I go through this word by word in Hebrew in the Psalm 90 videos, so you feel free to go look at those. This is a testimony of what you could call the Noahic period. This is, the generations of Noah before Moses. Okay? So that includes the patriarchs. It's from Noah to the patriarchs before Moses. And he's specifically referencing it by 70s because that was the mass voting window. There's a 490 that starts the period, sandwiched with another 490. In between them is the 70-year voting period by the masses. Do you want to know God or not? If yes, then there's prosperity. If no, there's judgment. Okay? And that whole construction continues to this day. Our particular period ends in 2130. So this was the first one, and this was the first voting period after 490 years had passed. So it was the first sandwiched period before the second 490 began. That's Adamic. Okay, during that 70 years, Noah voted. So that gave birth to the second 490. I'm not Noah, not the second 490. I'm sorry. This was the Adamic. Adam won that period. He matured in time. So the 70 existed because Adam had voted in time. Then there were two more 490s after that. So you had a first 490, a 70-year period that's being recorded here. Two more 490s. And then you have Noah. Because Noah voted during the 70 years. So this is to stress on Noah's period, the time when Noah was voting. I don't know if he was the only guy, but it was him and the good Lamech, not the bad Lamech, and Methuselah and a handful of other people that are listed in Genesis 5. They were voting, if there was, to the extent they were still alive. All right. And then after that begins another two 490s. And by the time the next voting period comes, Moses was doing the voting. And this is Moses' vote. So Moses is the actor again here. So we got Noah as the actor talking on behalf of the people of his time. Adam, specifically Adam. So when it says you have placed, this is a play on the word Seth, Adam's son. This is our dear boy, Adam, or Adam's generation talking, okay? Now, when it says swept them away like a flood, you see, they knew about the flood long before Noah was born. It was forecast for 1,000 years. That's why Methuselah was named Methuselah, okay? Alright, so then we come down here, and we finish the Noahic voting period. Another two 490s pass. This is Moses voting, and how Moses was thinking. And that's why the Exodus could happen. And there's another two 490s. I'm rounding off the time. And this is where our story begins. Pay close attention to the wording. Okay. Let your work appear to your servants and your majesty to their children. Now, if you don't know that this is a testimony about a specific, at the time Moses is writing, future period of time, this is going to sound snoozy and going to sound syrupy and going to sound generic. And yeah, you can read it that way. But it's got more depth than that. Bible is always multi-layer. And all the layers intersect so perfectly, you know that the words had to come from God. Okay? Let the favor of our Lord be upon us, and what? Confirm to us the work of our hands. First time. Yes, confirm to us the work of our hands. Again, on a superficial level, you can read that, and it sounds like something you put to music in a choir. And you'd feel real good, and then you'd, not know much of anything. It sounds generic. Okay, but this is specifically aimed at the period of time from 460 BC until 397 BC. Okay? That was the 70-year voting period. Did I say 460, 397? 460... where is it? I gotta pull up the calendar because I forget. The period in time that they're talking about, and you'll be able to download this, Yeah. Let me go back. Yeah, here we go. Israel reject by, here we go. The time period we're talking about is right in here. 466 to 396. Canon is completed. Malachi was done in 396. Moses is looking forward prophetically to this period. This is a 70-year voting period that he's looking forward to. Okay, when he writes this. He's looking at 466 to 396. Okay? This was the mass voting period in history. The temple goes out in 586. Okay, that's what we've been looking at. Okay, it's completed in 3 That's what we saw in Ezra 6:15. Okay, the foundation was laid. That's what we covered in Haggai 2. And all of this is encapsulated in the Hebrew meter that is being accounted sabbatically only by reference to the voting periods. In other words, if you had a string of numbers and every 10th number was a 5, and you had a really long string of numbers, then you could add up 5 5s, multiply them by the string of numbers, the numbers of numbers in between each time, and you could just reckon it by the occurrence of the 5s. All right? That's how a lot of people do things. You do things in bunches. If you know the size of each bunch, then you just reckon by the number of bunches, in which case you're able to easily calculate the total amount of time. That's what he's doing here. Okay? And by keeping it at 350 syllables, the third layer of meaning in this is Moses is also accounting for the time of the judges. And again, in the Psalm 90 videos, I provided extensive links where I showed you the calculations. I showed you where in the book of Judges the verses in Psalm 90 are tying to the book of Judges, because the book of Judges is written to show how Psalm 90 was fulfilled. Because this is going year by year, syllable for year, saying something about the character of the time of the judges. And of course, at the time of the end of the time of the judges, when Samuel comes, this was the attitude of the people. Okay? So that's when, Samuel came. And he was the one who was there to bring them back to God, because they had turned back to him. Of course, not for very long. They ended up wanting Saul and all that good stuff. But there was a brief moment, and that was what enabled Israel to defeat her enemies. So this is the future voting period from 466 over here. See, I can't really highlight it that well. I can't highlight it well. It's row 144 in the worksheet here. Okay, where you see the moving cursor. That's the period that Moses is referencing. And again, I document this extensively, so much so that you're going to throw up. At least I do. From 466 to 396 when Malachi was completed. Okay. So look at the text now. This is the attitude. This is a testimony. It's an actor, some nameless actor, representing the attitude of the time. Let your work appear to your servants, and your majesty to your children. Let the favor of the Lord our God be upon us, and confirm for us what? The work of our hands. Yes, the work of our hands. Now, what was the work of their hands in that future time? The temple and building Jerusalem, just like Moses had predicted here. It's a voting. It's always been about voting. Do you vote for God or not? Why are the heavens? Why is the world shaking the heavens? Why is the Lord shaking the heavens? The heavens are shaking because all time depends on Israel. Heavens above and earth below. Because that's the deal. That's why Michael couldn't relieve Gabriel, but Gabriel wasn't allowed to have any angel help him. It's in the angelic trial okay, which goes back to Genesis 1:1. That's what Genesis is telling you. Right here, that's not formless and void. It's and I cover this when I show you the Hebrew in my Genesis videos. The earth was wasteland and chaos. Satan and company put the lights out in our part of the universe. There was an angelic civil war. And this is the restoration of the earth, something that the Jews used to know. And there's always been, different strains in Judaism. And always, just as in Christianity, the majority of Christians are apostate. So the most popular denominations are apostate. So too in Judaism. But there's always been a remnant, okay? And therefore, among some strains of Judaism, it was always known that this is a recounting of the restoration of the earth, not initial creation. Okay? This is your introduction to the angelic conflict, which Isaiah talks about, and I go through all of this in my Genesis videos, which Isaiah talks about in Isaiah 45. I mean, it's not the only place he talks about it. But see right here? This is the prediction of Cyrus, by the way. I didn't create it. I didn't create it a waste place. Tohu wabohu. It was perfectly formed when he did it. It became a waste place due to the angelic conflict. Alright? And of course you find that out earlier, but I want to see. This is the prediction of Cyrus. He's tying it to the creation. He's tying it to that. So he's saying the coming of Cyrus is in the same kind of importance as creation. Shaking the heavens. Alright? I mean, you could I need to spend much more time on this, but really you guys should be getting this kind of information from your pastors. I did. I learned all this under my pastor. That's why I can say it to you. I mean, I see it independently now, but, this stuff should be taught in, normal. This is like kindergarten stuff that everybody ought to know. The fact that we don't know it is kind of a very shameful thing. Alright, so then you have to go back to Isaiah 14, and fortunately, this is somewhat more acknowledged in Christianity. This is talking about Satan. In other words, the reason for Genesis 1:2. The reason for the recreation of the earth. Satan said, I will go above the Most High, I will make myself like the Most High. That's why we're here. We're here to play out his arguments. And of course, God's telling him in advance this is how it's going to turn out. We're here to play out his arguments. And you can sit there and say, well, gee, it's really unfair of God to make us the pawns. Yeah, but you believe in Christ, you get saved forever. I mean, you're never going to be unhappy. You're going to have more money and happiness and everything else than you can even imagine, and you won't care about the money. All you want to do with whatever it is he gives you is spend it on him. Because he's the inheritance. He's more gorgeous than anything you can even imagine. There's no pleasure in life. You name up everything that's on your wish list. And honey, it doesn't even begin to scratch the top of your fingernail in value compared to seeing him. And you can see him now through this. I don't have to die to see him. This word has got the whole treasure of God in it if we just learned it. There's nothing in life that can interest me as much as this does. I've been there, done that, have this cheap souvenir. You name anything you want as far as something that's good in life to happen, and I could care less. Not compared to this. This is gorgeous beyond description. And Satan, who is gorgeous beyond description, somehow got to the place where he was angry, resentful, jealous, and flipped. Took a third of the angels with him. And that's why we're here. Otherwise, you and I wouldn't exist. See, this is something that's really important to what God's going to say and what Mary's going to say. If it weren't for the rejection, the rest of us wouldn't be here. So we kind of need to thank Satan for that. But he can't enjoy thanks. But, we can't thank him because he can't enjoy things even if we want to. And we wish him the best. But, he gets to be on us for what, the 70, 80 years we're going to be down here. That was Psalm 90. Man's life is 70 or 80 years and ends in tumult. Bahal. Strongest word for tearing your hair out. Okay, fine. So you get to play with us and make us pawns for 70 or 80 years. And then for the next bazillion years, I'll be seeing God face to face. I think I'd rather, if somebody says to you that you need to trash your car and they'll give you $1 million if you trash your car. You trash your car to get $1 million. You can always buy another car. You're always going to get another body. You're always going to get another life. What do you care what happens with this one? There's nothing down here worth keeping. People just, we're all too fragile. Life is too banal, too puny. Yeah. But he wanted to make himself better than God. I can't even imagine what would motivate him to do that, but he did. So I'm here. Thank you, Satan. That's really why we're here. That's what shaking the heavens means. This guy loses. If the terms of the conflict, if he loses the conflict. Okay, but he does lose the conflict. And he's been told he's going to lose the conflict. That's in, I didn't mean to pick Isaiah again. I'll be going back to Isaiah in a minute. He's been told now for centuries upon centuries, and of course now he's got it in writing for how many years? 3,000 years. Here's how it's going to end. Sit at my right hand till I make your enemies a footstool of your feet. Now that plays back to Genesis 3:15. That was talking to the serpent, which is really talking to Satan, because Satan used the serpent like a ventriloquist dummy, in order to make himself cute to the woman and beguile her. Okay, well, like in Genesis 3:15 through 22, you're gonna crush, talking to Satan, you're gonna crush his heel, but he's gonna crush your head. Yeah, right here. See, the same as Daniel 7:13. Sit. The Ancient of Days came and sat. Daniel 7:9. Daniel's thinking of this verse when he writes Daniel 7. Rule in the midst of your enemies. This is where all history is going to go. This is why everybody hates the Jews. It's a promise. It's a promise. What happened here? Oh, that's interesting. It's a promise that the Jews are going to end up running the show. Yeah, because the head Jew is Jesus the Christ. Alright, that's why Psalm 90 reads as it does. Those first 4 verses are a millennial promise. This is the testimony of Psalm 90 verses 1 through 4. Which Isaiah, now we're going back to Isaiah, then takes the meter in Psalm 90 and he chalks it up into little units. And I'm going to probably have to reserve showing that in the next increment because my computer can't stand it when I use graphics. But, preview of coming attractions. This is 77 syllables right here. That's 77 syllables which Luke uses to cleverly make up his 77 sons. This is 42 syllables, which is 3 sets of 14. So Matthew is playing on the 14 years that Messiah dies short to show that the prophecy was still fulfilled, even though Israel ran out of time. And he uses that as 3 sets of 14 to tie you simultaneously to Psalm 90 and Isaiah 53 at the same time. Okay, so that's 42 syllables in Hebrew. This makes it 77. And then I'm going to have to show you the map. If you were going like Moses used, this is the same style. Moses did this in blocks. Okay, this block here covers David's lifetime. So on the one hand, obviously, the text is about Messiah. No, not starting in verse 13 here. Forget our chapters and verses, that's not how the Jews did it. Okay? That is all about Messiah. We all know that. Everybody sane knows that. The insane people, inside and outside Israel, think that Israel can save herself. I'm sorry, only God saves Israel. This is not a prophecy of Israel saving herself. Some idiots think that when it says my servant, oh, it's the nation of Israel who's the subject here. It's not Jesus Christ. Hello, honey. It can only be Jesus Christ or God himself taking on humanity, because it says my servant. God is not his own servant. You got that? So it's God-man, because you have to be good enough to please God. Only God is good enough to please God. So he has to be God-man, or this doesn't make any sense. It can't be Israel being her own savior. Only God is a savior. So he has to take on humanity, or there is no such thing as God being a savior, because then God doesn't get paid. If he doesn't take on humanity, God can't get paid, juridically. And if you argue like the Muslims do, and say, well, God doesn't need payment, that's not the point. He's due it. It's right that he get paid, and we can't do the paying, honey. So he either takes on humanity, which means there's more than one person as God, because otherwise it's not juridically valid. You don't just move your money from one pocket to the other and tell yourself that your bill got paid. Somebody else has got to pay the bill, or you don't get paid. So there's God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. That's even what the Mishnah says, because the first century Jews were Trinitarians. And they, modern day Jewry, slops over that now, tries to pretend otherwise. But there are Jews out there who are Trinitarians, and they always have been Jews. And they know that this is talking about Trinity. They know the Holy Spirit's not the same as Messiah, not the same as Father. And the only way this my servant is going to work, where the my servant is the one who made the deal in eternity past, is if there's more than one person who's God, which means God Father, God Son, God Holy Spirit, same as in Isaiah 63, which we've got to get to. So, this covers the period of David, his first 77 years, because he died at age 77. Josephus was stupid and said he died at age 70, and the scholars are stupid. They look at Josephus instead of 1 Kings 6:1 doing the math. Yeah, but Isaiah wasn't stupid. These are the 77 years David was alive. Last 7 years spent 1 Chronicles 24 forward, 1 Kings 1 through 5, especially 1 Kings 1, chapter 1, verse 1 through 239, Shimei, explaining what David did the 7 years he was retired, until 3 years afterwards, when Shimei was executed, 1 Kings 2:39, and then the temple and all that stuff got started. That's 1 Kings 6:1, with the parenthesis about how Solomon quelled all those rebelling against him and worked with Hiram. Okay? So, David died 77 years. We got a hiatus of 252 years before we get into verse 31. This is 712 BC with Hezekiah, and then it's going down. Hezekiah, Manasseh, all the kings are in order. Okay? Until you get here. I think it's here. I'll correct myself in the next increment when I show you the map, because I'm going to show you a meter map. But I think it's here that the 364 years reimbursement to the temple, because God's reimbursing temple time, is inserted. But it might actually be here, between verse 11 and 12. This is 5 BC. That's the part I remember off the top of my head. That's 5 BC, and this is what Mary's going to be quoting. Okay? She's going to be quoting that too. And then the other thing she's going to be quoting is this business about generations. Who recites his generations? This is mistranslated. Almost all of Isaiah 53 is mistranslated. This should say, and who's going to recite his generations? Just like Matthew does in Matthew 1. That's what this verse in blue means. Who's going to recite his generations? So Matthew is reciting his generations. That's why he's keying to Isaiah 53. Another place he's keying to it. All right? See, they're very sophisticated. They knew their book so well. All they had to do was give you, like, little snippet sidelights. Like, for example, if I say, never mind, most people who've ever seen Gilda Radner on Saturday Night Live will remember that the way she said that, which I just tried to emulate. Never mind. Okay, if you'd seen Gilda Radner on Saturday Night Live about 20, 30 years ago, is it that long now? Immediately you would recognize what it was. But to somebody uninitiated, never mind just sounds like never mind. You have no clue that it's a special reference. See, this is a special reference from Matthew 1 back here. But you won't know that if you're not familiar with what he's doing. Just like if I say, never mind, you won't know that it's a reference to Gilda Radner on a Saturday Night Live show with one of the characters she used to keep doing. But if you are familiar, I don't have to say anything more. So I don't. So when Mary says generations will call me blessed, she's playing on the reciting of the generations right here. Okay? And she's also playing on it, as you're going to see, in other passages. Alright? So, this covers, see, this is a calendar starting with when our boy David was born. Skips 252 years here. And why he skips it I cover in the Isaiah 53 and Psalm 90 videos. And Daniel actually makes reference to this. He plays on the ellipsis here. And then either here, because I'm talking off the top of my head, either here after verse 11 or here after verse 10, there's another 364-year ellipsis that Daniel also references in his meter. And then that creates 1,078 syllable annual calendar, just like Moses was doing with the 350. That creates an annual calendar from the beginning of David's birth to the ending of what was then the scheduled death of Messiah. Because, Israel might not have rejected him. And she ended up rejecting him 7 years early, which God had reserved in the 14 syllables of Psalm 91 through 4. But it could have been that those syllables got used up. That's why the tribulation occurs, because there's 7 years extra that hasn't played out yet that's owed to Israel. Okay? That's why pre-trib rapture is the only interpretation, because it's time belonging to Israel, not to church. Alright? So I know that was a really quick review, but like I said, it will take you, godly, 6 months to a year to go through the videos that I did on Psalm 90, Isaiah 53, How God Constructs Time, and 11 GGS, which all go through all this structure of the meter, syllable by syllable, so you can see the structure, because I'm sure there are many passages in the Bible that are metered like this. The next one being, and that kind of brings us toward our full circle, Daniel 9, which, like Moses, he by the time he gets here, he's doing a dateline like Moses did in Psalm 90 verses 1 through 4, telling you when he writes, which is the beginning of the 49th year of captivity. In other words, from 607 BC when he was taken. Okay, now some people say it's 604, not 607. That's our 3-year problem with the calendar, because Dionysius, under I forget which pope, he misaccounted Augustus' time and thought that Augustus' rule started in 27 BC. So we got a 3-year cut in our calendar that doesn't belong there. But how to fix it, I haven't yet figured out. That Paul fixes it and bases it on Romans time, but I have to figure out how Paul is using the Roman AUC calendar. I haven't figured that out yet. So this is Daniel's date, like 49th year, the beginning of their captivity, whatever year you want to call that. That's what it is. Okay, then he goes back in time, just like Isaiah did, like we saw. Isaiah based his meter on first David to last David, birth of first David to death of last David, 1,078 syllables including ellipsis. Okay? Daniel's following that same pattern because, see, Isaiah went backward to David. Moses went backward to Adam. So Daniel's going backward to David also, picking up at David's kingship. And this is divisible by 7. No, it's 40. I think it's 40 syllables. I forget the syllable count. It's all documented in the videos. I haven't looked at them in months. This is covering David's kingship. Alright? So it's a sort of testimony of the time. David's king, and, he was good and everything, but Israel was, doing wrongly. That's always been the story. Of course, that's a Christian story, too. We're not better. If anything, we're worse. And then this is Solomon through Rehoboam, and I forget what the other kings are, extensively provided detail on what Daniel means, syllable by syllable, literally, in the Daniel videos that start about episode 19 or 22 in the Psalm 90 series, and I did extensive charts on every single verse and word in Daniel, so you could track it. Because it tracks to Kings and Chronicles, and I quoted the verses in Kings and Chronicles that he's tracking, so you could see it for yourself and match it to the Hebrew. Okay? And by the time he gets here, since he started with David back down here, by the time he gets here, he's come full circle again. This is the end of his indictment, because he's very much the lawyer. Okay? On the surface, you can just read this for the text it is, irrespective of the meter. But when you know it's the meter, then you know when he wrote it. And of course, all the scholars who claim Daniel was written 167 or so BC, prove to be all wet and stupid. Chaldean is not like Aramaic, okay? There are big differences. Okay. And then he's telling you when he wrote it. And then he tells you when he wrote it through here. The actual prayer, and going back to David, starts here, and it circles back until he's back to his own date of capture there, using the meter, 1 syllable per year. Okay, just like Isaiah did it, just like Moses did it. Retrospective, and then forward in time. And Daniel this is past to current in those verses. And again, like I said, I have extensive documentation on this in the Daniel videos. And then from verse 15 to 19, where he's making his petition, see, this is the indictment right here. The basis for his petition. And it's all past. When he gets here, he's making petition to God. He's still using a certain meter that's based on the future and includes Rome. Of course, he's already been told about Rome. We know that from the previous chapters in Daniel, the man of the 4 different metals. All right? So then these verses, as far as I know, are not metered. Okay? I didn't actually look. But this part is God's reply, and this is all metered. And I spent the hour and 24-minute video on Daniel 9:24, showing the meter blow by blow. And I made mistakes in the middle of the video, and I got corrected by the Holy Spirit in the middle of the video and had to eat crow in the middle of the video. Okay, it's really embarrassing, but hey. I don't rehearse, see? So when I make a mistake, it just shows. Okay, so there you go. This is metered, and it's all documented. And God uses, see, the 490, that was the main point I should have covered. See, he's correcting me again. 62 weeks, okay, 490, 70 weeks, that's 490 years. Okay, all these pieces, 62 weeks, 70 weeks. In English, you don't know where they come from. Why? Why is this the period of time? Why are these numbers used? This is what led me on the whole search in the first place. This is how I discovered the meter. About 11 years ago, or maybe longer than that, I think it was 11 years ago, this all didn't balance. There's so much debate on this section. Alright? And I was working out the math, and I'm like, this looks like God is amortizing time. Well, yeah, he is. Okay? Amortization of a debt. And I was like, well, why? And so why 70 weeks? Why not 60? Why not 120? Why that number? What does it mean? And what I'm talking to you about today is a result of that. That was about 11 years ago I went on this little journey. Okay? Why? Why is all this? Okay? So these numbers are actual meters that Daniel was using all throughout, but specifically and most importantly in those verses. And I charted it all out in the Daniel video, so you're free to watch that and, verify the math. If you see errors, let me know. But God is mimicking the meter Daniel used here. Okay, specifically the cumulative meter he's using. Okay, in those verses, actually starting in verse 14. The cumulative meter. And God is mimicking that in his reply. God's reply is metered like Daniel's prayer was. And again, I show that live in the long video of an hour and 42 minutes, 24 minutes. So you can see the meter yourself, and if you see any math errors, let me know. As far as I know, I can't find it anymore. Okay? So this whole timeline about Messiah and the 70 weeks and the 62 weeks is based on a plan of time that goes back to Adam, that has been recorded in meter like a calendar, past and future, since Moses. God treats time like a balance sheet, and all of the heavens hang on the outcome of that time. So when Paul writes Galatians 4:4, go look it up. That's what God means by saying, I will shake the heavens and the earth way back here, which is in the same time period, in where? Haggai 2. Which is what Mary's going to be quoting in Zechariah 2, specifically that section the most, but they got the whole passage in mind. It seemed like a good idea, since your head is probably swimming from so many Bible verses in the last episode, that I should sort of take you through what we've seen in terms of a chronology, so that you can sort of like map the verses we've talked about to time from Adam forward. And this is going to be a sort of crash course, saving you time, I hope, pun intended, on this whole business about shaking the heavens, meaning the orchestration of time. I've covered this again extensively in my Genesis video list, Psalm 90 playlist, How God Orchestrates Time playlist. All the links and all the playlists where I cover this topic are subsumed in pages, I think it's 4 and 5 of my Ephesians 1 reparsed doc, which is linked in this video description, so you can just go to those pages and start hacking away at whatever video series you want to go to. But we're going to use this video to sort of just read you in the picture and summarize the verses that have gone on, so you can place them within time and get a sort of organized picture, since our Bibles are not organized properly. None of them. The Jewish organization of the Bible and the Christian organization of the Bible are based on tradition rather than on sense. Okay? It has nothing to do with the common sense way you should organize it, which should be chronological. Now, parts of our scriptures are chronologically organized, but we sort of screw up on some of the books, so this isn't going to follow your Bible book order. I mean, Genesis, yeah. Genesis 5, that's where this, timeline starts. There's Adam. The first 490 block of time was won by Adam. I explained that extensively elsewhere. He wasn't the only one who won it, But he's the guy who in Psalm 90 verses 5 through 8 is the, as it were, actor prototype, speaking for his generation. And it's not just his generation, it's his block of time. That block of time ends here, between 490 and 560. See where the cursor is moving? You know, cursor in Excel doesn't show up too well on screen. This is the first voting period of history, and that's the period that Moses is referencing in Psalm 90 verses 5 through 8. Moses is counting time by means of these voting periods. I explained the significance of voting periods in either Yapping Most High Part 10, which is a separate playlist, or the How God Orchestrates Time playlist. Okay. This is mass voting. This period here, to get to the 490, someone had to super mature in knowing God. That was Adam first, and he wasn't the only one. Then this period is basically everybody else who's a believer. How well do they vote to know God? Are there enough votes to know God? This is part of the trial with the angels. You know, Satan fell, Satan rebelled. There's a trial going on. And as we saw in Daniel 10, there are rules of engagement. And we learn sort of like, you know, indirectly, sometimes directly, what those rules are. One of the rules of engagement has to do with time. If the believer does not grow enough, if at least one believer doesn't grow enough in a 490-year period to super mature at some level, you know, I don't know what level it is, but there is one, then the world is granted 490 more years to live. This is what is meant in the New Testament by redeeming the time. That's the King James translation, and it's the closest to what's meant. I think it's Ephesians, Ephesians 4:5, Ephesians 5:6, and Colossians 4. My brain, I'm so tired right now, I'm not even able to remember the verses properly. It's in Colossians and in Ephesians, and I'll put the link in the sidebar in the video description where those verses are. But the phrase is redeeming the time. Search on it in the King James, you'll find it. All right. The redemption of time is an individual matter in trial terms and a collective matter in trial terms. That's why Israel lost out. She lost on the collective vote. Okay? This was a period in history where enough people had to vote, our history would have ended. Okay? Then that began a new 490 period. Okay? Because somebody during this 490, namely Adam and some others, Seth being one of them, super matured enough. So time could go on after the voting window. Okay, that took you to 980. Okay, so you got a 490 that begins again here. And then another 490 immediately begins again here. Okay, which takes you to 1540 from Adam's fall. It's not from the creation of the world. It's from the restoration, and specifically from Adam's fall. We don't know how long he lived prior to his fall. God doesn't record that. I cover all that and show it to you from the text in the Hebrew from the Genesis video playlist. So now our second 490 after the first voting period. See, this was the voting period. That begins a new 490, and then they're back to back at that point, because each 1050 is sandwiched in the middle with a 7-year voting period. This is where the sabbatical years for Israel comes from. Okay? The second 490 goes from here, you know, so we got, see, that begins a new 490, it ends in 980, okay? Then you got your, remember that the 50 years of the 1050, you got a voting period there. That closes the 1050. The next 490 begins, it ends here, okay? And when it ends, another voting period, another 7-year voting period is incurred, and this time the votes weren't good enough. So God announces the flood. All right, but Noah had voted during the voting period. That was when Noah was alive, relative to years from Adam. This middle column is just years from Adam. These are estimated BC AD adjustments. And they're off sometimes by 3 years. I have to work that out. That's when Noah voted. That closed the period. This middle column is just the Bible's own dating. Doesn't regard astrology, astronomy, or anything but what God says in His Word. Okay, Noah votes. Okay, by the end of the 70-year period, see that's 70 years. By the end of it, Noah has voted. Flood is therefore decreed to happen, but mankind is preserved because Noah voted. All right, that's covered in Psalm 90, verses 9 through 11, as far as, Moses' tracking goes. So see, this is the second 70-year period in history. This was the first one. And then in between are two 490s. So he's tracking by the 70-year voting periods, and then he's giving you the testimony relative to those generations in each voting period. And this one happens to be Noah's. And that's Psalm 90, verses 9 through 11. Okay, now watch. That kicks off the new 490, because obviously Noah super matured. All right, the whole world was preserved through to him. And that takes you to the end of another 490. Okay. And then we got another voting period for, this one's for, again, harvesting the Gentiles, the precedence for it actually in the Mosaic Law. Voting period for unbelievers, another 490. And then that's when the year 2100 ends. In current Judaic terms, the way they talk about this, they don't call it 2100, they call it 2000. They forgot that they have to keep adding 50. They call the end of this the end of the age of desolation. Okay? And that's supposed to be in their parlance today. They call that the end of the first 2,000 years allotted to the Gentiles. This is when they begin their accounting, and rightly so, except that they're off by 100 years, of Abraham. Okay? Abraham is born, really here, during the 50 years he votes. All right? And it's really because he votes and super matures 54 years early that you have the kind of situation you do where the temple lasts 40 years longer even after church starts. It's kind of like a credit because he matured before 2100. In other words, if he had matured in 2100, then you wouldn't have had the situation where the temple was still sitting there after Israel rejected Christ. The temple would have gone down. But it got 40 more years, partly because there's this credit. All right, and I cover that in the Psalm 90 videos. I show you the accounting. I'm sorry this is so complicated, but God's Word is extensive, and this is a trial, and it's got a lot of rules. Okay, so Abraham basically gets a credit, and the Gentiles get a credit of 54 years. But so do the Jews, because he matured earlier than needed. Okay, there should be a credit for that, so there is. So a new 490 begins. This time, according to Jewish, their own terminology, they consider this year 2000 instead of 2100, and they call the next 2,000 years the age of Torah. You can Google on that and see all the different versions of their ideas on that. But it's valid. It's valid because this is all Bible accounting. These are Bible dates. Nobody else's dates. Okay, so the second 2,000 years is under Abraham. All right, and so we're showing Isaac, and it keeps on going. Okay, and the 490 then ends. Historically speaking, there's two different tracks of 490, but that's going to be too complicated to explain. The historical is what we're focusing on, because that's what Moses is using. Okay, the historical 490 ends here 2590 years from Adam's fall. All right, and that's another 70-year voting period right in here. That is represented by Moses because he's the one voting. He's speaking autobiographically in Psalm 90 verses 12 through 15. That's the third 70-year period in history. Because remember, it's 490, 70, 490, then the 490 begins again, 70 and 490. So this third 70 is really taking place in year 2590 to 2660 from Adam's fall. Moses voted during that period. He leaves Egypt. He turns down being Pharaoh. That's also recorded in Hebrews 11. And because he does, he's the guy who super matures. He super matures so much, and we've got all kinds of testimony about that. In Numbers 14, God, when Israel rejected God in the wilderness, God in Numbers 14 says to Moses, "Hi, why don't I just wipe out the whole nation and start over with you and make a nation out of you?" Moses says no. Of course, God knew he was going to do that. But this is the period when he votes. This is the period when Amenhotep II begins to rule. And then, of course, this, 6 years after Moses had matured, 6 years after the voting period of Psalm 90, verses 12 through 15, okay, 6 years after that is the Exodus. It's a present. It's a birthday present, really, to Moses. It's like just before his 81st birthday this happens. Okay? So the nation exists due to Moses. Because Israel rejected him their first year out in the wilderness. So she goes wandering for 40 years, okay, before she can enter the land. And that, again, estimated based on our BC AD, but it's 2666 from the fall of Adam when this happens, according to the Bible's own dating system. So whatever it be, BC, you want to call that as an equivalent, then use it. But that's the year from Adam's fall that the Bible uses. Okay, we have an absolute calendar from the Bible. All right, and then Israel finally enters the land 40 years later. All right, and Moses, therefore, having been the third guy to vote in Psalm 90, verses 12 through 15, the next period that's for voting doesn't occur until down here in 3640 to 3710, because you've got Moses voting, then 2 more 490s occur before the next 70 occurs. In Psalm 90, verses 16 and 17 are looking forward with a straw man actor displaying the testimony of that future voting period. Help us, complete the work of our hands. Yeah, and why is that so relevant? Because the temple went down. It had to be reconstructed. But then there's also a problem of Purim coming that caused a lot of devastation. And then you got the problem of Jerusalem being rebuilt. This is the story of Nehemiah. And, of course, it's also the story in Ezra. I mean, Jerusalem was rebuilt before Nehemiah. I mean, that's why Nehemiah goes there. It was rebuilt and the walls were torn down. All Nehemiah did was rebuild the walls. Okay, but the thing is that Jerusalem was vulnerable. So it's really apt that during the next voting period of history, that Israel vote for God or time ends. That has always been the rule from Adam, but when Israel became a nation, she became a nation as a gift to who? To Moses, who voted. Israel inherits basically through Moses' maturity, because God could have started over with Moses, and Moses said no. So Israel exists courtesy of Moses saying no. All right, again, the whole theme is rejection. Because Satan rejected God, we get to be here. Okay? Because Adam rejected God, sin came into the world. But at the same time, if Adam didn't reject God, there wouldn't have been any kids. So you and I exist due to Adam's sin. Otherwise, there'd be no contest. Satan would have lost. Adam would have been the only person in heaven and the angels. All right? There would have been no sin. There would have been no Christ. It would have been only Adam. Of course, God foreknew that wasn't how it was going to turn out. But technically speaking, you and I owe our existence to the fact that Satan rebelled and Adam sinned. Or we couldn't be talking about this. There's no need for Christ if there's no sin. There's no juridical need. This is a jury trial, first going on at the angelic level. Satan rejected, therefore the trial. therefore mankind exists. Mankind sinned, therefore we're here. Okay? And mankind rejected, therefore Noah existed. See? If mankind didn't reject, then if there was no flood, we all wouldn't be descending from Noah. See how rejection is turned to profit? You and I wouldn't be here if it weren't for somebody else rejecting. And that's a major theme that's going to play in Luke's Gospel and, of course, all the New Testament, specifically Romans 9 through 11. And Paul makes a big stink of the fact that don't be anti-Semitic, because if the Jews hadn't rejected Christ, you and I wouldn't be here. So it's a trend that starts out at the beginning. All right, so there's Noah because mankind rejected. Noah gets to be the progenitor of mankind afterwards. And because mankind rejected, Abraham gets to be picked. Otherwise, Abraham wouldn't exist if Noah didn't exist, if mankind didn't reject, going all the way back. You can see how, and so on, and so on, and so on. All right? Then you got the story about Isaac and Esau. And because there was a Jacob who accepted, but an Esau who rejected, well, world history goes on because the trial's not over. That's why we exist also. I mean, if Jacob had won and Esau had said yes, and everybody said yes in those days, the trial would have been over. We wouldn't be here. All right? Same story keeps continuing. When Moses votes yes, Israel voted no. Okay, but Moses voted yes. All right, so Israel gets to exist. All right, due to Israel's rejection of Moses, the way the prophecy and the promise works changes. It's through Moses. So Moses looks down the corridor of history that God gave him to see, and he sees Israel having a decision to make about rebuilding. You're not going to want to rebuild Jerusalem if you don't want that temple. The temple needs a city in order to service it. See, we got everything backwards. Okay, we think we're here to serve God. God's here to serve us. Now that seems demeaning, but he doesn't think so. In fact, what did he say in Haggai 2 and 1? How come you're not building my house? So, of course, we don't see the bigger picture, and we think we're serving God, and that's why he had to talk about the holy meat in the fold. Okay, in Haggai 2. Yeah, because the temple exists so that people can get teaching, so they can have thoughts that please God, just like the meat burning on the altar represented sweet smell. I mean, meat smells really good when it cooks. God doesn't eat meat, but it was metaphorical for how thoughts smell to him. The thoughts of Christ in particular. That's what the sacrifice represents. Okay, well, how are you going to get thoughts that smell good to God if there's no teaching? And how are you going to get teaching if there's no Bible that represents every aspect of Christ in architecture? So, and then if you have that temple, who's going to service it? People have to be able to vote with their feet to get teaching about God. That's what the temple's for. That's what Jerusalem is for. And that's why he blesses it. Okay, but down here, you got Purim threatening the very existence of the Jews, which of course would wipe out the temple that had been built a generation before. And then even Jerusalem was being attacked, so that's why Nehemiah has to go there and rebuild the walls. And that's during a voting period, and that's the voting period Moses is looking at when he coins Psalm 90, verses 16 through 17, which say what? Establish the work of our hands. Yeah, because I got to do a lot of rebuilding. See how clever that is? That's like me saying, never mind. I don't have to identify. I just have to say those words in that voice. And everybody familiar with the background knows exactly what I mean with it. No further explanation. So Moses doesn't have to say anything more than establish the work of our hands. Somebody alive during this time looking at Psalm 90, knowing that that's the voting period it's referencing, is going to say, oh yeah, see, I'm working with my hands. It's very meaningful because you know the background. So that's Psalm 90. Meanwhile, because we covered other Bible passages, all right? Meanwhile, going back in time again, here's Moses leaving Egypt. The next big guy on the totem pole, okay, is David. David dies at age 77. He's born in approximately 1040 BC. Again, we got to adjust BC AD. That is definitely 3066 from Adam's fall. Okay, David writes the Psalms, and it's David who wrote Psalm 110:1. The Lord said to my Lord, wait until your enemies are a footstool of your feet. Okay, he's presaging Messiah. David knows from 2 Samuel 7 that his son is going to be Messiah to rule forever. Okay, and since we have Psalm 90 verses 1 through 4, David also knows that this Messiah, see, that's in row 99, column J for Jesus. David knows that that son has to be born 1,000 years after David got crowned. That's why he writes Psalm 110:1. Messiah has to be born by that point. And Isaiah picks up on Psalm 110:1, and he also picks up on Moses writing Psalm 90 verses 1 through 4, when Isaiah crafts what meter he's going to use in Isaiah 53, which is about who? The same Messiah in row 99J. So Isaiah crafts his meter starting at David's birth, since Messiah is going to be born from David's loins. He starts it at David's birth, and he goes all the way to Messiah's scheduled death, which if you add 1,000 to 77, the beginning of the 78th year, so it's divisible by 7, is where he ends it. Now what is that? Well, 3066, all right, plus what? Well, 3066 is when David's born. Okay, so we go 3066. Let's get the calendar up here. 3066 plus what? 077, and we're going to be off by 1 for rounding, is 4143. So let's go look at 4143 from Adam. Well, what do you know? 4143 is when Christ was supposed to die, because that's the end of David's 1,000 years based on his death due. What do you know? And instead, he dies 4136 from Adam, 7 years early. That's why we have a tribulation. That means the church has to die first for the time of Israel to be able to be bridged back to and resume. And he's born when? 4103. Now what's 4103? Well, let's take a look. Let's go all the way back to David, because this is the basis for Isaiah's meter. We go all the way back to David. David's born 1040 BC. All right, he's born 3066. So 4103 minus 3066 is 1040 BC. Okay. He's dying, therefore, at age 40, like David ruled 40 years. See, that Christ's death was 4136. 4136. Well, wait a minute. Well, 4143. 43 minus 3066 is the 1077. Okay, Christ was supposed to die at age 40, therefore. All right? Because he was supposed to die at age 40, but instead he dies at age 33, we got 7 years that got wasted because Israel rejected him. So what? Those 7 years still have to play. Time is a debit. Time was promised, see? This was promised time. Israel was supposed to get, see, we got Abraham, who was supposed to mature 2100. All right. So it was supposed to end. What's 2100 plus 2100? Time was supposed to end in 4200, row 181. All time was supposed to end. The millennium should have begun here. Okay, but you got some time credits to pay off to the Jews and to the Gentiles. The first credit to pay off, okay, this is all covered in Psalm 90's accounting, is the fact that Abraham matured 54 years early. Well, 40 of that can be allocated to the temple continuing since Israel rejected Christ. But you still got that 14 that was reserved by Moses in Psalm 90. Okay, that's the first problem. The second problem is that from 4200, see when time was supposed to end, what about the 50 years owing to the harvesting of the Gentiles? So that's playing from 4150 to 4200 to reimburse that, because that's got to play. All right, that's a 1050 unit. All right, so then look, 1050 minus 7, okay, and technically speaking, the tribulation would have begun here, but the whole total, measuring it in aggregate, is 57 years. That's represented by Passover, okay, which actually historically would occur in reverse order. Passover is 7 years, 7 days, 7 years. Pentecost, 50 days equals 50 years from here to here. That's what they metaphorically depicted. So all that is in mind when Moses writes Psalm 90, and David knows that, so he writes Psalm 110:1, knowing that 1,000 years later, after his death, his son, David's greater son, Christ, is scheduled to die. That was the plan. Okay? God always has backup plans when we don't fulfill his initial plans for us. Okay? So there we go. All right, that's David. Writing Psalm 110:1. Now, we saw David, we saw Psalm 100, we saw Psalm 110, we saw Psalm 90, okay, covering the period up to this point. But when Isaiah gets here, Isaiah's going to play off, as I started to introduce, the sum of 1,000 years in cell J99, the predicted, completion of Messiah, added to David, so that Isaiah 53, as you're going to see in the next increment mapped, runs a total of 1078 syllables, beginning of the 1078 syllables where he ends, because Messiah was scheduled to die then. Okay, that is basically saying and reinforcing what Moses said in Psalm 90 verses 1 through 4, because when Messiah dies, it's successfully. And since Isaiah 53:12 is worded as it is, he just escalates you all the way to the end of time. Okay? At the same time, he's also deftly saying that the period of time between the birth of the first David and the scheduled death of Messiah is also 1077 years. In other words, at the beginning of the 1078th year, Messiah is in heaven. Okay? And that's exactly what happened. Except that, instead of it being 4143, which was the deadline, that's why we have tribulation. Because the tribulation was supposed to start like this, contiguous, but Israel rejected Christ. Because Israel rejected Christ, church exists. We are the beneficiary of Israel's rejection, because he died 7 years early. We weren't scheduled, so we have no timeline. And that is something that is covered by Daniel. But before I even get to Daniel, I got to go back. Sorry. Let's go back. You got the 1077 now in Isaiah. Daniel is going to pick up on Isaiah. But before, we'll go to Daniel next. Daniel's going to pick up on Isaiah. Isaiah was covering, sorry this is so detailed. Isaiah was covering the 1077, starting though from David's birth. Daniel's going to pick it up, taking into account the destruction of the temple. Okay? Right here in 538. The beginning of 538, really. Okay? Because Cyrus had taken over at the end of the year in 539. Alright, so Daniel's prayer occurs here, at the beginning of the 49th year of captivity. Alright? And he then goes back through time in his prayer, in Daniel 9 prayer, starting with David's kingship at Hebron, right here. And David becomes king at age 30, and then he passes through all of these kings. I mean, he's real specific He's making really biting comments about each one of these kings, and I documented the Kings and Chronicles verses that he's using, making his plays with his Hebrew words on each one of these kingships. And it's an extensive document that you could find in the Daniel video. It's going to take a long time to go through. I want to say that document's like 20-30 pages long to document it all. It goes through all the kings from Daniel 9:5 through Daniel 9:14, which brings him up to his own time. Well, actually, it brings him up to here. During Jehoiakim, he's taken. About 607. 607, 604 has a problem with the 3-year ADBC dating system. Because some scholars say Nebuchadnezzar did it 604, some say 607. It's, that's kind of a mess. But this part of the accounting is okay. All right, so when Daniel does his own accounting, so he's dating from his captivity, and it balances to 607, frankly. So then he's coming full circle by Daniel 9:14. He's coming full circle to his own captivity in the time of his prayer. And then Daniel 15 through 19 is his petition, and that's addressing this period of time from here, well, from when he prays, okay, all the way down to here. Actually, he's even going farther than that. He's going all the way to this point, 41, 43, just like Isaiah did. He's benchmarking the end of his meter the same way Isaiah does, ending at Messiah's scheduled death. It's very complicated and very beautiful. The symmetry is awesome. All right? So he's focused also on the same period, and he benchmarks his syllables in his petition to Psalm 90 verses 16 and 17. Because that was the open-ended, it should have been 70 syllables long, those two verses. But Moses cuts out 14 syllables. That's why Moses, Psalm 16 and 17 are elliptical. The Hebrew syntax is like little snippets of comments. More syllables should be in there. Okay, but they're not. They're just quick testimonies of the sort of excited work of our hands. All right? And because he's doing that, it's short by 14 syllables. Because time might not complete. Because this is a voting period. This is the third 70. Okay? And in this third 70 period, what comes after that? Christ. There's only one more 490-year period before history is supposed to end with the second advent. And Christ has to die by this point. So there isn't another voting period after this. This is the origin of the tribulation. There's no more voting. There are no more 70-year windows after this. Time was supposed to end in 4200. Okay? So if Christ didn't come and inaugurate church here due to Israel's rejection, of course we'd not be here. And devil would have won. So now when you go back again to Daniel, where we left off as far as quoting the scripture goes, when Daniel is talking, Daniel 9 in 538, and then in 537, just after the temple foundation is laid, remember the temple foundation was laid 537, Daniel 10 opens up at the beginning of the new year. Okay, and the temple foundation had just been laid 4 months before. Technically, it's treated as the prior year, but it was really only 4 months before, because the temple foundation was finished on 25 Kislev. So 4 months later, it's in trouble, and they've stopped construction. So Daniel's praying, Daniel 10. So it doesn't resume construction until 522, 521, depending on the rounding. All right, this is when Daniel 10 occurs 4 months after the foundation is laid. And that's what we find out in Daniel 10, continuing in Daniel 11. It's all one continuous dialogue in the Hebrew. Okay, we broke it up into a Daniel 11 and 12, but it's really all occurring at the same time. All right. The angel tells Daniel, "Hi, the prince of Persia, demon of Persia, and I had to fight for 21 days, and it had to be a one-on-one fight until Michael relieved me. I couldn't come to you. Why? Because Michael's the prince of Israel who fights, but Gabriel's the prince of Israel who communicates. And for some reason, Gabriel and not Michael had to be there fighting the guy in Persia. Some kind of trial terms. I'm sure it's in the Bible somewhere, but I don't know where. Okay, well, these are trial terms. There better be enough votes." And that was the dicey thing, and that's why Psalm 90 ends on a cliffhanger. Establish the work of our hands. There's no guarantee that it's going to actually work. I mean, you believe it because of Psalm 91 through 4, but technically speaking, if the votes weren't here to rebuild, we'd all not be here to talk about it. And there would have been no Christ because history would have ended here. See why it matters to know God's rules for time? And the meter records it, and so do many Bible verses. Like I said, I've spent 11 years on this now, documenting it, and I won't be done for another 11 years. Because it's all over the Old Testament. Okay? So Daniel, leaving off in Daniel 9, Daniel 10, that's our next step in chronological order. And then after Daniel, or at the same time contemporaneous with him, we had Haggai, and we saw what happened there. All right. In the interim, well, that was contemporaneous. Then the next guy who's also contemporaneous we haven't covered yet is Zechariah. Now, in the next increment, before we get to Zechariah, I want to show you the time map of Isaiah's 1078 syllables, so you can see the idea of the pattern of the Hebrew meter just as a sort of graphic. Because once you see the balance of the meter in the graphic, you'll know how to spot it. And I spent a lot of time showing the meter in its own graphic, its own pattern in Psalm 90. And I also spent a lot of time showing how it works in Daniel 9. But Isaiah is easier to see and understand. And Isaiah also runs from first David to last David. And if you know, most people know Isaiah 53. When you see the numbers, and you can even look up the verses in translation, you see how the content ties to the meter that Isaiah chose. So that's where we'll go next. Okay, to close out this episode, before we get to Zechariah, I had promised that I was going to show you the Isaiah 53 as a map to show you the pattern. And that's what we've got here. You can download this as a JPG file, and maybe by the time you see it, I'll put the PDF up also, because for some people a PDF is easier to use. This is Isaiah 52:13 and 14 in Hebrew. And if you can read Hebrew, the numbers don't mask the text, so you can read it still. I just, sorted the text into 3 candelabra, lampstands. And in Word, you could do that under the old Word, but you can't do it now. They changed the software, unfortunately. So this is a really attractive way to see Isaiah 53 graphically. And so the Hebrew is 42 syllables and ends there. Isaiah 52:13 and 14 being underneath the number in the text, which is readable to anybody who can read the Hebrew pretty much. Or you know what it is. There's 42 syllables, and you can check the syllable count yourself. Again, in the Isaiah 53 series, I provide extensive Word docs that you can download and all that without these numbers covering up the text. And I also did an English meter translation, so you could follow that. Isaiah 52:15 by itself is 35 syllables, and that maps to and is paralleled by Isaiah 53:10. It's a parallel in meter, and it's a parallel in content, meaning. Okay, these parallels are deliberate, the meters are deliberate. It took me like 3 years before I figured out this was the meter. Those of you who know that the Muller scroll, the Isaiah scroll, the famous Isaiah scroll that Muller found, or Muller got hold of somehow, claims to have the word light in Isaiah 53:10. Maybe it's 11. I'm not sure where that word is put. That word doesn't belong to the translation. I mean, it doesn't belong to the Hebrew. It belongs to the LXX in translation. Somebody was looking at the LXX when they had the Isaiah scroll and they were inserting a word that's in the LXX but not in the Hebrew into the Isaiah scroll. And if you just compare the LXX text with Isaiah 53 in Hebrew, you'll see that. The LXX text in question is dexeaftoi phos. The word phos is light. It's in the LXX, it's not in the original Hebrew, and it doesn't fit the meter. If you take that word light out, that doesn't belong there, and indeed, you know, there's a gap in the scroll to show you that there's some doubt about it. Yeah, it doesn't belong. It's 35 syllables right here without it. It's elliptical text. We, unfortunately today, when we're going to assess these things, we impose modern values on ancient sources. And then when these sources don't conform to our ideas, we say something's wrong with the source. No, something's wrong with us. Okay? That's why the pericope adulterae belongs right where it is in John 8, 1 through 11. It perfectly fits the theme of the passage. But, you know, if it's a political football, people make arguments that doesn't fit. Same thing is true here. It's elliptical language. When you get excited, you say, Johnny, to the store. You don't say go. You're upset. There's emotion there. So you leave out words. That's what Isaiah does a lot of, because he's reporting like a live witness. It's like when somebody's watching a horse race, you say, go, go. You know, he knows what horse he's got in mind, but you don't. Not unless you know what horse he bet on. It's that kind of thing. You have to know context. So when ellipsis occurs, it's telling you excitement, and it's really important. This is a clause about the Gentiles. This is a clause about the contract to pay for everybody's sins, and it uses the word asham, im tasim asham, the asham offering, which is for the whole people. So much for the Calvinists and their idea of limited atonement. Any Jew can tell you that's a big fat lie. God has to be paid for sin. The Calvinists don't care if God gets paid for sin. They want to be able to say that only some people got paid, else it's a waste. No, it's unfair to God if he's not paid for every sin. It doesn't matter who of us goes to heaven or hell. God gets paid, period. That's what this verse covers, and any Jew will tell you that's true. As far as the value, God deserves to be paid. Who cares what happens to us? God matters, we don't. And if you don't agree with that, well, that's your problem. All right? The Gentiles matter to God. So they're being included here. As a result of what? Israel's rejection. Mary's going to play on that when she talks in her Magnificat. So will Luke. That's why his whole theme is reversal. That's why he keeps reversing the order of Matthew. And you're going to see that even more when we get to Luke 4. So look. 42 syllables. 42 syllables ending chapter 53. And then my favorite verse is below, 54:1, which is a conclusion of chapter 53. Okay. Moses used 84 syllables as a decree. Okay. Isaiah splits that decree to begin and end Isaiah 53. Because why? Because it's a decree about Messiah and how Messiah is going to turn out. And specifically, Isaiah 53:12, which is highlighted in dark blue now, and Isaiah 52:13 and 14 are the decree concerning the Jews. with us Gentiles, get this, just like Paul will later say in Romans 11, we get included, encapsulated, sewn up between, see, this is First David, 42 syllables, worth of First David. This is the death of the last David and the ultimate outcome at the end of time. In between is the phrase about the Gentile prophecy being included. The people who never heard of him will know him. That's us, the Gentiles. That's why Christ could claim church built upon Christ, not Peter. Hello. Golly, did they flunk first year Greek, the church fathers? You have to flunk first year Greek to think that Peter is the rock that's meant in Matthew 16:18. You really do. You flunk first year Greek. You should just go start over. This is a prophecy to the Gentiles. Christ is invoking it in Matthew 16:18, based on Isaiah 52:15. So Luke invokes it to show why church is getting inserted. That's why Paul writes Romans 11. That's why Isaiah 52:15 sums up David, because David's role was to produce the last David, so that the whole world could be saved. Hello. So what would Isaiah do to balance that? This is all rhetorical style. There's no secret codes here. It's just flat rhetorical, good poetry, good style. That's the contract to pay for sins. Verse 10, Isaiah 53:10. If you will make your soul a substitute for sins. Intashima sham nafsho. For sins, all sins, not some sins. So the Calvinists flunked Theology 101, they also flunked Hebrew 101. There are no sins excluded here that Christ didn't pay for, because God deserves to be paid for all sin. Hello. Notice how it offsets the 35 on the left-hand side of the screen. In between, we got starting at our dear boy, Hezekiah, because we got the ellipsis right in here. We got a little ellipsis here of 252 years. So that brings us to 712 BC, and that's going to Hezekiah and Manasseh. It's because of Manasseh that the first temple will go down. Manasseh ends up going in chains. He repents. He comes back. He cleans the temple, but Israel is still rebellious. That takes you down, and you got to keep going. That's 35 syllables. And then the other 35 syllables take you to 586 BC, where it says 203 right here. This 203 is 586 BC from 712. Okay? That takes you through Josiah and the deportations and Daniel being deported right down here in 586 BC. Okay? The Jeconiah deportation, what was it? 592 in Ezekiel. 597, I forget. Okay. And then by the time you get down here, that's Daniel. Daniel's praying. It's Hifki, not Yifki. Yehoah Hifki. That's just after Hifki right here. Let me see if I can. Just right here. See where that little light blue is that I'm playing with? That's where Daniel prays. That's the 49th year of captivity at its beginning. And then the rest of this takes you to 529, 530, I forget which, when Cyrus dies. So, at the end of Isaiah 53:6, Cyrus dies. See, the Jews memorized the Hebrew. So they were getting a year by year, blow by blow. Here's where you are on the time map. Shaking the heavens. I mean, time shakes the heavens. This whole thing is about time. Deuteronomy 32:8. All time is based on the Jews. Still, church is here to help the Jews. We're folded in. See, the decree begins and ends with who? Messiah. Who is Messiah? A Jew. The Jew around whom all time is designed. And that is in the book of Hebrews, Hebrews 1:3. I think they mistranslated worlds in English. around whom he designed the world. It's not worlds, it's time. It's aionios in the Greek. It means time. All right, and we're sandwiched right in here, and right in here we Gentiles. So now we're on Gentile time. Church. Any Jew who believes in Christ, even if he calls himself a Jew, keeps on observing the law, even though that's not the contract anymore, he's still saved. He's just mixed up about what spiritual covenant is operating now. Post-salvation. Mosaic law was a post-salvation covenant that ended when Messiah died, and a new covenant came in. That's the theme of the book of Hebrews, explaining why the changeover. But Luke explains it first by using reversal techniques in his gospel, telling the same story with an emphasis on little rhetorical styles that tell you things that if you were alive then, you would have picked up on right away. Okay? Just like, never mind. I mean, to make immediate sense to somebody who was a fan of Saturday Night Live. Alright? So Cyrus is dead here. Civil war, therefore, begins. And it sort of began a couple years earlier. See, Daniel prays here. That's Daniel 9. Then this is the Hebrew word bo, meaning to go or to enter. And this is the @ sign, the Hebrew object marker. Okay? And this is our sins going on to him. Okay? Kolanu, of all of us. Alright? At that point, Cyrus is dead. But before he dies, this is Daniel praying, Daniel 9. This is the following year, Daniel 10. See, Daniel's tracking to this, and if you watch the videos on his meter, you'll see that. This is the object marker, and you concatenate this as one syllable. It's boet. It's really, if you say it fast, it's one syllable. And this is our own sins. Daniel is dead somewhere in here. Somewhere between here and here. And then at Kulanu, last 3 years, the end of this, Cyrus dies. So during this 3-year period, see, the temple, while Daniel was still alive, we had a problem with the temple right here. Okay? Or here, depending on how you want to count the syllables. Alright? That's temple trouble. Cyrus is still alive, but he's out on campaign in Egypt. So he can't manage the political brouhaha back home. And Cambyses either couldn't manage it, or didn't want to, or I don't know the story on Cambyses. But the last 3 years, at sometime during that last 3 years, Cambyses went and joined his dad. His dad dies, then Cambyses dies. So we got a civil war going on for the next 7 years here, which Isaiah specifically tracks. That takes you to 522 BC when what? When our boy Darius the Great takes power. That covers the next 7 years, and the temple's being rebuilt during this time. Now, look at the text. Okay? This first text, this is Civil War. Nigas wahunaani. Is that apt or what? Okay? That he was oppressed. I forget how it's translated in English. What would be a good way to translate that? I think they translated something like afflicted and oppressed. I hate those words because they're such fuzzball words. It means he was beaten up, and na'ani here is often a keyword used for rape, like in the rape of Tamar. Okay? And then, Lo yiftach piu, they kept their mouth shut. Yeah, see, this is when the temple's being built now. Darius the Great has ordered that the temple continue. So there's nothing to say. We're keeping quiet and working. They're keeping quiet about the abuse that they suffered. And God delivered them. Darius the Great is in power. I mean, they knew this as their calendar. Can you imagine them focusing on this verse and musing over how apt the meaning, though it applies to Messiah, ostensibly and truly, it also applies to their rebuilding time. And it just goes like that. I mean, I don't, this is already past an hour, and I know how people get bored and I get tired too. But the text tracks the time. I mean, this verse right here, this one, temple goes down, and I'll try to cut it here. Okay? I think they translate that in English, smitten by God and afflicted. But it really means violated. God violated. Like a rape. I mean, you have to treat the temple. I mean, a destruction of the temple is like the rape of a woman, okay? So rape's a good term. And the ani is exactly the word that's used here. And that's what was going on. The temple was down still. And Persia was at civil war, Nani. When you have civil war, there's a lot of rape. Okay? And I mean, it's got other meanings. The heart of it is a taskmaster ordering you by voice. But it's got a lot of other meanings. Just go look it up in a good Hebrew lexicon. It's got several different families of meanings. Ana is the vocabulary form of the verb. Okay? And then the rest of the history going down to where we just saw on that time map I showed you. This takes you to 460 BC, which was the end of the 490-year time grant given the first temple. So now time is balanced. Okay? And then that takes you, it is between 10 and 11. That's 460 BC at the end of this 329 marker here. That's 460. And then the rebuilding of Jerusalem is coming up with Nehemiah and all that, which I haven't covered. Okay, that's the next 56 years. And as a result of that, temple time is restored. And that should take you, 460 and 56? Yeah, because that ties to, or 63 rather. And that ties to balance of Psalm 90 verse 17. Okay, so in the 364 years the temple stood is reimbursed here, which Daniel references in his meter. And the clock starts up again, and by the time you get here, it's 5 BC. And that's where Mary's going to pick it up. Okay, and there's 42 syllables left, so she's claiming this section. Okay, when she talks about generations. And we're going to see all that after we finish all this lead up to her. Now, after this comes Zechariah, because I've got to show where Zechariah feeds into Haggai to show you more about the whole interplay with Darius the Great. Again, all this is prelude to show how we know from Luke that it's Hanukkah, and how we know from Magnificat that Mary knows it's Hanukkah, because she's quoting that section of Haggai which relates to what would become Hanukkah. Now we're ready to introduce Zechariah. In order to understand what Zechariah is doing, we have to go back to Psalm 90. That's why we went through that little trip about the meter. And I'm sure your head is kind of swimming right now, because mine was when I learned about it. And it took me a while to get a sense of it, so when I'm explaining it to you, if it's hitting you the first time, you're like, what the? So hopefully if you either replay, episodes 18 and 19 over, or just sort of like assume that what I'm telling you has some backup to it prior to watching the entire Psalm 90 video series, you'll be able to at least move ahead in this section where we're introducing really two topics at once. How we know Luke is wrapping around Matthew and telling us that it's Hanukkah, and how Mary's Magnificat is actually extremely sophisticated, which also references Psalm 90, Zechariah, Haggai 2, and it's kind of in reverse order. She references Zechariah in order to tag Haggai, Daniel. She's also referencing Daniel, Isaiah, and all the way back to Psalm 90. And she does it with meter. The Magnificat is metered Greek, that's metered based on the same meter that Moses uses in Psalm 90. That's also what Isaiah did. That's also what Daniel did. Okay, and until you've seen the Psalm 90 videos, this idea of the meter and its importance is going to be kind of a blur to you. So, in case that's true, we're going to just go through the English text, because you'll be able to see in Zechariah's text, even in translation, that he's talking back to Psalm 90. This is one of the most important psalms in Judaism. Okay, and many Christians consider it important too. But when you read it in English, it's very fuzzy. It's fuzzy on purpose. It's not really fuzzy. It's omnidirectional. And when you have omnidirectional language in the Bible, it sounds generic. Okay? This is a psalm of time. The Jews consider it that. The most famous among them being a guy named Rambam, who lived during the Middle Ages, and his Jewish name is Maimonides. You can look that up on the internet. He, based on rabbis even before him, considers that the whole world has got 7,000 years to go. The first 2,000 for the Gentiles, the second 2,000 for the Jews, the third 2,000 belong to Messiah. After that, time ends and the millennium begins, and that's, year 6,000 to 7,000. Because remember, the beginning of the first year is the year for that whole group. So the end of the 6,000th year is the beginning of the year that ends with 7,000, thus ending history with the millennium. That's Jewish thought. It is still Jewish thought. Not all Jews hold to it, just like not all Christians believe that Christ is God. But it is a strain of Jewish thought that goes all the way back to Moses. And this is why it goes back to Moses. It's this psalm highlighted in blue. But the reason it goes back this far, and the reason it's Psalm 90, is something you can't see in translation. It's a meter of time. And as hopefully you got at least a glimmer of in episode 19 and 18, was the fact that there is a meter pattern that he uses. This is 350 syllables, just to quickly, summarize. It's 350 syllables. That 350 syllables does double duty. On the one hand, it's an annual syllable for year, a sort of prophecy about how the Judges period is going to go. Okay, and in the Psalm 90 videos, there are links to a Word doc I did showing you how it ties to the book of Judges. Okay, because that's why the book of Judges was written, to show that Psalm 90 was fulfilled. But on a deeper level, Moses is telling you the story of time up to and including a yet future time of when the temple would be rebuilt, but Jerusalem was not yet rebuilt, and also sort of characterizing the temple rebuilding period with the key word, confirm this work of our hands. Okay, stated twice. And this is very elliptical language in the Psalm, in the Hebrew. It's very elliptical. Okay, you can't see that in translation because we supply words that aren't there in the Hebrew. You could interpret them as being meant, but you don't realize the poetic quality of it. So you don't know to look for meter. And so this is 350 syllables. On one level, it ties to Judges. But on the deeper level, and this is what Rambam was referring to, it's a phrase about the times of history. This being the millennial. This is a testimony in advance of what people are going to say in the millennium. Okay, and you'll notice that the key word here is return. We're going to focus on that in this part of episode 20. Because that's what Zechariah is going to focus on. And the second period of time is going back in time. It's retrospective exposition. That's a style of discourse. Go look up the term in Google. This is the period of Adam until Noah. Okay, so that's 1,656 years from Adam's fall until the flood. Okay, actually just 70 years before the flood, approximately. No, 120 years before the flood, I'm sorry. Because the Noahic period includes Noah's own vote. So this is up to 120 years before the flood, from Adam's fall forward. This is the basic attitude of people during that time. This is an actor on stage playing out the lines of what people were thinking for most of that time. The majority attitude. Okay, and we're going to go through that a little because we're going to need it for Zechariah. This period, and oh, by the way, this is 70 syllables because there was one voting period. And he's characterizing the whole 1050, which actually goes to 1656 minus 120, is characterized by that period, and there was one 7-year voting period during it. Okay? So he's accounting time by 70s. It's a sabbatical accounting. Then the next voting period in history was Noah's, and Noah voted during that period. Before he matured, he voted. And as a result of his vote, he did mature, and he won time for mankind. And this is the testimony of his period of time. Verses 9 through 11. Again, it's 70 syllables for the voting period. And that was, Noah was, voting during that time. So he's the, main actor speaking. Okay? And we're going to cover that in more detail. And this is 12 through 15. This is the next voting period in history. Moses here is the actor. He's speaking autobiographically. He's the one who votes, and because of his vote, the Exodus can occur. See, God doesn't do a thing on anybody's behalf until they first believe. Okay? History is blessed by believers, as we're going to see in Deuteronomy 32:8. Later on. I think it's later on. I don't think I've covered it yet. So this is Moses' own testimony for his own 70-year voting period during which he voted. That's when he went into the wilderness. Instead of being Pharaoh, he voted to learn God better, and at that point in his life, he had to leave being Pharaoh in order to learn God more. Okay, and then he learned God so much that God made him the leader of the people, and learned God so much that when God offered to destroy all the Israelites, Numbers 14, after he was leading them, they were so bad in the first year out from the Exodus that God said to Moses, knowing in advance Moses would say no, God offered to, just erase Israel and start over the nation with Moses. Moses refused. Okay? So that's after his voting period, but this is how it got there. This is what Moses was thinking. This is his testimony during his own voting period, which was another 70-year historical period. The next voting window is the one just before Christ, about 400 years before Christ. And that occurs right here, and that's when the temple is down, has been newly rebuilt, but Jerusalem is still in trouble. That's the story of Nehemiah. When Nehemiah goes back and he has to rebuild the walls. All he rebuilds is the walls. But if the walls are down, of course, the whole city is vulnerable, and of course the temple is vulnerable, so that's why it matters. And the key word that he uses here, each period has its own deft keyword to mark it. That's the key word for that future versus Moses voting period. That's the period we're covering in Haggai and Zechariah. Okay, with generation just before it. All right. So that's the aim. Is this whole voting period wouldn't have happened because time would have ended if the temple hadn't been rebuilt, and everybody knew that. That's why Daniel prays what he prays in Daniel 9. He's praying for the restoration of time. That's why Daniel 9, 24, 25, 26, and 27 are talking about time. That's why that 490 is there. That's why the 62 weeks is there. Those are units of time. And Daniel used those units of time as meter, just like Moses is doing here. Okay? And God replies to Daniel using the same meter and explicitly stating the periods of time. And of course, to us in English, we have no idea where that comes from because we don't know the Hebrew. We don't know it's metered. And unfortunately, Christian scholars have been debating whether Hebrew even has meter because they're basing it on Western standards rather than looking at the Bible's own configuration. They've been arguing about whether the Bible has meter for 300 years. Okay, and you've got some scholars who even today, like Stewart, what's his first name? I got one of his, I want to say his name is Donald Stewart. He's a teacher at Gordon Cromwell. I have to go look another. Sorry. I'm not sure if he's still teaching, but he maintains, Douglas Stewart, I think is his name. Where's my book of his? Yeah, Douglas. His name is Douglas Stewart. He's a teacher at Gordon Cromwell University. And he's written a number of books on exegesis for the Old Testament and stuff like that. He maintains, of course, that there is a meter, but he doesn't know about this meter. And there are a lot of others, and unfortunately they're the majority voice right now, who maintain that there's no meter in Hebrew. Well, because they're using Western standards and Greek standards and ideas of meter to establish what it is, instead of just counting the syllables. But if you count the syllables, you'll realize the math of them. And that's why I did the Psalm 90 playlist, showing the Hebrew and the Greek, well, just the Hebrew, because it's only in Hebrew that happens. Showing the Hebrew so that you can prove it to yourself, live from the text, using the BHS. Okay, I didn't alter the text. Some people in order to contend that Hebrew meter exists have altered the text. I didn't do that. I used the BHS straight from BibleWorks. So, enough about the meter. Let's get into the text itself, because the text itself is tapped by Zechariah. Okay, just look at, the translation is good enough for what we're going to do. It's off in places, but I'm going to ignore that. Prayer of Moses, okay, this is part of the meter. It's the title, but it's part of the meter. Okay, and we're going to see that's also true in the Magnificat. Mary's prayer is metered like Moses is here. And when it says, then Mary said, that's part of the meter as a title of what she was talking about. Okay, Lord, you've been our dwelling place for all generations. Pay close attention to the wording. Mary's going to play on this. Dwelling place for all generations. So will Zechariah play on that. And then this is a statement of God's, eternal existence, before, poetically phrased, so you'll remember it, not a dull statement. Before mountains born, or you gave birth to the earth and the world. That's not right, but I'm not gonna fix that. It's the land. It's talking about Israel's land here. Or you gave birth to Israel in the world, even from everlasting. This is a very famous phrase in Judaism. Okay? Me'olam ad olam. It means forever. And some people are trying to say that hell doesn't exist. Ignore that phraseology in the Old Testament to contend that there's no hell. Okay? It means forever. It's from eternity past to eternity future, really. Me'olam ad olam. You, God, there's no R in the verse. He's shouting. It's you, ata, el. Okay? And then, here's where we start our return. You turn man back into dust. See, man, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. That was Genesis 3. You will turn back into dust. Return to dust. Okay, that's the idea here. And say, look at, return, O children of men. Return, your bodies return to the dust from which they came. Okay? And then he says, for 1,000 years in your sight are like yesterday when it passes by, or like a watch in the night. A watch in the night was a period of a few hours. Okay, they divided their watches. Alright? And so he's saying, before it begins, it ends, even 1,000 years. And remember, when Adam started, he lived not quite 1,000 years because of his sin. Okay, but the timing was 1,000 years for a lifetime. That was supposed to be a lifetime. And then due to sin, the biology corrupts and corrupts and corrupts more. And then by the time of the flood, it corrupted so much that the people born after the flood couldn't live very long. Okay, it's a very interesting study if you're into mortality figures, which I have to be. It tells you an awful lot about the change in mortality rate. Okay? Now look at this. You've swept them away like a flood. See, now he's talking about the briefness of life. Okay? Flood. The flood was known before Noah was born. Methuselah means when he dies, it happens. It means flood. It was forecast 1,000 years in advance. Okay? You swept them away like a flood. They fall asleep. It's kind of sleepwalking. In the morning, their grass like sprouts anew. Remember, this was supposed to be a lifetime. Okay, so he's talking about the beginning of the 1,000 years. And he does mean 1,000 years or a day. This is where the day of the Lord phrase comes from. This verse. Okay? In the morning, they're like grass that sprouts. In the morning, it flourishes and sprouts. Toward evening, it fades and withers away. Okay? Now I have the next one. For we have been consumed by your anger. Okay, the way it's phrased in English here implies that God's anger is somehow unjust. That's not what the Hebrew really says. What it does say is that this is how we think of ourselves. We think you're unjustly angry at us, and we are consumed by anger at you. There's a double entendre in the Hebrew. We are consumed by anger at you, and we're claiming that you're angry at us. You know, psychological defense mechanism of projection. Okay? And by your wrath, see again blaming God, we have been, and it's not dismayed here. It's tearing our hair out. I believe that's the one that's got bahal in it. Strongest word for upset in Hebrew. Yeah. Here it is, bahal. It's not just dismay. It's like tearing your hair out, screaming, yelling. A modern Jewish term for this in English is tumult. Okay? Is that we're just rabidly upset as you can be. In other words, by the end of our life, this is what we think. This is what the usual thought pattern is of a person. They've learned, you grow up when you're in your 20s, everything is nice and rosy, and you have high expectations. By the time you're 30, you're beginning to doubt those expectations. Things begin to look a little strange. And by the time you're 40, you're just sort of just trying to make it through life. And by the time you're 50, you're jaded. It's about your 50s, most people begin to realize, you know what, life is just not what it's cracked up to be. And they start to look for something better. This is when you start to believe in God the most. I mean, if you're going to just map it like a scatter diagram, most of the people that believe in Christ are going to believe before the time they're 21. And then they get jaded between age 21 and 50. And around your age 50, you start looking at the God question again. That's the history of most people in life. And when you're disgusted with the idea of God or whatever, you might sublimate your interest in God into ritual or doing good works and stuff like that, where God is just, a rote thing to you. This is really the attitude at the end. You're ticked off. God hasn't lived up to what you thought he ought to do. And you're bahal. I mean, even the sound of the Hebrew word means bahal. Pissed off. You're tearing your hair out inside your thoughts. You're really angry at God. Okay? And so you're not surprised to see the next verse. You have placed our iniquities. This is awon, and it means twisted sins. It does have a connotation of hiding. You twist the truth and then you hide it from yourself, that you've twisted it. God knows all that, and they're right before him, in front of him. Okay? Our secret sins in the light of your presence. Okay, so see, here's our attitude at death. This is all part of the Adamic testimony, but it's obviously true afterwards too. And you have placed our iniquities before you, our secret sins in the light of your presence. The reason why that wording is here during the Adamic period is that Adam knows that it's going to end with a flood. All right, not just Adam, but everybody alive at that point. They know about the flood. That's why Methuselah was named Methuselah when he was born. Okay? All of our days have declined in a fury. We've finished our years like a sigh. And that's pretty much how the Hebrew really reads. Okay? Because we're being consumed by anger at you, and we blame you for it. And so you play to our false idea of you and show wrathful behavior. And it's really designed to get us to wake up and smell the coffee. But instead we shake our fist and tear our hair out. Aha! Okay? And so here we are feeling sorry for ourselves. And that's part of the Noahic period, which makes a lot of sense, because this is Noah's vote when everybody else was thinking like that. Okay? And this is prescient, because he knows that the flood is going to occur, because he's already rebuilding the boat. Okay, as the days of our life, they contain 70. This is the life expectancy that's going to happen after Noah, gets delivered. But this is also very clever, because 70 years is the voting period. Noah is voting, and he knows he's voting during the voting period. And here, if it were his words, he'd be admitting that this is how mankind thinks and therefore ought to die. And he's also voting during what he knows is a 70-year voting period. And or if due strength, 80 years. Okay? And of course, Moses is writing this, and at the time Moses is writing, that is the normal life expectancy. Moses, of course, is 120 years, and it says somewhere, I forget, it's either in Deuteronomy or Numbers, that Moses was 120 when he died, and he had lost nothing of his youthful strength. His eye was still as good, his strength was still as good. But everybody else, this is the norm. That is still normal life expectancy today. Although we tend to use mortality tables that are like Moses. It goes up to 120. Most mortality tables that are used for life insurance and annuities and stuff like that will go up to 120. But most people actually die during this period, even today. All right? And then, see? Okay, so fine, you even live that long. All your pride is and this is mistranslated, but it's all right. It's a little too weak. But labor, this is the kind of labor that Rehoboam was going through. I'm going to make myself important. I'm going to make myself important. I'm going to make myself important. Yeah, and all your work just ends in sorrow. You don't achieve your goal. So at the end, you're ticked off that you worked so hard. Even if you achieved a lot, the more you achieve, the more it's going to bother you. The conqueror worm takes over. And that's what's being said here. We're all too soon, it's gone and we fly away. Okay? Who understands the power of your anger and your fury? Okay, this is rhetorical in the Hebrew. Everybody understands the power. Okay? Your so-called anger and your so-called fury, his righteousness is being violated. He's gonna answer that. And this is totally mistranslated. According to the fear that is due you. This is according to your own respect for your righteousness. And I go through that in the Psalm 90 videos. Okay, it's not our fear, it's God's own respect for his own righteousness. It's elliptical language, and that's why they kind of miss out on the translation. Because if you're translating in a hurry, I can't tell you how many mistakes I've made when I've translated in a hurry. You've seen me make some. So, I mean, it's okay that they mistranslated it, but just go to the Hebrew and get the dual entendre there. It's God's own respect. Yareh means respect, not just fear. And God doesn't fear anything, so he's talking about God's own respect for his own righteousness, and therefore the policy of his anger and fury must take place. So, who understands? Again, this is the end of the Noahic testimony. Yeah, Noah understands, everybody understands. Okay? So it's rhetorical. In other words, the only reason they don't understand is they're negative to God. Alright? And then we begin Moses' own testimony. Teach us to count our days. See, it's a prayer about time. It's a prayer teaching. This is what's so rich about this. See, if you just say teach the number of our days, and you don't know that it's metered, and you don't know that it's a psalm of time that does number the days going back to Adam, you miss out on the ironic richness of the phrase you see highlighted in blue. Teach us to number our days. Yeah, and that's exactly what Psalm 90 does do. So when somebody's reciting Psalm 90 in Hebrew, they understand that that's what it's for, and the Psalm 90 itself is an answer to this vote of Moses that he made before Israel was delivered. God is answering that section of Psalm 90, prayed, technically speaking, back, 70 years prior, or 80, when Moses was still in the wilderness, God is answering it by giving this to Moses to write. And he's writing this at the same time, that he did Deuteronomy 32. This is his swan song. He's just about to die, and this is his parting shot. And one of the things that was typical for, fathers to do when they were about to die is they gave prophecies. And that's why this psalm is so important. Deuteronomy 32 is a prophecy, and so is Psalm 90. Deuteronomy 32 is probably metered also. When I started to read it, it kept hitting me. Count the meter, but I haven't done it yet. Okay? But this I have done, so you can check it. You can look at it. Alright, that's the next verse. So God's already answering it by Psalm 90. That we may present to you a heart of wisdom, so we know what time it is. Remember when the Lord later says, golly, you can look up at the sky and you look at the color of the sun and you know when it's going to rain. How is it you don't know what time it is? And back in Matthew 1, the Pharisees and the chief priests and the scribes who are in charge of the calendar, they don't know what time it is. Oh, but they know what any school child knows, that Messiah will be born in Bethlehem. And that's all they tell Herod? That tells you how dumb they were. And Matthew leaves out the fact they don't know Haggai 2. To be kind of quiet about how wrong they are. Because the reader should know. Especially when he gets to Mary's Magnificat. Okay, so teach us to number our days, that we may present to you a heart of wisdom. Okay, now here we go again. Do return, O Lord. Now look at that, because this is what Zechariah plays on. This, how long will you stay away from us? He's speaking prophetically. Okay, he was voting that while he was out in the wilderness, because Israel, of course, had not yet been regathered out of Egypt. But see, you turn men back into dust and say, return. You have been our dwelling place for all generations. Again, you might remember the word generation is dor, and it comes from the word for a circle, which means a cycle, which means a circle and a cycle of time. Okay, so this is where he first introduces the idea of turning, returning, okay, and of course God is timeless, but God says return, and so he says, do return, O Lord. How long will it be until you, rescue us out of Egypt? And be sorry for your servants. Okay? And then he says, satisfy us, Baboker, in the morning with your chesed, your loving kindness, that we may sing for joy and be glad all our days. And this is the key to it. Make us glad, according to it, make us glad for as many days as you have afflicted us, and for as many years as we have seen evil. Moses is asking for an equating of time. Alright, this is really important. That's why Isaiah is structured the way it is, as hopefully you saw in episode 19. Because that's why Isaiah bases his prayer like that. He uses doubled 42s, doubled 28s, doubled 56s, doubled 70s, okay, doubled 35s. That's why he does it. He's playing off this. Make us glad for as many, according to is not right. Make us glad for as many days as you have afflicted us, and for as many years as we have seen evil. That's the key to how God accounts time to Daniel. He reimburses the time that the temple was standing. He reimburses the time that Israel had evil. That's why it's not just 70 years that Israel's out from 586 to 516, but it's 140, because when you reimburse the negative, you have to do two positives. And it's all based on this. And this was Moses' vote before Israel was restored, before Israel was created, before she had her first birthday. God is answering Moses' prayer during the voting period that Moses voted. And that's why Moses came back and freed the people from Pharaoh. It's based on this. And God is a real stickler for reimbursing time. Okay? And that's why he's doing it, and that's why Isaiah 53 is in those doubled patterns. He's playing on this. He's showing that it gets fulfilled. Alright? Then let your work appear to your servants and your majesty to their children. This is a prayer for the incarnation. But the incarnation can't happen without the temple, because Christ is the temple depicts. Messiah is represented by the temple, because he's going to indwell. Emmanuel, God in us, God in him, God with us. That was what the dwelling of the Holy Spirit, the glory in the temple that filled the temple in 1 Kings 8, that's what it meant. That's what it presaged. And of course, there's no temple at all when Moses is writing this. But he knows there's going to be one. And that's what he's saying. Let your work, okay, well, the work is the work of the temple. Appear. There has to be a temple. So it was down. Appear to your servants and your majesty to their children, okay, which of course God fulfills. And then let the favor of the Lord be upon us. Well, without the temple, there's no favor. That's the terms of 1 Kings 9, when Solomon prayed, once the temple was dedicated. So if the temple's down, the favor's down. That was the terms of 1 Kings 9. Go read it yourself. That's what the Solomonic prayer and God's reply to it. And confirm the work of our hands. This is what Daniel was basing his prayer on. Psalm 90 verses 16 and 17. And he meters based on it. Okay, so to introduce us to Zechariah, I'm sorry this is so complicated, but the word is like a tapestry. Every thread ties to every other thread. And each new book has to wrap around the prior book. And Zechariah is wrapping around Psalm 90. Okay, so that's why we have to go through this. To return, how long? This particular part of it is going to be quoted by Zechariah. Okay, and then Mary's going to play on it. And be sorry for your servants. Alright, have compassion. Not be sorry, really. It's have compassion. Rachem, and she's going to use that phrase, which is funny, because Rachem, although it means compassion, it is actually a physical word for womb. She wasn't dumb about scripture, boy, oh boy. So she's going to play on all this. And she's especially going to play on the fact that compassion and womb, are the same word. Alright. There are other words for compassion too, but the word here being used is rechem. Let me show you. This is hysterical. Okay. Let me get the... Okay. Oh, it's Nahem, I'm sorry. She's going to use the other word for it. Nahem is like the Lord repented. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, because he's using Nahem here. Okay, where is it? Alright, there you go. Okay. So, this is... Alright. The other main word for compassion is rechem. And it means womb, but it also means compassion. And that's something that Zechariah will use, and that's something Mary will use. It's hysterical. But they're both playing on this part of it, because Zechariah uses admatai, which is right here. We're going to see that. That's what Zechariah, the actual text that Zechariah also uses. Okay? And Nahem is used here, but they change it to rechem, which is hysterical. Almost died when I saw it. Okay? So, summing it up, return. Here's the theme, return. Return to God, return to the land. Return means Jubilee. Return means that Israel's restored. Return means the millennium. That's why it's housed here in the first 4 verses. Because God is returning Israel to the land. He's returning time to the promise. He's returning, to earth. Messiah's returning to earth. All that wordplay. Okay? And then do return, O Lord, how long? Okay, there's no will it be, it's just Admatai, how long? And then this is Nahem. Thank you, God, that you caused me to go look it up. Alright? So those are the things, and then this part. Okay, confirm to us the work of our hands. And then this is the key to the whole deal. Make us glad for as many days as you have afflicted us, and for as many years as we have seen evil. Okay. So, what have you seen? You've seen that this is the millennium. This is the Adamic period and their testimony. I'm going to let you read that in your favorite translation at leisure. This is the Noahic testimony. Okay? This is Moses' own testimony, which is being answered by God as he writes, because this is the Psalm of time telling what time it is. And this is the yet future 7-year voting period, which is only 56 syllables because the other 14 are up here, totaling 84 syllables, which is why Isaiah plays off this part and makes his chapter 53 into equalities of 42, 35, 56, 28, and 70. It's perfect. And we have it perfectly preserved too. And year by year, Isaiah will go through when this happens, which Daniel 9 will use as a calendar to track when he prays Daniel 9, and he will also follow this same meter. And the amazing thing is that Mary is so adept at it that she will meter her Magnificat. It just blows me away. But before I can even show you that, I got to cover Zechariah and how he handles the words of Moses here. And again, the key words are here: return, return. That's what he plays off the most. This and this. And he's going to show how the return is fulfilled. That's the theme of this book. Okay, we still got to cover a little bit more of Daniel 9 so that you'll be able to spot the keywords in Zechariah when you see them. We've gone over this partly. This is your introduction, where Daniel gives his own timeline. Mary does the same thing in her Magnificat, and actually Paul borrows from what Mary does. I didn't know that until today. This is a date line. It's the same thing that was done in Psalm 90. The first 84 syllables serve as a date line of when Moses wrote. And I cover that extensively in the Psalm 90 videos. And here also Daniel is datelining when he wrote, which is the beginning of the 49th year of captivity. And how you understand that and know that is very extensive, and I cover that also in the Psalm 90 videos, beginning of, I want to say, about episode 23, 24, somewhere in that range when I start covering Daniel 9 of the Psalm 90 video playlist. So that's his opening. We're just going to look at the text now like we just did with Psalm 90. So that's his opening. This is his first, when he first starts talking. And this is where the meter actually starts. And then he says, and it's very repetitive, we have sinned, we've not listened to your servants, oh, you're right, but we're wrong, open shame, we have sinned against you. It's over and over. He keeps saying the same thing in different ways. Here we got our word rechem, so I'm going to show it to you, because this is what Zechariah actually uses, this word, playing to Daniel, and then Mary will tap Zechariah, because she's using Greek. And then she uses other Greek words that play on the womb concept. It's terrible. Okay, here's your word, compassion, in English, is how it's translated, but it really means womb, and of course you won't find that out in Strong's, because Strong's is weak, and actually Strong's was meant for people who already knew Greek and Hebrew. It was just used as a mnemonic. But here is the word, harachemim. It's plural. Okay, and see, look, root meaning of the word is womb. Alright? And the idea is that, when a woman's pregnant, she's very tender and, kind of sobby. The genes, not the genes, but the endocrinology, the endocrines change a lot. And so women can be, easily they cry and stuff like that. So that's why it comes to mean compassion. And it's also denoting, a mother's compassion. Fathers, as far as I'm concerned, are just as compassionate as mothers, but, You know, women are known for, being criers. And, oh, spare him and all that. We're famous for that. Okay, so that the word highlighted in blue is rechem. And as you can see, it first means womb, and then it comes to mean, figuratively, compassion. All right. So, Daniel is busy reciting, and this is an actual annual indictment, king by king. This starts with David's reign. This is Solomon, and then each king in order, chronological order, after that. And I extensively document, syllable by syllable, the chronology of the kings, and I match it up with the verses in Kings and Chronicles, so you can look at how apt his text is for the particular king that's occupying this section or this section of his text. But on the surface, he just seems to be repeating himself. Okay? We have sinned. We have not listened. Okay? You're right, we're wrong. We're wrong whether we're inside Israel or out. We're all unfaithful. We've committed against you. Hope and shame is ours. It's mea culpa, mea maxima culpa kind of, almost like he's bobbing in front of the wailing wall. On the surface, that's what it sounds like. That's not what he's doing. He's laying out a chronological indictment. See, when he says kings, if you knew that this was metered, and if you knew that this was a metrical review from David forward of the king's disobedience, then when you're seeing this text explicitly, you're getting much more out of it. On the surface, if you do not know that this is metered, you don't get very much out of it. It sounds kind of like Daniel's crazy. He just keeps repeating himself. Why? And in fact, that's how this prayer struck me when I first had to listen to it. I had to listen to the exegesis of my pastor, and I didn't want to. And I was being beaten on. I kept on being reminded, and it turns out it was from the Holy Spirit that I was reminded. Get it? It's metered. Pay attention to this. I had no idea at the time. Why? Well, I know now. And I get to explain this to you. Okay, so this is going to be something that our dear boy, Zechariah, is going to tap into. Okay? And it keeps on going. We haven't obeyed. Sounds more repetitive. Walk in his teachings. Blah, blah, blah. You've transgressed. Sounds the same, right? Except he's in a different period of time here. In fact, this is the period where he's talking about Manasseh and how God swore he would take down the temple due to Manasseh. Okay? And that's why it says, and this is what it's picked up by Zechariah and then by Haggai, because Haggai picks up on it too, but principally Zechariah. This is what we saw already. That was when Zechariah came out, Zechariah 1, we're going to say it again, when he comes out in the 8th month, which is between the Feast of Booths 7th month, that's Haggai 1 and 2, rather, beginning of Haggai 2. When he comes out in this 3rd week of the 7th month, Zechariah comes out again 3 weeks or 4 weeks or 5 weeks later and reminds them of this part and this part, especially fathers. Don't be like your fathers. You see? So Zechariah is reminding them of these sections in Daniel. Okay? Especially this part. And this part in Daniel's chronology is focusing on Manasseh. Okay? And you can read about that. Again, I refer you to my Daniel 9 videos because I did an extensive cross-sectioning of the Kings and Chronicles passages to show you exactly what syllables meant what king, so that you could compare. Alright? But this is the highlight of it. This is the centerpiece right here, 11 and 12. Then he repeats it again, because he's still talking about Manasseh, and that's the time, of course, of Isaiah. All this calamity has come upon us. And see, that was the reply in Zechariah 1, when it comes out in the 8th month, And he tells them, don't be like our fathers. Don't be like your fathers. Don't do this. This is what happened to your fathers. And what did they say? God has done to us what we should have done. God was right to bring this calamity on us, just as Moses had warned. And where does it mean Moses had warned? Well, it is written in the law of Moses. Okay, that's Leviticus 26 and Deuteronomy 28. It's also forecast in Psalm 90 verses 16 and 17. It's also forecast in 1 Kings 9, which was said by Solomon, which was the promise. The temple goes down if you're unfaithful for long enough. Okay, and that's of course the pattern of Leviticus 26. It goes in like 5 different stages of punishment, and the final one is that the temple goes down. So when the people were hearing Zechariah in the 8th month, they affirmed that they knew he was talking about Daniel because this was their reply. Okay? All this calamity has come upon us justly. This section right here. Alright? And this one. See? That's how Daniel closes his indictment. And in the timeline, in the meter, he's full circle back to where he started. He started in current time, went backwards to David, and by the time he finishes here, he's back to his own captivity. Okay? So, this is Daniel's petition. Alright, now look at what his petition is. See? Egypt. What did God bring up? God is quoting Daniel to the people in the land, to Haggai, when he talks to them when? In the 7th month, and in the 6th month, he made a comparison of their difficulty to Egypt. And he said he's going to shake the heavens and the earth. First he compares it to Egypt, and then he said he's going to shake the heavens and the earth, which is what he did when he brought them out of Egypt. The mighty hand, and this is Daniel's basis for his petition, because he's citing the precedents of taking them out of Egypt. And of course he's hearkening back to Moses. And this whole timeline does that. Okay, this, I don't want to dwell on it because it's probably going to be confusing to you. But when he's dating his date of captivity, first of all, in terms of time the temple was down, but more importantly, since Moses. He's using a meter that in sevens dates back to Moses. Okay, and then he begins at David's kingship because Isaiah began at David's birth. Okay, so he's wrapping himself around Isaiah 53 also, but I don't want to make this too complicated because we're going into Zechariah now. So, and now you brought your people out of Egypt. Here's the precedent. You saved us once when we didn't deserve it. So we need you to save us again now that we don't deserve it. Okay? We have sinned. We're wrong. Okay? So he's not saying deliver us because we're right. He's saying deliver us because we're wrong. We were wrong when we were in Egypt too. Do it for your own sake. See? See where it says turn away? That's where the word Hebrew comes from. Okay? He's used it several times in this passage. It's to wander. Don't let your wrath, turn your wrath away from. But it's also a play on turn, return. Remember in Psalm 90, turn to dust, turn back to dust, return to dust. Okay? So he's asking God to turn away from, return away from his wrath and his anger. All that meaning is in there in the wordplay. Okay? So he's saying return to us. He's saying return to us ad matai, except he knows how long. Remember that was what Moses said in Psalm 90:13. So he's doing the same thing as Moses. Moses voted during the 70-year voting period that was historical. This is a non-historical 70-year voting period. But it becomes a voting period because the temple's down. 70 years, the temple's going to be down. And he's supposed to start praying after 49 years are up because those were the number of missed sabbatical years. Okay, and I go through the extensive proof of that in my web pages that are related to this. So if you look at the Daniel 9 videos, you can find the web pages or just send me a message and I'll send you the links. They're extensive. So now listen to our prayer. Let your face shine, that's number 6. Let your face shine, meaning, so the word starts to be taught again. Like your face shone on Moses, on your desolate sanctuary. Okay? Incline your ear, turn down, tune down. If you're returning to somebody, you're listening. And open your eyes. These are all anthropopathisms. Okay? We are not representing. Okay? Hear and forgive. See, these are synonyms for return to us. Alright? This is what Zechariah is telling the people to remember in Zechariah 1, and he's going to do it repeatedly from Zechariah 1 onward. Okay? And then, of course, he's getting his answer before he even finishes speaking. And I didn't check it, but I don't think that this part is metered. Alright? But this is metered, and I cover that in my Daniel 9:24 video, which is 1 hour and 24 minutes long. Longest video I've ever done. Okay? And I show you that meter, and it's got a Word doc associated with it, so you can download it and count the syllables yourself and see if I made mistakes. Other than the mistakes that I made during the video, which I had to correct with egg on my face during the video. Too bad. Alright? So that's Daniel. So he's saying return. He's not using the words. Well, he actually is, but they don't show them all. But he's saying turn. He's saying turn back to us. Return, O Lord. Alright? And this is where he says it. Return. And several times he had said, but you can't always see it in translation. When it says we turned away, let's see if I can show you some of them. Hold on, I'm trying to see if I can. Turned aside, that's another use. Okay, that's related. Let me see if that's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. Where is it? Here we go. Sur. It's turning aside defection, and it's related to shuv. There are other ones. Okay, one in particular is the wandering, and that's the word that Hebrew comes from. It's turned aside, translated turned aside here, that's sur. And then the curse was poured out on us. Oath was written. Where else is it? Turning from. That's the word for return. That should be shuv. It's hard to remember which words are which when they're related. Hello? Yeah, this is shuv. This is the word that's translated return most of the time. Probably the most famous word in Judaism. Shuv. Turn back, return. But it's also used sometimes for turn away when you should be turning back. Okay? So turning from, returning to God, is turning from iniquity. Turning from or twisting. Okay? So returning away from is the way it's being used here. But the reason why he's using shuv is because shuv is so pregnant a word for turning to God, returning to God. So see, he's using shuv here to turn away from iniquity in order to return to God. You get that wordplay? Okay? And then let's see. Brought your people out who sinned. See if he uses it anywhere else. Turn away from. And that, I think, was sur. Didn't we look at that already? Oh, that's shuv also. See, return to Jerusalem. Turn away by returning to Jerusalem. Where is it in the text? Hebrew drives me nuts because of the block letters that we call fashionable today. Where is it? Shuv. Of course, it would help if I sat closer to the computer. Hamadeka. Here we go. Right here. Okay, here it is. In the cow. Alright. So there you go. That's he's using shuv there again. But it's translated as turn away from Jerusalem. It's pairing off with we didn't turn away from our iniquities in order to return to God. He's saying turn away your wrath from Jerusalem in order to return to it. For your name's sake is how he's going to close the prayer. Alright. So that's shuv, and that's the key word that Zechariah is going to use. That's why I'm bringing all this up. Listen to our prayer. Let your face shine. Okay, and I think that's it. Okay, yeah. Alright. So, hopefully you got some sense of the Daniel terminology that Zechariah is going to play on. Chiefly this idea of turning, returning, just like it was in our friend Psalm 90. And that's hopefully where we're going to go next and start finally covering Zechariah. Now remember, the key word is return, turn, how long, generations, and especially compassion. Because the other Hebrew word for compassion, right here, is rechem, which is used right here. And Zechariah is going to use that word, and then Mary's going to play on it with Greek synonyms. It's hysterical how she does that. Okay, we're back, and we're now going to introduce the interrelationship of Zechariah. First, we got to go back again and remember where we are on the time map. We're also going to, Zechariah leads us into Psalm 90, so I got to cover Zechariah first. All Bible prophecy is so intertwined, it had to come from God. Only God could keep track of all this so well. 21st of the 7th month, 2nd year of Darius the Great, is going to end up, saying, yes, build the temple, okay? That's the 21st of the 7th month. They don't know that he's going to do that yet. You've seen that. And the next that we had covered in Haggai was the 24th of the 9th month. Okay? And that's a bookend. See, we got 24th of the 9th month here. And he's reminding them of the temple, 24th of the 9th month. I'm going to bless you from now on. You can start planting in the season. Or planting's supposed to be over. Therefore, advertising that God is in this. Therefore, advertising that God wants that temple built. Okay? He's going to honor even a whole nation, even Darius' kingdom, just because Darius says, yes, build the temple. It doesn't matter if there's anything else good about Darius. And really, Darius, you never know if Darius, you can tell he believed, but did he ever grow up spiritually? Doesn't look like it. Okay, I mean, I could go into Darius, the historical figure in some detail, and he made some pretty stupid decisions. This was a good one, and his whole nation, the whole Persia, which became the whole Middle East, was blessed because of it. Okay, so look, 24th of the 9th month versus 21st of the 7th month. So about 2 months afterwards, Haggai comes again twice. Okay, this is him talking to this bookend here. Is him talking to the priests. Then he's separate. This is really important to understand Zechariah, because there's been a lot of misinterpretation of Zechariah. Okay, that's a bookend, all happening to the priests on that day. Then the word of the Lord comes a second time. In other words, he gives his message, goes away, and comes back. I don't know how far he goes away. Maybe, takes a break. But he comes separately to Zerubbabel It says, hi, you're going to be the seed of Christ, who's going to be born on the anniversary of, from this day onward, which means starting at sundown, 24th day of the 9th month, which in Jewish culture is the 25th. Okay, so you got that now. This is the 9th month, 2 months after this. Okay? And we talked about how now that Zerubbabel is governor of Judah, obviously they got the approval letter from Darius at that point. Okay? He's not called the governor of Judah again until this point. Now, in between is our boy Zechariah. Now look, Zechariah comes in the 8th month. Okay, the 8th month. So he's coming before this announcement. See? This whole announcement is going to come after this. Zechariah is in between. So they do not know of Darius' approval here. But they do know of it here. See, this is a sign. When he changes the weather, that's going to be a sign to Darius. And people commonly interpreted weather as being an act of God. We even call it that way in modern insurance policies today. You know, the disaster or other acts of God. That's standard wording in insurance contracts. All right? The first thing when you saw Hurricane Katrina, the first thing you think of is God is judging. It's just natural. It's instinctive. And, you know, that's the way people think about it. So that was the message being sent by changing the weather. You know, shaking the heavens. Okay? Shaking the heavens. We saw the shaking of the heavens with the angels. Now we're going to see another version of it. 8th month of the 2nd year of Darius. See, it's right between. It's a month before, or maybe not even a month before. Okay? That. In the 8th month, in between, Zechariah gets a message from God. Not Haggai. This is Zechariah. God likes to double up on his prophets. You know, idea of 2 witnesses. And that's going to be real important to this passage. In the 8th month, God says, I was angry. Return to me and I'll return to you. Do not be like your fathers. This message here introduces a tie to both Psalm 90 and to Daniel 9. What is the chief component of Daniel 9's prayer through verse 19? We didn't listen to your voice. Daniel takes about 11 different ways. He says the same thing. We didn't listen. They didn't listen. He slightly varies the indictment in every verse because he's focusing on certain specifics related to the time period he's covering. Okay, because like I said, it's metered, and therefore each syllable stands for 1 year, and therefore it's an indictment that is spanning from the first David to Daniel's own time. This is incorporating all of that, as well as Psalm 90, as we're going to see the Psalm 90 part. Okay, later, hopefully in this video. So he's shuv. It's the most important word in Judaism. Shuv, return to the land, return to God. Right of return, that's the big dispute that's going on in Judaism now. The Palestinians are trying to assert a right of return to a land that never belonged to them. Okay? So return is like almost the number one key word in Judaism. Okay? Return, shuv. Okay. God is telling Zechariah, don't do what your fathers did. In other words, they needed more bucking up. Okay, they got the buck up just to, it doesn't say when in the 8th month. This was the 21st of the 7th month when he was doing the bucking up. Okay? That was just after Booth's. Now in the 8th month, there's no holiday. In the 8th month, he's warning them, don't do like your fathers did. All right? So you want to do this thing. And that's what they did do. Or he's telling them to do, telling them to think that way. Which they obviously did, because now he skips it. And look at this. Oh, God, I almost fell over. Here's the 24th of the 9th month. 2 months after that. He got it in the middle, between the 29th, the 24th of the 9th month, and the 3rd week of the 7th month. Now, exactly 2 months to the day, 60 days, after he told Zerubbabel he's going to be the seed of Christ, still the 2nd year of Darius, almost at the end of the year, God comes again. And this is the famous prophecy of the 4 horsemen. Okay? Now, it doesn't mention all the horsemen. You know, we see this in, Revelation 6. Okay? The idea of judging the nations for anti-Semitism is primary. Okay? With the red sorrel's a kind of brown, and white horse behind it. Okay? So, there's more than one red horse, unless the translation's off, and I forget. I'm not going to look it up right now. There might be a mistranslation in here. Okay? I want to get across the point, because I can't keep doing these detours. These are the judges that patrol the earth. It's a personification. Horses generally mean that they're coming from a sovereign, an army, coming from somebody with authority, who has authority. People, because you had to have money to have a horse, this particular horse, because they're expensive. Even now, it costs you about $10,000 a year to maintain a horse, just in hay and vet bills. Okay? So, he's talking about, official judgment. Okay, myrtle trees. Myrtle is a symbol of Israel. So God is standing in the myrtle trees. God is protecting Israel. Now, everything I'm saying about this is pretty standard theology, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. What I do want to spend time on is the timing of it. It's 2 months after he's changed the weather, and he's told Zerubbabel he's going to be the seed. This is obviously to let him know that all world history, just like he said before, I'm going to shake the heavens and the earth, all world history is going to be impacted. We just saw from Daniel 11, which they all knew, okay, that the angels were fighting over Persia, and so much so that they had a sort of hoplite-like deal where it had to be one angel against another angel, and a second angel could come in only as a relief for the first. Now, how they fought, I'm not sure. Okay, obviously there's physical fighting that goes on, but how they do it, I don't know. Okay, we've got a lot of movies that guess at it, and I'm not sure how those movies, how inaccurate those movies are. The point is that they fight. The point is that shakes the heavens too. The point is that he's advertising a different kind of shaking up the earth now, of judgment for those who judge Israel. Okay? But here's what I want to get to. How long will you have no compassion with whom you have been indignant these 70 years? One of the problems you got when you're interpreting Bible is the phraseology is often broad, because it's dealing on multiple levels all at once in a certain intricate connection. It's not that you can interpret the Bible many different ways. They are all the same interpretation. They're different facets of the same interpretation. Bible is always consistent. It is never contradictory. So you can't have an interpretation that is contradictory. It'll have to be faceted. So if you think you got a contradiction, and here we're looking at a chronology contradiction, if you think you got a contradiction, then you got the wrong interpretation. Keep working on your interpretation till you find one that fits. Okay, so here's the one that fits. A lot of people, when they look at this, they're going to look at the time Zechariah was talking, and we already know when that was. The 8th month of the 2nd year of Darius. And this, okay, is the 11th month, 24th day of the 11th month, still in the 2nd year of Darius. Okay, so that's 522, 521 BC. Okay, Israel has not been in captivity for 70 years at that point. Okay, she has not been. Alright? So this 70-year reference point is not talking about 586 to 521. Alright? See, here's my little calculator. 586 minus, let's say, 521 to give the benefit of the doubt. That's only 65 years, not 70. Okay, well now you have to go back to the time of the deportations. Daniel was taken in 607. That's also not in view because 607 minus 521 is 86. Or if you say 522, it's 85. That's not it either. What is it? Well, let's say 521, because we're going to have to do a range, plus 70. That's a deportation. That happens to be, I want to say it's Ezekiel's deportation. I'll have to look it up. It's either Ezekiel or Jeconiah. Okay? When there were several deportations that occurred. Daniel was only the first group of deportations. So he's counting from a specific deportation. It's probably Jeconiah. Okay? Because Jeconiah was king when Jeconiah was taken out. Alright? I'm going to have to look that up and I'll fine-tune that. But it is not talking about the destruction of the temple. It's talking about before that. Because it was with the announcement, that's why I think it's Jeconiah. It was with the announcement of Jeconiah's curse that the doom was sealed. The fact that this was going to happen, period, was announced when Manasseh was king, and I covered that in my Isaiah 53 videos, especially in the Daniel passage where I show the meter, because Daniel meters to Manasseh. But this is not talking about 70 years from the time the temple went down. Okay, be real clear on that. It's a different measuring period. Okay, that's the first layer of interpretation. The next layer of interpretation is that this is prospective, viewing the 70 years as about to be completed. Okay, because at the time he's talking, they're just starting to rebuild. And what he's trying to do is give them encouragement. And it's after the time when they know that they've got the permission. Okay, so he's reminding them of the Jeremiah 25:29 promise, especially in Jeremiah 25, well, actually both chapters, where he says, I'm going to return you after 70 years. So he's reminding him through this like mock conversation with an angel of the Lord, all right, which is a vision, of course, that he's giving to Zechariah, all right. He's reminding him that the time limit is coming up. That's why he bugged him to start rebuilding, because the 70 years is going to come up. Now notice something. If you apply it backwards, you got the 70 years going to the deportation, and that has one layer of meaning. If you apply it forwards, then that's encouragement to the 70-year deadline of 516, which they will meet. That has a different meaning, and both meanings are apt. They are not contradictory. They apply to two different accountings. Okay, and there's another meaning to it, but I'm almost afraid to say it because this is not known in Christendom. The whole time period that Israel is out that God is using is 140 years, not just 70. I explain that at length in my web pages. I'll put a link in the sidebar so you can look at it, but it'll take you at least a year to vet that material because it's not known in Christendom. The meter proves it, and so do many Bible verses, but it'll take forever to figure it out because nobody's I can't find anybody who's learned it. Jews clearly used to know, but nobody in modern Judaism seems to know. Okay, they have the vague idea of the 2000. That's all that survives of this that I can find in modern Judaism. Okay, so the Lord answered the angel with gracious, comforting words. That's a comfort. Backwards, the judgment from the second deportation when Jeconiah was taken, probably. And forwards to the deadline coming up at 516, which is why God was bugging them to build. So this is a buck up. This is a buck up. Hi, you now got your permission from Darius. You're 2 months later into the thing. Don't forget. Don't do what your fathers did. Okay? I am going to judge the nations who judge you. He made that promise in Jeremiah 25 and 29. And the 70 years can be viewed as prospective or retrospective, and both interpretations at the same time fit together as 140 years, which is indeed the time that went out between 586 BC and when Nehemiah goes back to rebuild the walls in what is probably 444, or 446, not 444. I've got to still hone that down. Okay? So there you go. Now, there's one other thing I got to cover in this. All right. This is more about how he's going to judge the other nations. You can read this yourself. When he says, I will bring peace, peace and prosperity have the same meaning in both Hebrew and in Greek. In Greek, it's more got a concept of reconciliation. But in Hebrew, shalom means prosperity, and that's why it's peace. You have prosperity due to peace, okay? Two sides of the same coin. Okay. What are these? He's got 4 horns. These are the horns which have scattered Judah, Israel, and Jerusalem. Okay. And then the Lord shows me 4 craftsmen. These are the horns that scattered Judah, and no man lifts up his head, blah, blah, blah. The craftsmen have come to terrify them. Okay. This is going to be, all right, Greece splitting into 4 parts. Okay, I don't know. It's also based on Daniel. Okay, you have Greece splitting into 4 parts. The Greeks formed 4 spheres of influence. You had Ptolemy, Seleucus, and I forget the other 2 guys' name, Lycus, and I forget the other guy's name. Okay, they're going to end up, basically taking over. They're going to end up punishing the nations that punished Israel. And then, of course, they themselves, Seleucus in particular, his son Antiochus IV, is going to take over and hurt Israel. And then he's going to be hurt by madness in return. And then that's going to actually foster the saving of Israel under the Maccabees by 141 BC. Okay, and that's covered in the book of Maccabees, and that's also covered in Daniel 7 and 8. That's what this is referencing. He's reminding them of Daniel. It's not something separate, and it's not, new horns or any of the other stuff that some goofballs come up with. It's just a reference to Daniel. Okay? Because they had Daniel. Alright? Now we got one more little thing. How much time do I have? I'm already at 10 minutes. 18 minutes. Yuck. Okay. See, he's just listing his visions at this point. This is a summary. 8th month, the thing that mattered is what he said 2 months after they got their approval, trying to remind them, okay, of Daniel. He's reminding them of Daniel. He's reminding them of the trend of history. Because with Daniel, he saw the whole trend of history. Okay, he's telling them where history's going. He's basically saying that the temple is the cause of the rest of history. That's what he told Daniel, and that's what he's now, through Zechariah, reminding Zerubbabel. Now that theme is going to continue in Zechariah. That's his main theme. Okay. This, when it says to measure Jerusalem and see how wide and long it is, this is to measure for a foundation, to measure for the dimensions of a city before you build it. Okay, city planning, good city planning, you scope out some blank territory that doesn't have anything on it. And you plan all your roads and your buildings and your shops and the whole thing. That's what was done to Washington, D.C. It's the same kind of idea. Okay? What he's trying to say is that this is millennial Jerusalem. He's leading into the millennial. Because what he's doing when he does this, and the reason he's giving it to Zerubbabel is he's told Zerubbabel he's going to be seed of Christ. So now he's building on what he told Daniel, laying out the rest of history. Okay? And that matters a lot because there are stupid, incompetent so-called scholars who claim that Daniel was written around 167. That's a bunch of baloney. Zechariah lived like 300 years prior to that, so did Haggai. And they're all quoting Daniel. Okay, they're using Daniel. And I could spend more time on this, but you know what? There are only so many hours in a day. Okay? Just pay close attention to the wording and notice that the wording is the same in Daniel. And you'll just laugh at the people who claim, oh, that Chaldean in Daniel is too young. It is not. Chaldean changed a whole lot between 167. In fact, there wasn't anybody who spoke it. And back when Daniel was writing, and it's not like Aramaic. They're two different languages. People are really stupid. I mean, there's a huge difference between Aramaic of the 1st century or the 2nd century or the 3rd century BC and Daniel's. It's not really Aramaic, it's Chaldean. It's a I don't even want to get involved in that. Incompetence. But you don't even have to get into that argument with them. Just look at the incorporation by reference of what Daniel says. They're quoting him. Alright. So then we get here. Now this is the most important part of it. Then he showed me Yeshua, the high priest. Do you remember back in Haggai? Okay. Who was he talking to? Haggai to Zerubbabel, son of Shealtiel, who at that time was still governor. Okay. And who? Yeshua, the son of the high priest. At that time, he was the son of the high priest. But in Zechariah, he is now the high priest. So apparently his dad died. Okay, between, the 7th month? Because he's talking to all the priests in the 9th month. So between the 7th month and the 9th month, he's now the high priest. The son is now the high priest. And this is the one, where remember it plays on the unclean. He's playing on unclean. You're all unclean. Where was that? I was way back here. Okay. Where was it? Yeah, here we go. So is this people, everybody's unclean. Alright, so, playing on that. See, Zechariah is playing on Haggai. Haggai is playing on Zechariah. Take your pick. Okay. Joshua the high priest. Now, that's one person, right? Joshua is one person. That's not too hard to understand, right? Remove the filthy garments. He's playing on unclean from Haggai. Because Zechariah is doing this, talking in the 11th month after Haggai. So he's reminding Israel about the unclean thing he said. About the difference between holy meat and the fold of your garment. Alright? And he's giving him further encouragement on that same theme. Put a clean turban on his head. Okay? Because this is his own way of ordaining the new high priest. Okay? That's a very particular person. For behold, I'm going to bring in my servant the branch. And we just saw at the end of and Haggai too. Zerubbabel is going to be the progenitor of who? The branch. You with me on that? Alright, so now, we got this guy. Angel, what do you see? I see a lampstand. Okay? This is the famous lampstand verse that everybody misuses. This is the word of the Lord to who? The other guy. Zerubbabel. We got Joshua here. See? Chapter 3, Joshua, playing on unclean that we saw in Haggai. Okay? Prophecy that. Listen, Joshua. Therefore a symbol, because I'm going to bring in who? The branch. That's Christ. We all know that. Okay, and the progenitor of Christ? Word to Zerubbabel saying, not by might or power, but by my spirit. Again, playing on unclean. What are you, great mountain? Before Zerubbabel, seed of Christ, instead of being seed of Baal, you will become a plain, you will flatten. See, that plays back again to Haggai. Okay? Back to Haggai. I'm going to overthrow everybody. Well, then you're going to see Mary change this. Instead of overthrow, she uses the word lower. It's really clever. It does mean make lower. Okay? So she's playing also on Zechariah, who says, alright, O great mountain, before Zerubbabel, her progenitor, you will become a plain, you will become lower. And you will bring the top stone with shouts of grace to it. See, Christ is the chief cornerstone, capping off the whole purpose of the temple. See, he's still talking about the temple and the fact that you got one guy, Joshua, who's the same guy that was addressed in Haggai 1:1, and then we got hands of Zerubbabel, seed of Christ, have laid the see how the stress, laid the foundation of his house. His hands will finish it, then you will know that the Lord of hosts has sent me to you. Because they felt the temple was small. But these seven what? The seven spirits of God. Okay? And there were 7 people. Okay? That were their friends. But the whole idea of the 7 spirits of God is something everybody knows. But it's talking about what? It's talking about a person who's alive at the time getting this message. The message is intended for him. Here's the second person alive getting the message intended for him. Because he's the progenitor of the branch. The hands of Zerubbabel have laid the foundation and will finish it. Okay, so, hello. Is this too hard to understand? Then I said to him, what are these 2 olive trees? What are these 2 olive branches inside the 2 golden pipes, which empty in the gold from themselves? And he answered, do you not know? How can you not know? Here's one. And here's the other. Okay, we're going to circle back a little bit on Zechariah. I want to make a couple of corrections, and then I want to show you the style of scripture quoting that Mary and Zacharias are going to use so that you can appreciate and enjoy it, and also see the depthness of their understanding. But first, let's make some corrections. When I had covered Zechariah 1:8, I made a comment about how it didn't seem right to me that this was red and this was red, and I thought it was a mistranslation. Fortunately, I get bugged when I don't do my own homework, and so now I'm going to do it. On the left-hand side, as you can see, is Zechariah 1:8, and this means red. We're going to go through that a little bit, and this means red. The other mistake I made, and these are proper translations, is what I'm trying to get at. And then this word sorrel here doesn't mean brown, it means dappled gray. And then this, yes, is white, all right? But there is a mistranslation in this verse. But in order to explain it, we got to go to the right-hand side of the screen. This passage is pretty familiar to many, and it's been taught many, many times, reasonably correctly. But the larger meaning, this is one of the problems in teaching, and I can't really fault the teachers for that. One of the problems in teaching is that when we go to our pulpits and we learn Bible, we end up getting either a syrupy version of the Bible or a very shallow version. Our theology is extremely childish. Okay, our theologies about God and what the Bible actually says are very much oriented to body and morality and all kinds of childish notions. See, when you're a baby, you're preoccupied with your poo-poo, you're preoccupied with your body. Your brain isn't developed, so you don't have a higher, sense of things and interests. Okay, so children tend to be interested in childish things, which tend to be, how they feel, and sweet and sour, and, very, narrow-minded kind of concepts. And our theologies are like that too. So are our translations, so are our teachings. So here, the typical thing that's taught, and it isn't wrong, it's just too small. Okay? Oh, these are the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Well, sort of. Okay? And then my pastor went through Revelation verse by verse, exegeting every verse in the Greek, during the very years that Edward P.F. 123 claimed to be there but never learned Greek under my pastor. That's how you know he's lying. And you can get these classes, by the way, free on MP3. You can hear them live. Same classes that I heard when I was sitting there. This, when he exegeted it, he said, this is a dramatic depiction, which it is. Excuse me, popcorn problem again. This is a dramatic depiction of the trends of history. Okay? White horse, that's the idea, it's very common even in our own literature, the idea of a white horse. The king rides the white horse, runs into town to, take over the town. And everybody cheers him because he's a good king. The white horse also designates good ruler. And then you got the red horse, and that's war, That, by the way, the word red in Greek is the Greeks' renaming of the Reed Sea, which is now, in our parlance, the Red Sea. That was a Greek renaming, and they renamed it because of the war of Pharaoh trying to chase the Israelites. It's the Greeks who gave it that name, not the Christians, not the Jews. Okay? And red in, Greek literature is always signified, a red horse always signifies red from blood, or red color like blood, or red color specifically like fire. There's the Greek word for red. And I'm going to come back to that in a minute. Fire, it literally means fiery. Okay? And so that's depicting war, judgments, a horse you can't stop because he's on fire. Fast. It's got all those, metaphorical connotations. And then you got black, and that's famine. You would expect it to be death, but it's famine. See, this is I'll never forget when he was doing this. A quart of wheat for a denarius was a whole day's wages. So if all you can get is a quart of wheat, which is less than a daily supply of food for a hardworking guy that's working 16 hours that day or 12 hours that day, that's unbelievably expensive. And only 3 quarts of barley for a day's wages? But the oil and wine weren't going to be damaged. This is all future in the tribulation. But the horses are, as it were, depictions of divine judgment ruling on how history down on earth is going to go. And that's a common theme of Greek culture too, and probably others around the world. Alright? So you got conquering, okay, you got war, you got, where is it? Famine, scarcity, inflation. Think of all those concepts, because what he's depicting here is excessively high prices for basic goods. Okay, do not damage oil and wine means that they will not be affected in the tribulation. In other words, they'll be at the right price, which is very kind when you consider how mankind uses oil and wine. And then ashen, this word ashen, that's a pretty good translation actually. I should use that. Go here. It means gray. But ashen is whoever translated that word really had a sense of what it was trying to say. That's the color of death in Greek culture. Okay, it isn't black. Okay, well, I guess it depends on when in Greek time. But ashen, because that's the color of a person who's dead. That's where it's coming from. Okay, so this word sorrel could be interpreted as death. Alright? And the word for sorrel, okay, the word for sorrel that's being used, there you go, sarok, no, sarok. Alright? And it's translated here with this word, saroi. It's like a transliteration of the Hebrew. Okay? See? And that's where I got to get to next. That's sorrel. Okay? You can see in the lower left window. And it's transliterated saroi. PS sound. Saroi. Okay? So ashen is a good translation. Now over here on the right hand side though, okay, the word for ashen is more like green, and that's another color of death if you're sick. Okay? Chloros. You know, Constantine's dad was called Chloros. So you got really, ashen really isn't a good translation for that afterwards. See, I blew it in. Okay, okay, think of bleach. It's got a pale green cast to it, pale green blue, okay? That's not the same color as this one. So there is a difference between, this is the more sophisticated thing that we ought to be paying attention to. There is a difference between the kinds of historical trends being depicted by the colors of the horses here versus the colors of the horses here. There's a similarity, there's an overlap, but it's not the same. Okay? This is pale green, sickly, and yeah, there's an ashenness to it, but ashen doesn't necessarily bring out sickness as well as pale. Constantine Paleface was the nickname of Constantine the Great's dad. Alright? So that's going to be kind of important to go through. But the other thing that I want to focus on is the plurals. This is not just one. This is what alerted me to it. You have red here, and that's really what it means, is puroi, and red here. Okay? And that's where you see in the lower left-hand corner, Adom. That really is red. That's where Adam comes from. Adam means red man, earth man. Okay? Earth man would be a really good translation, because he made Adam from the earth, and the earth has a sort of reddish color to it. Okay, that's where Adam comes from. And that's where Edom comes from, because Esau was ruddy. He, had a ruddy complexion. He was hairy. Esau means hairy. Okay? H-A-I-R-Y. Alright, so, but the thing is that, and it's literally translated here, That's a plural. That's a plural. Okay? That's a plural. And there are plurals here too. See, that's a plural. That's a plural. And where's the first one? It was up here somewhere. Jesus. Well, there's one red horse there. That's the first one. Okay? The man riding on a red horse is the guy in charge, and that's a depiction of Christ. Okay? But behind him were red sorrel and white horses. What were the other? Here's Edomim. Those are the red. Sarokim. And Lebanim. Okay, that's white. Pale. So you can see where they're getting the word pale from in Revelation, but that's not that color here. This is Lukoi, that's white for conquering. Alright. This is, instead of dapple, they have many colored. Okay, so it could be many kinds, but it's probably the color because that fits the syntax. I mean, the metaphors that he's using for the other colors. Alright. And this is our word for red. But these are all plural, so what it means is, it took too long to say it, what it means is that you only got 4 here. See, because Zechariah's going to later talk about the 4 horns and the 4 craftsmen, and he's playing to Daniel, okay, when Daniel was talking about it. And so is John here in Revelation, but there's only 4. This isn't only 4. It's 4 types of multiple horses. This is puroi, not just pur, us. Alright? It's hippoi, yeah. But you wouldn't, if it was just one horse that was red, this wouldn't be a plural. See, look. This is puron, hippon puron. One red horse. If this was just one more red horse, it would be hippoi, and then there'd probably be a genitive of puras. But there isn't. That's a plural nominative. So there are more than one red horse in the background, more than one speckled starling, speckled sorrel horse in the background, more than one multicolored horse, according to the Greek text here, and more than one white horse. And what does that mean? See, this is a literature. We have to understand that this is a literary expression here. People lived on this stuff. They didn't have TV for entertainment. Okay? So what they did is they used colorful depictions that would make it more memorable, instead of just telling you the boring straight, okay, I saw 4 horses, these were colored. But that's not very memorable. But if you like in reading a novel, if you make it dramatic, then it's more memorable, and then afterwards you ponder the truth behind it. Okay, so that's why this is like a little TV program, like a tableau on stage. Behold, look, here's a man riding on a red horse. We've made thousands of movies of these horsemen. Of course, but we don't understand that there are multiple horses of each color behind him. Multiple horses. Why? Because the trends of history are going to keep on happening. This is judgment from God, trends of history. You got 2 kinds of judgment from God, basically. The first kind is God's going to let what you're doing to yourself happen. The consequences, let you get the consequences of your own decision. And the other basic, oversimplifying it, class of judgment is where God is going to do it to you. Okay? And that's basically running throughout the Old Testament. The historical trends are sort of an amalgam of God's order about what has to happen to keep mankind free from, his own folly, and the natural product, the free product of man's own folly. See, God takes what we do and he uses it to still produce justice just the same. And a lot of that justice means that our bad decisions come back to bite us. And when you have a large swatch of territory with millions of people in it, all of them making bad decisions, that's when the horses start to ride. And the bad decision in question here in Zechariah 1 is a bad decision of being anti-Semitic. And I don't know if you've taken much of a look at history, but every nation that in the past has been anti-Semitic is not much to look at today. Okay, it's like they've never recovered. I can't even think of one that's doing well. And by contrast, the nations that have reverted, that used to be anti-Semitic and have now changed their mind and are pro-Israel, or at least neutral, they do better economically. Analyze the history yourself. So that applies on an individual level, which of course we know from Genesis 12, 15, and 17, but it also applies on a national level. And of course this is one of the prophecies about how it applies on a national level. Alright? Because he says, I was mad at Jerusalem for a little bit, but boy, oh boy, am I mad at the people who her. So, my horsemen are going to ride against those nations. And we covered in the video, who he was riding against. Okay, we're back in Zechariah, and I've got to circle back on this a little bit. That's a pun. The theme of the book, when you're, learning how to interpret Scripture, the first thing you got to do with a book, and I've never done this with Zechariah before, the first thing you're supposed to do with a book is to determine the theme of the book so that you can read the text in light of the theme. What is the author trying to say? Because, you can open up any book of the Bible and it's going to read very similarly. And the reason why it does is that the Bible is really a serial novel of, God's position, history, depositions, that sort of thing. And because of that, each book on its own has to be a complete unit. Therefore, it has to cover all the same themes as the prior books, plus it needs to advance the themes of the prior books and interlink with them in such a tightly woven way it comes from God. Else, how do you know it's not the hallucination of the writer? So, your first task is to determine what the writer is intending to say. Not the doctrines that we think we know or do know, but what is the writer saying? Because he's going to be covering familiar ground, but in new ways, and you need to know, what's his angle. Just like when you're watching a movie, most of the popular movies on TV are like sex and violence and money and fame, but they cover them in different ways. Well, it's the same thing with the Bible. So when I said I'm going to circle around back on Zechariah, that's his theme right here. Return to me that I may return to you. This is the most famous idea in Judaism, idea of return. I said that in the last segment. But think about this. See, you always have to think like a thesaurus with Bible, especially its metaphors. Return, return. Okay? So that denotes a circle and a circle. Got that? And he's telling you, and this is what there's one of the tasks that the writer's supposed to do in a book of the Bible, is you set the theme of the book in your first chapter. Okay, we saw that with Luke, where he reverses. His theme is reversal because he's reversing the order of Matthew, and he's focusing on what Matthew leaves out to show the reversal to church. Telling the same story, he's doing the setup. He's showing you why it changed. Whereas Matthew's job was simply to record from the official, kingship position. Okay, so here we got a similar thing going on with Zechariah wrapping his book around other famous books in specific passages, actually. Remember I said this was the 8th month. This was between the Booth's visit, here in Haggai. See? Haggai 2. Just after this is when Zechariah also comes, second witness, in the 8th month. And because this text is so familiar, the theme of it is so familiar, we just gloss over it. But when he says this, he's quoting specifically, kills me. He's specifically speaking back to Psalm 90 because that's its theme. Moses uses the word return and concepts of return of time to show that time is a circle, which means it's a cycle, because he's talking about the 490s and the 70-year voting periods. And so what we're seeing here is that Zechariah is invoking that very theme of time, which means that there are parts of Zechariah that are metered. I'm going to groan now, because it takes a very long time to work out the meter. So I'm going to have to spend a lot of time in Zechariah later. But right now I just want to show you, because Mary's quoting Zechariah also. This is incredible. The sophistication just blows me away. Sorry. Okay. When he says, return to me that I may return to you, that is the sort of cadence and theme of Psalm 90, the cycle of time. Everything returns to God. Just go read the words, even if you don't know the meter, and you'll see that. He's talking about the returning to God. God sends out a thing, it comes back to them. Time is a cycle. You see that in the meter, the way he does the meter, because it's an 84 and then 70, 70, 70, and then 56. Because all of time was supposed to run 250 years. Okay, so, Zechariah is talking back to that, and he's also talking back to Daniel 9 specifically, because this is a theme Daniel was playing on Psalm 90 in this very way, this business about returning. We did not return to you. You talked to us. We did not return to you. So Zechariah is opening his book, which means God is opening his talk to Zerubbabel and, the Jews in the land, before they get the answer from Darius. He's reminding them of what time it is. This is specific because Psalm 90 is metered with a meter of time going back to Adam. Daniel 9 is metered with a meter of time showing the indictment of Israel's kings and the prayer that he had to restore time by restoring the temple. That's what Daniel's meter is, and God replied to him in the same meter in Daniel 9:24-27. And if you go and watch those videos where I did it on Psalm 90 and Daniel 9, you'll see that. Because I go through the math, I go through the meter, I go through the Hebrew, everything. It's exhaustive, though. So when he says, return to me that I may return to you, to us in English, it's like, well, yeah, it sounds nice. We don't get all this other meaning. But you would get it if you knew the themes of those two chapters. And he's linking them. Linking them. Again, this is more proof that, Daniel was written in 538. Okay? Then do not be like your father. See, this is relevant because in the meter, you don't know that just from the words. You have to know that it's metered. In the meter of both Psalm 90 and Daniel 9, it's a retrospective exposition of what the fathers did. It is a retrospective indictment of how the fathers did not listen to God. And Daniel, of course, repeats this several times explicitly. Okay? You have to know the meter. Oh, God, I need to kill myself. I shouldn't be allowed to know this and live. You have to know the meter to understand the impact of what he's saying to Zechariah. Otherwise, this looks like just a banal, simple over a repetition of a theme that the Bible says on near every page. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to take a break. I'm too affected by this right now. Okay, this segment's going to be on Deuteronomy 32:8. I'd shown it before, but I want to cover something I I haven't seen enough attention paid to. Maybe it is there somewhere. If you know of any sources that cover this differential, I would like to hear about it if you're willing to tell me. This is Deuteronomy 32:8, and understandably, when we showed it. Here's the typical translation, and they almost all agree. But the Greek and the Hebrew texts are quite different in nuance, not necessarily in meaning. And we got to go through that. Remember what I said before, when this whole business about number, the typical and understandable theological position on what this verse is saying. And the Jews understand it that way often too, but they have a different dimension of understanding of it too, is that everything revolves around Israel. And that's true. There's just no getting around that. All right, the whole Bible is designed around Israel. It's all about Israel. But Israel is about Christ, and that's why Israel is in trouble today. The whole reason why the temple went down is Israel refused her Savior when he came. That was the warning in Moses. That was the reason for the Mosaic Law. It was a post-salvation code that they all had to learn in order to become a priest nation as the bride of Christ. That was their job for eternity. And they turned it down when he came. They turned it down when, they were let out of the land. In the first year that they were let out of the land, they turned it down again in 1050 BC when they wanted a human king. They don't want God as their king anymore. And then when God took on humanity and came to them, just as promised, just on time, and this is a verse about time, as we're going to see, they turned him down. That's the only reason church exists. And Paul goes into a lot of detail about that in Romans 9 through 11. And he expects his readers, of course, to understand the rules of time. Okay, which we don't know. But they did then. Now, that being the story, you have to ask yourself, okay, how does that actually work? And the only way you know that it works is if you understand the doctrine of time. But you're not going to see any of that if a verse like this, which a lot of people recognize, and a lot of people are against, of course, too, if you can continue to think of this solely in terms of physical number of people. And it looks like that in the text. Number of the sons of Israel. Okay, but nobody knows how many those are. And so your typical, teacher will explain, and rightly so, well, but God knows. Yeah, okay. But that's not what it's talking about. Okay, I mean, it's in the meaning, but there's a lot of double entendre here, and that double entendre is communicated by the way it's translated. So we got to go through that a little bit. We're only focusing on this phrase, because the rest of it works. The translation's okay. But this is the intriguing part, and you can tell that when you see the difference between the Jews who translated it in Greek and the original Jewish text, Hebrew text. Okay, this is the phrase in question in the Hebrew, according to the number of the sons of Israel, and that is what it says. But this, kata, literally means down, but according is what, set down under, the idea that this is the thing that's on top that is laid down, the law laid down kind of thing, principle laid down, that sort of stuff. That's the phrase in the Greek. This word here does not say Israel. In Greek, when you say Israel, it's a transliterated proper name. Okay. But that is angels. Literally messengers. But the most common use of angelos in the Old Testament, angelos rather, you pronounce these two G's. I'm sorry, these are two G's, they look like little Y's, but you pronounce them like NG. So you say angelos, not agelos. Alright? That's the most common term for angel, because they're messengers of God. Alright? So literally, there's a dual entendre here. Messengers of God. I mean, if you were to exclude the fact that in the Bible, most usual use of this term is for angels, when it's just used alone without any qualifiers. You know, in other words, if this was angelos basileus, all right, then that would be a messenger of the king, and you know it wasn't necessarily an angel. Depends on who the king is. All right, but if it's just angelos by itself, usually that means angel in the Bible. And especially when it says angelos deo, angelon deo. All right, sorry, I've got stuff in my mouth. This is dual entendre, multiple entendre, and it's used that way in Revelation too. John's keying off it, actually. So here's the point. This literally says sons of Israel. Now you have to, again, you can't just read Bible like a typical book where you just read sentence after sentence after sentence. You have to pore over it. You have to pick it apart. Who is a son of Israel? Who's the son of Abraham? What did Christ say in John 8? If you're sons of Abraham, then you should do what Abraham did. What did Abraham do? Genesis 15:6. The reason why he's called Avraham, father of many nations, is that the nations that believe like he believed are deemed sons of Abraham too. Now, Jacob is one of those sons, grandson actually. And when Jacob believed, God changed his name to Yisrael, Prince of God. So who are the sons of Israel? Believers. I mean, there's a big debate in Judaism, and especially in Israel, about what constitutes a Jew. And there have been all kinds of people who are trying to say that they're the true Jews, blah, 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 blah. All right? With nobody looking at the Bible by its own definition. The Bible says that you're a Jew by race if Abraham is your ancestor. And that was the big argument that the Pharisees made to Christ in John 8, for example. We are the sons of Abraham. We are the lineal descendants of the loins of Abraham. And they were. By blood. That's a race. Okay? Abraham became a new race when he was circumcised. You know that story. All right? He didn't become a new race because of his own blood. He became a new race by a miracle of God when he circumcised because he believed. And that's the big point that Paul talks about in Romans 9. But that was always how you became a Jew. See, there's two meanings to Jew. You got the bloodline of Abraham. Anybody who's got one gene even of Abraham in his body is a Jew, whether he knows it or not. That's race. Okay? But you're a Jew by faith, Genesis 15:6, if you believe as Abraham did. That was Christ's big point. And Paul's big point in Romans 9 in particular is that you're a son of Abraham if you did what Abraham did, keying off John 8. Because John wasn't written yet, but the contents were known. Okay? Because you were always made a Jew if you believed. When the Exodus occurred, it had so-called mixed multitudes. That's the King James, translation. It means that there were a whole lot of Egyptians and other peoples who came out with the Jews. That's why there were 6 million of them. Estimate, 2 million adults. They figured 2 kids each. That's why there were so many. They weren't the racial sons of Jacob. Jacob only entered the land with 70. 70, even in 400 years, is not going to equal 6 million people. Okay? The mothers would have been dead from childbearing. So they were conversions. It included conversions because you did what Abraham did, and that made you a son of Israel. Because that's what Israel did, namely Jacob. So when it says here the sons of Israel, you got, first of all, the meaning of the bloodline. Okay, and that would be valid. All history revolves around Israel. Okay, but who is Israel? Israel is a bloodline, so that's one layer of meaning. Another layer of meaning that's wider is anybody who did what Israel did. Israel did what Abraham did. He believed. That's why he was renamed Israel from Jacob. He went from chiseler to Prince of God. The Bible's very economic in its wording. So when it gives you a title or a name, you got to find out what that name means. Because it tells you about the person, and it tells you a whole lot of text that, you can understand with just one word memorized. Okay? So, God did it according to the sons of Israel. The sons of Israel mean believers. Now the translators, of the text, and this is played on in the New Testament, changed it to angelon teu. Okay, but a believer is a messenger of God. Okay, but this also means angel, and that references the angelic conflict. You see how deft this is? One word, you have to pay very close attention to the wording. You always have to do that with legal contracts, depositions, the whole bit. The whole Bible is a kind of legal contract. It's a legal contract with depositions. All right? And they recognized the wider meaning of this when they translated it. And of course, they're translating it in Greek. And they're referencing the post-salvation role of the believer. They're also referencing the angelic conflict. And they knew the meter of the rules of time. Because the whole thing about time is designed around the terms of the angelic conflict. Now, that means that this whole doctrine about time, and, here it's talking in a way of physical terms, but you can't have boundaries and peoples and inheritance. You can't have the physical without the time. There's a time. In other words, there's a time when, see, if it says the boundaries of the peoples, that means that for a certain amount of time they will be living in a boundary, but they're going to die. There's a certain amount of time that they live in a boundary, but somebody's going to take them over. See, an inheritance requires time. Inheritance gets used up, inheritance gets transferred at death. So you can't read this without knowing that he's talking about time. So when it says number of the sons of Israel, first of all, it's talking about the bloodline, yes. It's also talking about those who did what Abraham did. And that can mean people who aren't of the bloodline, which of course it always did. In the Old Testament, if you believed in Christ, you were called a Jew. Nowadays, you're called a Christian, but that's just the name. It's the same function. And time now depends on you. My pastor stressed this unbelievably a lot. It's one of the reasons why I know this thing about the meter. Because I asked God for proof of what he was talking about. When he taught Genesis 5, he said that believers are here to buy time. And of course, that's what Ephesians 5:16 and Colossians 4:5 say. Best translated in the KJV. KJV wins that translation battle. Okay, the other translations are horrible. Time is designed around Christ. That's Hebrews 1. Not the only place it's located, but that's a quintessential verse on it. It's mistranslated in the KJV as worlds. I think it's Hebrews 1:3. Okay, when he designed time, he designed it around Christ. Well, Christ is the number one son of Israel. What did Christ have to do to get to the cross? He had to keep believing. If he stopped believing for 1 nanosecond, he would have sinned. You see this? And the reason why I'm focusing on this verse and this topic is that Mary understood this doctrine. It blows me away. Okay? And I want to show how deft you can make the reference when you just say number of sons of Israel and you ignore the wider context of the translation. You're missing the point. You have to go back to the original language and you have to examine, well, what is Israel? What are the sons of Israel? Not all those stupid Christian identity people. Not the Arabs who are trying to take away Israel's inheritance and will never succeed. If you want to be a son of Israel, do what Abraham did. Believe. And then, it's a question of what's the right post-salvation spiritual contract under which you train. In the Old Testament, it was the Mosaic Law. Now that's been changed. That's what the book of Hebrews explains. But you see, it's just one word, Israel. So when a person says Israel in the Bible, you have to look at the context of how they're saying it. Do they mean Israel in the broader sense of this believer? Because that's what this is talking about. Or does it mean Israel, the land mass? Or does it mean Israel, Jacob? And so when somebody's quoting or using a prophecy with a keyword like Israel in it, like here, because it's prophetic, this is saying all time is designed around Israel. Okay, well, who's Israel? Well, in this case, it is the landmass, it is the bloodline, and it is the time, and it is the number of people who do what Abraham did. All of those meanings. And that we know because they use the word angelon here. A messenger needs time to give his message. You know that. We're here for a certain amount of time. That's Psalm 90. Psalm 90 is, of course, part of what Moses is going to say, because this is the Song of Moses. It's one of the verses in it, see? Here's the context, the larger part of it. See? This is what Moses says just before he dies. There's his little, soliloquy, his ending soliloquy. And it's poetic and it's probably metered. I'll die before I get to find all the metered passages in the Bible. Zechariah is metered and I can't talk about it now. I'm too shocked. Anyway, I'm sorry. It's hard to talk right now. This has got all of the meanings of Israel, all of the meaning of sons of Israel, and all of the meanings of number in it. And how do we know that? I should have covered that. I'm sorry. I'm really discombobulated right now. Probably shouldn't even be making a video. Number. To show the dual, triple, quadruple entendre. They're referencing that there is more than one meaning when they retranslate it this way. They could have written the word Israel right here. They knew to do that. But they knew that wasn't the whole meaning. They knew it was broader. So they just changed it to angelon. Sometimes that's why, some parts of the LXX, no wonder it's quoted so much in the New Testament. Some parts of it are just deftly brilliant. You can't say that the whole book is inspired, because it's got lots of junk in it too. But there are sections that they really got it right. Okay? Angelon, we've covered the duality of that. That, of course, we know there's no debate there. Arithmon is the translation of Sefer. Technically, you have to call that Safar. Okay, here's the word. And yeah, it means census and enumeration. Okay, but Safar is used in many ways in Hebrew. And what it's really talking about in the broader sense of the term, as you can see from the semantic range illustrated here, writing, book, scribe, they call it Zafar Torah. All right? And I don't want to get too far afield. The idea of Zafar Torah is that you're going through the Torah and learning it all. And long ago, I'm not sure quite when, the Jews came up with this is where we get our idea of reading the Bible in 1 year. They especially in synagogues today, they have schedules of what passage of scripture you read and talk about and think about for a given shul service. Okay? And they have special passages they use for bar mitzvahs and blah, blah, blah. Okay? That's the idea, is you're going through, the whole idea of enumeration means that you're going through in an orderly fashion to learn all of it in sections. Okay? And that's the same idea with a census. In a census, you're learning the whole body of the people. How many, what's the composition, that kind of thing. And that's what they mean by Sefer Torah. In other words, when it says number, it means the entire scope and meaning and depth and the wholeness. The whole body of. Okay, the whole text of. And then it's got a connotation of enumeration because you're memorizing it, and you're learning to recite it by heart. And that's why they divided it into sections. Okay? And, you can talk to any rabbi about that. Because they have a whole schedule that they usually publish a year in advance about what the Torah section is that they're going to cover. And they do it like that every year. It's not, to me, a good way of study, but hey, that's their method. All right, so Sefer Torah is really the idea behind this. All right, learning the whole body of Scripture. So when you've got this word being used, okay, you're not just talking about a number of people. You're talking about the concept of number in all of its facets, the whole body of. All right? And the whole body of a people depends on the body of time allotted to the people, and that's what Psalm 90 is about. Okay? Even the text, if you didn't know it was metered and you just read it, you see it's all about returning to God and the body of time that is allotted to man. And the general refrain in the Psalm 90 is that it usually ends badly, because men usually end up being negative to God at the end, and they're ticked off at him. Okay? And that's Psalm 90, which he's writing at the same time he's writing Deuteronomy 32:8. So it's very topical. Okay? I couldn't tell you if he wrote Psalm 90 first, or if he wrote Deuteronomy 32:8 first. I'm not sure. I'd have to really examine it, and I don't know if I really know. But they're coterminous. They're at the same time. They're two sides of a coin. And this is centered to both of them. Okay, the Song of Moses and Psalm 90. Deuteronomy 32:8 and Psalm 90. So when it says the number of the sons of Israel, you're supposed to interpret that as broadly and as many facets as possible. Because you were a son of Israel if you believed in Christ. You were a son of Israel if you were from the loins of Abraham, which is the big point that the Pharisees made. As if mindless corpuscles made them more important than everybody else. Well, they are more important than everybody else. That the world is really upset about that. They are more important, but that doesn't mean they're going to inherit. And that's what Romans 9 is about. Just because you're a son of Abraham, if you don't do what Abraham did, and Paul's writing in Romans 9 to remind everybody of the content of John 8, then you don't inherit. It's just like the difference between Jacob and Esau. Esau didn't believe and Jacob did. They were both sons of Abraham. But Esau didn't believe. So Esau doesn't inherit. He lost out on the inheritance. Not simply because Jacob chiseled him out of his, inheritance for a bowl of lentil stew. All right? And number isn't just a number of people. It's the number of time. And we know that for sure because it's Moses writing this, and he's writing Psalm 90 at the same time. So this focuses on the context of here. See, look. The Lord is your Father. See, this is repeated in Isaiah 63. Is not the Lord your Father? That's all over the Mishnah too. Okay? He bought you and established you. This is a prophetic psalm, chiding them in advance for their, refusing him. Return to God. He's always on that theme, especially in Deuteronomy. Okay? See, consider the years of generations. That's Psalm 90's theme also. Ask your father, he will inform you. Zechariah is also tying back to this. That's why I interrupted the Zechariah coverage and went back here. See? Consider the years. See, he's talking time. And Psalm 90 reinforces this. Ask your father and your elders. Don't do what your fathers did. That's what Zechariah was saying in Zechariah 1. When the Most High gave the nations their inheritance, he based it on the sons of Israel. In other words, believers run the world. When something goes wrong, it's our fault. Leviticus 26. Time is designed around believers. And in the Old Testament, if you were a believer, you became a son of Israel by faith, or you were also one by bloodline. But if you were one by bloodline and not by faith, you still got the protection because you were a son of Abraham. But you're not going to inherit the eternal promise. That's the theme of Romans 9. For the Lord's portion is his people. The Lord's portion, the Lord lasts forever. Your body doesn't. Again, time is being stressed. Jacob is the allotment of his inheritance. Jacob became Israel because Jacob did what Abraham did, he believed. Esau did not do that. Okay? So, I'm going to stop here, but I just needed to clarify what that meant and how we know, because, I did it wrong. Both arithmon in Greek and sapher, arithmon is easier to remember, that's why we get arithmetic, so I don't have to cover that. Sapher in particular is a cultural reference with this kind of semantic range. It's talking about the Bible. It's talking about learning Scripture. It takes time to learn Scripture. Okay? That's the semantic range of Zafar. And that is in view. And we know that because they're changing this to Anglon, not just Israel, which they could have written there. That would have been the literal translation of this phrase. They knew it had the wider meaning. So they translated it with the wider meaning. So you know arithmon, which just means number, could be a number of anything. It's got the wider meaning. Messengers need time to give the message to everybody, because everybody, if you were in the Old Testament and you believed in Christ, you were a Jew by faith. You did what Abraham did. In the New Testament, you believe in the same person, only you're called a Christian. Or you might still think of yourself as Jew, but you are a Christian. And you can call yourself whatever you want. You'd be a Buddhist. And if you believe in Christ, you're a Christian, no matter what you call yourself. You call yourself a Muslim. If you believe in Christ, you're still a Christian. Even though you call yourself a Muslim, it doesn't matter. And you become a son of Israel, because Israel believed and so did you. Okay? So time depends on you. Time depends on how you live. Time depends on how long you live. What's going to happen to your neighbor, your best friend, is Leviticus 26. Depending on what you do, with whether or not you, Sefer, learn the book. Can you enumerate the book? Enumerate means, you know the syllables. Do you know the syllables? Can you enumerate the syllables? Have you memorized it? Did you learn Bible? The inheritance depends on whether you learn Bible. That's what he's talking about there. Time depends. The quality of it and the quantity of it depends on whether you learn Bible. And that's why, and they knew this, because they're using Anglon here. Okay, this is another, I'm going back to Zechariah. I'm really in a state of shock. The reason I'm doing these little snippet videos, snippet sections, is because when Mary does her soliloquy, which is, the most we ever hear her talk, she's referencing all this. And I'm trying to pick out the pattern, she's taking one keyword after the next keyword after the next keyword. She knows Scripture as well as Paul. That's what's shocking me so much. She's pulling together all these different places of Scripture to say her soliloquy, and she's just talking, okay? She's talking to Elizabeth. It's not like she's crafting a novel where you sit down and you write down your keywords and you plan them and all that stuff. She's just talking off the top of her head. And I don't know, maybe Anyway, I'll get back to that in a minute. The point here of this video, is to still document or verify that Zechariah's fingerprinting both Psalm 90 and Daniel 9 together. And he is. The highlighted blue is actually a quote from Psalm 90 in the Mosaic section between verses 12 through 15, where Moses pleads with God to return to Israel. In other words, return to us, deliver us. And Ad Matai is a very poignant part in that section of the Psalms, which is, of course, Moses' own vote and testimony in time. And then he also uses rechem, these are frequent keywords in the Bible, but they're frequent as quotes. That's what we all don't understand. It's like saying, never mind, like Gilda Radner used to. And the words never mind, anybody can say them and they mean just what they sound like. But when she said it, she was doing this character of this sort of like spinster woman. And it was very funny. So if you heard the voice, if I replicated her voice properly, and you had heard that many times, you would be thinking specifically of that, not just of the words. And that's what these guys are doing. When he says Ad Matai, he's invoking that section of Psalm 90, especially since he's pairing it up with Rechem, which literally means womb, but it ends up having a figurative meaning of compassion. Tender mercies, the idea of a mother's love. And Mary's playing on that, of course. Okay, so we've seen that compassion is rechem, which is based on the word for womb. We also saw that myrtle is a term for Israel. What I forgot to tell you is that in Hebrew that means Hadassah, and that translates as Esther. Okay, so Zechariah is specifically using this terminology for Israel because he's prophetically forecasting the role of Esther. Okay, that's what will make the book of Esther so meaningful. So those who the dumb ones, okay, who try to argue that Esther doesn't belong in the Bible, they're not paying sufficient attention to prophecy and the fine-tuning of words. That's why this is being used here. Okay, he's forecasting. Because, see, all the earth is quiet, but within a generation, Israel's existence is going to be threatened by Haman and all the other people who are anti-Semitic, just as there was a threat during Daniel's day. It just keeps on popping up like a bad penny. Because Satan's behind anti-Semitism. Okay, and that's why a lot of this is here, is to forecast what's going to happen under Esther. And that there will be an Esther. And of course, Mary is the quintessential Esther in view. Okay? So that's why they're like little hints. And again, it's like, never mind. If you know what's behind that tone of voice, then this isn't just words to you. It's got a specific meaning. So somebody reading the book of Esther and then reading Zechariah will notice that, just like I did. Okay? Compassion, rechem, they'll notice that. Okay? And Paul will, liken himself to a woman about to give birth in Galatians 4:19 and equate the world as if it were about to give birth in Romans 8. You can't see any of that in English because they sugar it over or they cover it over because it's not politically acceptable to talk about pregnancy that way. Okay, the 70 years here is dating back to Ezekiel. It's specifically talking about when Ezekiel's ministry started, and Ezekiel talks about Daniel. So again, it's a reference to Daniel's timeline and to Jeremiah 25 and 29 because there were multiple deportations, and Ezekiel in particular is in his 5th year after the deportation of Jeconiah when Ezekiel begins. And there's more to the story, but I'm just trying to show highlights now because in the next video I'm going to introduce Mary. You know, because there's been such a divergence, such a digression, that I think I need you to see what Mary's actually doing, and then all this, you know, all these hours of videos in between Luke 126 and 136, where we stopped in Luke, is going to make sense. But I'm trying to show you the keywords. You know, I'm going to have to go over it again, but right now we're going to do it quickly. So there's myrtle. Okay, that means Hadassah, that means Esther. That's Rechem, meaning womb, comes to mean compassion figuratively. The 70 years is going to be an important reference. We've already seen that that has to do with the meter. That also has to do with Daniel 9. And it's going to be a specific reference that Mary's going to make, because Mary's Magnificat is metered. So you want to look out for that. And then you've got gracious words, comforting words. She's going to be playing on that. And then the angel speaking to me said, proclaim, I am exceedingly jealous. I'm going to punish, you know, the nations who tried to hurt her. Mary's going to indirectly reference that. And then, of course, the Lord is playing on return, which is the main theme of Psalm 90, Daniel 9, Isaiah 53, return. And he combines return and compassion. Okay, Mary's going to reference that too. And my house will be built in it is a double entendre. It's not only talking about the temple, it's talking about the person the temple depicts. Okay, and that's going to be very funny, especially in Luke 2, which we haven't gotten to yet. The part in Luke 2 where Luke fills in the blanks that Matthew doesn't say, because Matthew's talking about the Magi. Luke is going to cover what Mary and Joseph were doing during those exact same days, showing that they were right under Herod's nose, and yet Herod didn't know about them, because he didn't know what time it was, because the chief priests and the scribes didn't know what time it was. Okay, and the measuring line will be stretched over Jerusalem. This again is forecasting the rebuilding of Jerusalem, because this is being said about 521 BC, when the temple hasn't been finished building, and therefore Jerusalem really hasn't come into its own as a city. It won't until the temple's finished. Okay, so this is what we want to start to look at here. And then my cities will again overflow with prosperity. This is a dual entendre prophecy. The focus of Zechariah is the millennium. Okay, but every prophecy has two fulfillments, a near fulfillment and a far fulfillment. That's pretty standard theology. You should be able to find near fulfillment and far fulfillment on the internet. They might use different vocabulary for it now, but back in the 1930s and the 1950s, that was how they phrased the dual entendre of prophecy. So the near fulfillment is going to be, 516, BC and afterwards. In fact, the prosperity becomes so great that Haman and his fellows get jealous of Jerusalem and want to wipe out all the Jews. That's the story of Esther. Okay. The far fulfillment is the millennium, which is the main topic of Zechariah. Okay. And then four horns we covered briefly, but not in enough detail, that this has to do with Greece and Rome. And there's more to say about it, but I'm going to leave it out. The only thing that's really important to notice about it is that it's got the horn of salvation idea, which Zechariah mentions in his own soliloquy, which is also probably metered, and I'll have to break it down and show it to you in the future. Okay, so I'm going through Zechariah in order because I want to focus on a couple of things that are going to be necessary before we get to Mary. Okay, so now we're in Zechariah 2. And at this point, he's starting to list his visions. In other words, he started back up here. This is the last time he mentions what day of the month it is for a while. Okay? So you either presume that all these visions are related on the same day, and he's just relating them to us, like in order, or you presume that it no longer matters what time he got them and what time he said them. Obviously, it's near in time. So here's Zechariah 2, and it's got to build on Zechariah 1. Okay, so what builds on it? Okay, well, he's predicting that he's going to rebuild Jerusalem and destroy the enemies. Okay, well, in immediate terms, that's going to reference the forecast of what the myrtle, Esther, because Israel and Jerusalem in particular, the rebuilding is going to be at risk, okay, because of Haman. So he's forecasting the book of Esther there. Far fulfillment, obviously, it means Greece. It means the millennium, the four nations that are going to come against Israel in the millennium. It's got a lot of layers on it. That's why this language seems so ambiguous. It's not ambiguous. It's multi-directional. You have to figure out all the layers. Think of it like stories of a building. When you have a building that's multiple stories, all the floors fit together. It's one building, but it's on multiple levels. That's how you read scripture too. Okay? So you got to find out what all the levels are before you're really sure you know the interpretation of the passage. Because it's going in every direction. That's how you know it's written by God. Is that it can go in every direction, and it's flawless once you find the right pieces. Okay? So Zechariah 2 is going to build on this. Okay, measuring line, that's for the foundation of Jerusalem. It's again dual entendre. Jerusalem has to be measured out in order to plan the city. Okay, at the same time, at the end of the tribulation, I'm sorry, I've got the hiccups. At the end of the tribulation, there's a big bloodbath. That's the theme of Isaiah 63, which everybody's had for a long time. And so the whole of Israel has to be remapped. And that's what this is talking about. Okay? It's not really to see how long, but to measure it, to gauge it. Alright? And it's an angel that does it. And this is really important because stupid people look at Revelation 11 and they think it's talking about Zechariah 2:1 as if Israel being rebuilt during Revelation 11's time is a good thing. It's not a good thing. It's a bad thing. That's why the two witnesses are there in sackcloth, temple mourning clothing, warning everybody away from the fake temple of Revelation 11. Okay? An angel is doing the measuring here. That means it's good. That means it's from God. But nobody's measuring the area. In Revelation 11, God sarcastically asked John to measure it, and John doesn't have the measuring line. He has a pen. So he measures out the words and writes them down. He never measures Jerusalem. He never measures the temple area. You see, a little careful reading of the Bible goes a long way. Okay? So the angel is speaking to him, was going out, and another angel, see, these are angels, not the two witnesses. The two witnesses are not angels. Okay? This is what the two witnesses are not. And they don't have a measuring line, and there's two of them. And it's not a measuring line that they have. And it's not them who were commanded to measure. It was John. And John has a reed in his hand, not a rod. Okay? It's a play on words. Okay? And the angel is saying to the other angel, run and say that Jerusalem will be inhabited without walls. Okay, well that can't be true before the millennium. It won't be that populated until the millennium. Okay? For I will be the wall of fire and the glory in her midst. That's not true now. There's not even a temple there now. The Shekinah glory can't indwell a temple that doesn't exist. It's against 1 Kings 9 contract. Okay? So this is like a future millennium. So he's setting up the second theme. That he's talking about the millennium. Okay? And this is the regathering. Okay, come back. That's Ezekiel 39. Ezekiel's coming out at the same time. Alright? He's got Ezekiel. He's referring back to it. Alright? And then he's talking more about, and Mary's going to be referencing this section too. After glory, he sent me after the nations that plunder you. In other words, I'm going to get even. Now you get punished. Near term and far term. Near term, obviously, is like, the book of Esther, the Purim, reversing on the people who wanted to kill the Jews. And far term is going to be the millennium. And of course, there's more of it than that. Many nations will join themselves to the Lord in that day and will become my people. That's not true now. That's millennial. Okay? It is true that as a result of the Purim, and you'll see that at the end of the book of Esther, as a result of Purim, a lot of people believed in Christ. So you got near-term, far-term fulfillment, dual entendre to prophecy, only with respect to Israel, because Israel's the only prophesied nation. Okay, we were not prophesied. Christ created us in Matthew 16:18, which I'll get to in some future video, God knows when. Okay, that's millennial. That's millennial. Okay? That's millennial. Mary's going to be referencing this indirectly. Okay, but here's where the tide of Mary really gets finely tuned. Okay? And we've talked about it briefly, but we got to go over it again. Then he, meaning God, showed me Joshua, who is now high priest. This is the same Joshua as when he was still just the son of the high priest, Yehozadok, in Haggai 1. Haggai 1. He is now high priest. John the Baptist is also a son of Aaron. To be a high priest, you had to be a son of Aaron. This is the progenitor, therefore, a progenitor of John. That's what you need to remember here. This is his, as it were, his ordination. This is recalling back to Haggai 2 on the 9th month, the 24th day, when God first went to the priest and said, "You're unclean, even though you got holy meat. What you do with your outer body is still unclean." This is a play on that. It's also a forecast of Malachi, because that's what God says to the priests in Malachi when he ends the book. It's also a forecast of how the priesthood will be in the day that Mary lives, in the day that Zacharias gets his prophecy. And Zacharias, of course, is going to reference this. But Mary does too. This is why Mary says what she says to Elizabeth. The first thing in her mind, in her meter, is that she's thinking back to Malachi, as you're going to see. And that means the prophecy of John the Baptist, and John the Baptist's progenitor is Joshua. The same Joshua as in Haggai 2, the first addressed group. He and Zerubbabel were alone addressed at the beginning of Haggai 1. Just those two, because they're the leaders of the nation. You got the civil leader and you got the spiritual leader. That's who they are. Zechariah is now playing those same two cards. And this is the basis for knowing really that Mary's talking back to Zechariah and Haggai. This is how you know, because this is what she's doing. She's dating her meter back to Malachi. Okay? Because, see, now listen, Joshua the high priest, you and who? Your friends who are sitting in front of you. Indeed, they are men who are a symbol. For behold, I'm going to bring who? My servant the branch. Mary is the descendant of Zerubbabel. Zerubbabel is the seed of Christ. Christ is known as the branch of Jesse. And that branch theme is going to be elaborated on next in Zechariah 4:1. The angel is speaking, returned and roused me because he was so overcome by the previous vision of the high priest. And he says, okay, wake up now, what do you see? And Zechariah says, a lampstand. And what? 2 olive trees. Olive tree is another metaphor for Israel. Okay? But 2 olive trees mean leaders of. One on the right side of what? The bowl. That was, in other words, the 2 olive trees were providing the oil that went into the bowl of the lampstand so that the lampstand would light. Oil signifies the Holy Spirit. Oil signifies the doctrine being learned under the Spirit. Okay, so these are two leaders, and we just met the first one right here. And we're now meeting the second one, who he hasn't named yet here. He's first telling them what it is, olive trees. And then Zechariah says, well, what are these olive trees? And the angel says, don't you know what these are? And so instead of directly answering him, this is so cute, his answer is embedded. Then this is the word of the Lord to who? To Zerubbabel. In other words, he doesn't tell Zechariah directly the names of the two. He's going to let him figure it out. So he gives him this really big hint. This is the word of the Lord to Zerubbabel. And again, not by might nor power, but by my Spirit. The Spirit is always analogized to oil. The oil comes from olives, and the olive trees are the venues through which the Holy Spirit is operating. In other words, Zerubbabel is the leader of the nation. He's one olive tree. And the first olive tree is Joshua the high priest. Okay, so the descendant of Joshua the high priest is John the Baptist. Okay, presaging Book of Esther being completed, presaging the wars being completed, presaging Israel becoming a nation again, 141 BC and afterwards. She has relative peace. Fig tree is another analogy for Israel. Okay, and the other descendant, who's the second olive tree, is Zerubbabel, whose descendant is Mary. Okay, and this is even cuter, because when it says not by might nor power but by my Spirit, how does Mary get pregnant? The Holy Spirit will overshadow you. So it's by the Spirit that she even gets pregnant. And you're going to see how she plays on that in the Magnificat. It's just hysterical. So, the next line that she plays on is, what are you, great mountain? Before Zerubbabel, you will become a plain. Okay, this means that the mountain is lowered. You know, you've heard this in other verses, you know, especially Isaiah 9. You know, the valleys will be exalted and the mountains made low. She's going to reference that also, specifically this section, tying it also to Isaiah 9, which is about her. That was what Matthew was quoting when Matthew was quoting Isaiah 9:6, and then Luke playfully quotes Isaiah 9:2, which is just after Isaiah 9:1, which is about what? Galilee of the Gentiles. See, these people really know their scripture. Okay? And this talks back, this is Zechariah, of course, talking. This talks back to Haggai 2, when he talks about twice. The first time, I'm going to shake the heavens and the earth. Okay, I'll shake all the nations. And then the second time, which Mary is going to tweak in her Magnificat, I will overthrow the thrones. Overthrow the thrones in particular she's going to talk about. But she doesn't use overthrow. I'm going to have to show this so that you'll get the joke when you see it in the Greek. And you're not going to see it for at least an hour or two. It'll be like the 23rd episode before I get to it. This is the word for overthrow, katastrapho. Okay, let me show you. Because she doesn't use this word. She uses thronos. Okay, she uses thronon, actually. But katastrapho, she uses a different kata prefix verb. Katastrapho literally means to turn over, like when the Lord turned over the tables at the temple. It's got that physical connotation of turning something over, flipping something over. Okay? And of course, in the immediate fulfillment of this, in Haggai 2:22. The immediate fulfillment is when Darius takes over. All the other sub-kings in the the Levant and the Middle East are going to get overthrown and become vassal kings or die. All right. So she picks the word thrones out of this and changes katastrepho, turn over, to a different kata verb that literally means to lower. It's used of striking an altar when it's no longer in use. It's used of lowering a water jar. It's used of lowering your status. Okay? And that's why she's playing on, she's playing on Zechariah 4, which is talking to Zerubbabel, "O great mountain, you'll become a plain." Because that ties to Isaiah 9. It's too clever for words. Okay? This is a metaphorical depiction of lowering. Doesn't use the verb that she's going to use. But it's the same idea. And then he will bring forth, the bring forth has got a birthing connotation. Okay? He will bring forth the top stone. Okay, and we're going to have to talk about that more later because I'm afraid this video is going to run too long. It's already 24 minutes. Okay, so, and then the hands of Zerubbabel have laid the foundation. Okay, what's the foundation of the house of God? It's birth. Okay, when you just have it in your mind, when you've conceived it, it doesn't exist yet. It has to be born to exist. So when they laid the foundation, that's when it was born. Okay, that was back in Haggai 1, or, Ezra 3, okay, which Haggai 1 is talking to, and his hands will finish it. And they do, Ezra 6:15 on 3 Adar. Then you will know that the Lord has sent me to you. Okay, so Mary's going to play on this also. Okay? And then, again, the olive trees, because the key to the whole thing. Who are these olive trees? This is the second time he's asking. Okay, look. Alright. See back here? He said, what are these? The olive trees. Don't you know? And then he gives him the big hint. He already told him about Joshua. Here's the second guy, Zerubbabel. But again, and Zechariah might be doing this rhetorically, just to for rhetorical stress. He says, oh, wait a minute, that's not the one I want. That's Zechariah 5. So I answered the second time and said, or then I said to him, what are these olive trees? And I answered the second time and said, what are the olive branches? That might be rhetorical. He might be just doing it to, he might not be saying it because he doesn't know. He might be saying it for effect. And then the angel answers back, maybe playing along. You don't know who these are? And I said, no, my Lord. Okay. And then he gets to say the ending. These are the two anointed ones standing by the Lord of the whole earth. Who are the two anointed ones? Zerubbabel, anointed, full of the Holy Spirit, anointed. Anointed one means Christos. Alright? So, hello, it means Zerubbabel, he's seed of Christ. And it means Joshua the high priest, who's the spiritual leader of the nation. It does not mean the two witnesses in Revelation. It does not mean Moses and Elijah. Okay, it can't. They've already been identified twice. The two anointed ones who are currently now, as he speaks, standing by the Lord of the whole earth. Now you can extrapolate lampstands to be any believer, but in this context, it's not talking about the future two witnesses. They're not in view. Okay? They are lampstands, but they aren't these two. So people who try to use this passage to say that it's risen Moses and Elijah aren't reading Zechariah 4. But Mary is, as you're going to see.